tariffs. The United States has been taken advantage of for 40 years. The United States has been a laughing stock for years and years. That's why this gentleman is built in Taiwan instead of building here. It would have been better to be built here.
Well, no wonder no one was talking.
And we had a lot of them very bad on trade.
The stream crashed.
President Clinton shut him down in response to Donald Trump using a map from 1607. Trump, in response to Donald Trump actually claiming the Gulf of Mexico is the Gulf of America. She showed this map using from 1607, saying that, you know what, Donald, you want to play this game? We will name the Gulf. We will name all of the United States of America, Mexican America. We'll name it all.
Old Mage Guy is now live. Streaming Just Chatting. Midday Chill. Back from shopping.
It's an organization of the United Nations, but the next question is why don't we call it Mexican? It sounds nice, doesn't it? Since 1607, the Mexican Constitution referred to it as Mexican America. So, let's call it Mexican America. It sounds nice, doesn't it?
Yes.
Well, you see, since 1607, it's also recognized internationally. Well, historically speaking, because as you might know, I know they're going to ask me. I think that yesterday, President Trump, they misinformed President Trump.
Fuck off. I'm listening to something.
Because I believe they told him that Felipe Calderon and Garcia Luna were still in power in Mexico.
The Wall Street Journal previously wrote this. Mexico's leader is writing the playbook for handling Trump, and she's been calling him out strongly each and every way. But, you know, look, then Donald Trump moves on to the next shiny object. And what's he back at? Well, he was up this week. What was he back at? He sent a post on a social media. He went back to Hamas. Shalom Hamas. Shalom Hamas, he says. I'm going to unleash hell. Remember, he said he's going to unleash hell, like he does that every month. He goes from the tariffs to the unleashing hell. Oh, and then he goes to his joint address before Congress, where he talks about a conquering Greenland. He went back to that.
Also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it one way or the other. Keep you safe.
Oh, it's such a pathetic, decrepit, decaying, despicable individual he is. And he just looks so weak. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 5 million. Thanks for watching. The truth is more important than ever. Check out our new Truth Over Lies collection.
Whoop. Anyway, that was a misclick. Thank you. And your Xbox points. Okay. You won't give me some Xbox points, I'll take it. I'll play the PCD 15 minutes. Okay. I didn't even have you all
My
stuff
old
up.
buddy D Lemon 8, Don Lemon in the
Why are you panting? Dude, stop it.
Trump's suspected ties to Russia and his American first foreign policy. Do you think that his approach to Russia is part of the larger strategy? What do you think it's a dangerous example of prioritizing personal interests over global security?
Well, I think the latter is probably more accurate. You know better than you. So, but I do think that I do find it odd that he has trouble criticizing Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
That he won't call him a dictator, that he calls Zelensky a dictator. And so I'm a little bit surprised by that, but I don't know why.
Oh shit, I need to change the shit.
It seems like condemning Russia for its unjust invasion of Ukraine.
He said that he's not playing Fusion, but
I know, right? It's easy, right? Yeah, but somehow we're in an upside down, backwards world, and I'm just wondering, does Putin have something on the man, or
No,
I don't know what it is.
no, he doesn't have anything on him. All of that bullshit about Trump and P-tapes or, other sort of compromise, it does not exist.
yeah, I didn't believe P-tapes either.
It's just Donald Trump wanting the same type of unlimited authority, unlimited power, unlimited wealth that Vladimir Putin has. Everybody talks about, for example, Elon Musk being the richest man in the world. That's only because his wealth is known. What about people like Vladimir Putin, when 25% of every single company in Russia, of every oil tanker that comes out, 25% of that goes to him individually. So yeah, Elon Musk on paper may be the richest guy in the world, but I don't think even Elon Musk's money comes close to the money that Putin has. And that, I believe, is what drives Trump.
Yeah, but what in the political power that drives Trump to the political power and the control that Vladimir Putin has over his people? I mean, Vladimir Putin can do whatever he wants, right? In South. I think you're right. I think Donald Trump wants that same power. And the sad thing is that I think we're getting close to, we're teetering on the edge now. I think we're getting close to granting him that power. He's already, deemed himself a king. The interesting thing about that, Michael, is I find that when I talk to folks, even folks who like Donald Trump, they don't like that he's calling himself a king, but they kind of give almost everything that he does. So I don't know if that's going to have any effect on him. But you're right. I think he wants unlimited power. He is enamored with dictators and strongmen because he wants the same thing. But he has to realize that America has a constitution. We're a republic. We're about democracy, not about dictatorship.
Except in all fairness, Russia has a constitution also. Except that constitution doesn't really mean anything because that's what Vladimir Putin says. Remember, they were also only allowed as president to have 2 terms. After that second term, people started to complain, saying, "Oh, you can't just change it." Well, okay. So he made himself prime minister, which, for lack of a better term,
King.
trumps the presidency. And then after the 4 years, after who he appointed as president dropped out, what ended up happening? Well, he then became president again. But this time, it's for as long as the people of Russia choose to have him as their president. Which, of course, based upon something I've even said going back years ago to you and on your show and all that, it doesn't matter who you vote for. All that matters is who's counting the vote. And that's what I also believe that Trump is looking at.
Well, I think you're right about that. I think he's putting people into positions that I'm concerned that we will even have another legitimate election in this country because he can just say, these votes are fraudulent, here, we're not accepting that. And he has the right people in place to be able to handle that now. And about having a legitimate election. I think you're right about that. But I don't know what we do except
Are you afraid?
Am I afraid? I'm concerned, to borrow a phrase from Susan Collins. I'm extremely concerned, but I'm not afraid. Maybe that's just in my personal constitution and how I grew up, and considering my lineage in this country as people who came over as peasants and helped to build a country. So I'm not afraid. I do hope, and I believe in America. I believe in the Constitution. I think that will win out in the end, but it's going to be a tough battle. But I am very concerned. Some people are afraid, and I do understand that. But I'm not afraid.
Meanwhile, the United States has obviously long prided itself on being a global leader in human rights.
The cumulator is on the waiver radar. Who hears everything? And that
In human rights, in democratic values. But with Trump's refusal to condemn Russia's actions in Ukraine and his undermining of domestic agencies,
Okay.
do you think that America's moral authority on the world stage is slipping? Or, again, do you think this is part of some broader shift in foreign policy priorities?
I don't think it's shifting. I think it has shifted. I think that folks look at us and they feel bad for us. I am ashamed of how this administration and how our president's administration, how they're acting, and him getting rid of USAID and increasing the funding, that did a lot of good for a lot of people around the world. And if you are about America first, then you should also be about helping other people because we're all connected. And when you are trying to stamp out HIV or at least lower the rates of HIV in Africa or in any other nation, as a matter of fact, is helpful to America because that also stops it from coming. And part of us, we are the largest democracy and the richest country on earth. And we can find ways, we're supposed to find ways to be able to help other people. And so I think that our position on the world stage has diminished in large part because of Donald Trump and because of the people he has in place. If you look at it, just did a thing on J.D. Vance and Jack, who's a Soviet, going over and handling foreign policy being in places where they shouldn't be, going to places where there are dictatorships and strongmen, rather than having a summit in Geneva or someplace that is neutral. And that is very concerning when you have trolls, internet trolls, that are traveling with the vice president and is ostensibly helping them to work on foreign policy. That's embarrassing. That is concerning, and that is something actually that people should be afraid of.
It's funny. Let me break down Trump to you. In this world stage, he doesn't give a shit. All right? For Donald Trump, and again, many people agree with this American First ideology. We are denying our American brothers and sisters all sorts of things.
Yes. German tidings.
We're
Things.
basically becoming, as far as our infrastructure, antiquated and so on. So his feeling is, I'm going to bring in and create, I don't know if it's an agency, a program, a department, this DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. And we're going to cut the living shit out of all this, including USAID. Why should I care? This is Trump's personality, this is his ideology. Why should I care if in Africa they have AIDS? Why should I care? We're not going to let them in the country. And by the way, if God forbid that somebody does contract it, thank God now that there are medications that basically quell the disease. It's not like it was going back in the 80s, which basically became a death sentence. Not anymore. Well, his feeling is willing to stay in this country to benefit America and himself. And that, I agree with you, is problematic. I've said a million times, and I'm going to say it again, and the adage becomes all-inspiring, but it's necessary. When you have a strong America, you have a strong world. When you have a weak America, you have a weak world. And while AIDS and disease in other countries is problematic to America, come here like what we saw with COVID, like what we're seeing with other sorts of diseases and infections. He doesn't care. Not once, not one bit. And I think on top of that, when we talk about a weak world, we need to be concerned about countries like Russia, like Pakistan, like Iran, all who are nuclear equipped. Because it only takes one to fuck up the whole world, the whole planet.
Right. Absolutely true. But look, I think that is a myopic and a short-sighted view to think that if we want to be isolationists, that doesn't help us. Being isolationist doesn't help us. I mean, I think Russia is very isolationist and look isolated and look, what's going on there. They've got the dictator in a war. It used to be that people were shunning them, and now I don't know what's going on in the world. The United States is trying to embrace him, which is interesting to me. But if they want to cut money rather than not helping the folks in countries, underdeveloped nations who need it, and even people here in the United States, rather than doing that, why don't they get rid of some of the corporate tax cuts? Why don't they get rid of some of the kickbacks? Why don't they cut the budget in other places? The military budget is enormous. There are billions of dollars in corporate tax cuts. What about changing the tax rate for billionaires? There are things that they can do that he won't do because it's going to hurt his rich buddies. I don't see him cutting taxes of his rich friends. I don't see him taking anything from the people who his donors. I only see him, Doge, and Donald Trump taking jobs from
And he just fired a tackle.
possibly taking Medicare and Medicaid from folks who get $65. Is it a day, maybe, or not? Maybe not even that much. And the head of Doge who makes reportedly $8 million on one contract per day. So it's just and I think the controlling of the media doesn't focus on that, and they should be focused on that more, but they're distracted by all of the bullshit that's being pushed out there. And
Let's talk about the bullshit. Take, for example, USAID. Imagine what an incredible, and I say it all the time, Trump is hands down the greatest manipulator of facts, the greatest branding guy maybe ever born on this planet. The guy turns around and come up with a lie, which was $50 million, which, by the way, compared to our $6 trillion budget, that's like an hour's worth of interest. But $50 million worth of condoms is being sent to Gaza. First of all, as we all know, that number is it was 50 to 100, 50, 75, like 10. Yeah. That would equate, by the way, to 1 billion condoms that they said was being shipped to Gaza. Now, first and foremost, it wasn't Gaza being the Gaza Strip. It was Gaza province in Mozambique that money and condoms go to. It kind of reminds me of what he said. He wanted to congratulate Kansas on the Kansas City Chiefs, right? I mean, it's just a gaffe. It's a mistake. Okay, it happens to all of us. But, it shouldn't happen to the president and so many people doing the work and the information that he's putting out. My point here, though, is that's 1 billion condoms that they're talking about. Because the U.S. government pays 5 cents per condom. It's amazing. That number is wrong. But he is able, with that lie, to convince an entire squad of the American populace. Fuck, I don't want to send condoms to Gaza. They're making condom bombs out of these condoms. Now, I don't even want to get into the disgusting thought that came to my mind when I heard that. But somehow, in Donald Trump and his acolytes' world, explosives, whatever. The whole thing is such nonsense and bullshit that it's comical when people are buying this nonsense.
Actually, no, they're saying that they're using condoms as balloons to float them over there. It's still pretty damn preposterous.
Nonsense day in and day out. When there's a much easier story to tell, one that would resonate so ugly on America.
Well, yes, a much easier story to tell, and that would be the truth. But by the way, condoms to Gaza, it went from 50 million to 75 to 100 million. It became condoms to Hamas.
Yeah.
Remember that? And it turned out to be a province in Mozambique, Gaza province in Mozambique, that $10 million rather than the money that he's talking about. And that was to stamp out, to try to curb the spread of HIV and AIDS and other sexually transmitted diseases in other parts of the world, as I mentioned, and to keep it, and that helps to stop it from coming here as well. So yeah, there's a much easier and better story to tell, and that would be the truth. But the truth doesn't empower him in the way that he likes to be empowered, and the truth doesn't tell the story, the real story about him and what's happening with our country, what's happening with Doge. Is that the savings of what they're finding? It's not as much as people think, and there are better ways to save money. Instead of being robbing from the rich, robbing from the poor, how about the helping the poor people? How about the rich people actually helping the poor people in this country? The rich corporations, the rich people, the folks who the haves. How about helping the have-nots? I don't see any of that coming from anywhere in this administration, and that should wake people up. But I don't think it's just him being master marketer and promoter. I think it's also the American people, because the way we're lazy, we don't like to do our homework. We are not media literate, and we don't know civics. And so because of those things, it keeps us ignorant to certain things. And so we will just buy anything that folks see on Fox News or that Donald Trump said, even whether it's true or not. And what he does is that he gets people all riled up, and he likes to divide us, to keep the American people divided and angry and fearful. And that way it keeps him in power, in control, and it also puts money in his pocket.
You know, if you want to start to think of numbers, I'd like $15 million when they were talking about, Hamas, right, to Gaza. If you calculate it out based on clicking condoms and so on, it basically amounts to 70,000 condoms per male Hamas, right? To
That's a lot of male.
It should. You basically talk about having 191, almost 192 sexual acts per day in a year.
Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of fucking going on.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's a lot of fucking around.
I didn't want to say it.
It sure will, but who has time to fight? By the way, it should be
Right?
University,
Right?
191 times for a day for 1 year straight.
Don't can't last very long, obviously.
Say that's a 10-year deal. We're still talking about 19 fucking days. For God's sake, I'll tell you something. If that's true and they're actually that sexually active, I want to be a part of it.
You want to move to that Gaza?
Damn fucking straight, I sure do. 19 times a day over a 10-year period, 191 times a day. You want to really push the envelope. But the problem that the reason that we make fun of it is so fundamentally that for whatever the reason is, you can still end up engaging in a massive debate with a MAGA supporter. Who give a fuck what Don Lemon says? I don't care what Mike Cohen says. I don't care what any of you libs turn around and say. We own you, and we're not spending $50 million a year on condoms going to Gaza. That's just the point. As my education is just extreme.
Or what my mom would say, are you stuck on stupid?
You heard that? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think they like it though. I think they like it. They like it because they want someone to speak for them. And they have been groomed to live in fear, and the media has groomed them. I think Donald Trump has capitalized on that, and now he is doing the same thing. Look, the immigrants are taking their jobs. So the black people are taking their jobs. Someone is, moving to your neighborhood. They're taking all of these things. They're taking this. They're taking that away. And so people are fearful, and they just sit there all day and they watch. They just are spoon-fed rhetoric, lies, far-right dogma, and they don't understand that they are being co-opted and they're being used as tools of the people who are taking advantage. So I think that we need media literacy somehow in this country. We need to make people smarter about it.
Well, let's just talk about for a second the funding of these key agencies. I mean, Trump's administration is pushing to literally dismantle key agencies like what you would say USAID, FEMA, the Department of Education, etc., arguing that these agencies foster corruption.
If you're gonna pant, you need to move away from the edge of the bed.
Again, the master brander in Trump, fraud, waste, abuse. We all know it. In fact, the biggest fraudster, the biggest waster, the biggest abuser happens to be the agency with the largest pocketbook, and that's the Department of Defense. How many times have you heard over your illustrious career things like the $10,000 screwdriver or the $25,000 toilet seat, right? You want to talk fraud, waste, and abuse?
You heard me say cut the Defense Department's budget. I mean, if they want to do that, if they want to actually, save billions of dollars, really, when the car breaks down, you need to pull a mechanic with no hesitation. You need it, and it's not something most guys can fix themselves. I know I can't. And men should think the exact same way about ED. But the reality is, you might be hesitant to seek help. Thankfully, through HIMSS, you can
Reality is, you might be embarrassed.
treatment without stepping outside.
And I can understand that.
HIMSS is changing men's health care by providing you with
Doesn't
access
mean
to
that you really need to be
sexual
there.
health treatments from the comfort of your own couch. HIMSS provides access to a range of doctor trusted ED treatments like chewable hard mints and Viagra, Cialis, and the generics for up to 95% cheaper. You hear that? 95% cheaper. And the process, it's 100% online, so that there's no need for uncomfortable doctor visits.
ZDCheese.com. Shop the latest games and upcoming releases at the best prices.
It's 100% online, so that there's no need for uncomfortable doctor visits. Just answer a series of questions on the site, and a medical provider will determine the right treatment option for you. And if prescribed, the medication ships directly to you for free. No insurance is needed, and one low price covers everything from treatments to ongoing care. And with hundreds of thousands of trusted subscribers, HIMSS can help you find the ED option that works best for you. So start your free online visit today at
Refrigerated crusher.
HIMSS.com/Cohen. That's HIMSS.com/Cohen for your personalized ED treatment options. Again, that's HIMSS.com/Cohen. And the product mentioned are chewable compound products which are non-food or verified by safety or effectiveness by the FDA. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Prescriptions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. But the question I want to ask you is, without clear plans for replacement of these agencies, do you think that this is undermining America's ability to influence global affairs, particularly in what you were talking about, the humanitarian and the diplomatic efforts? Of course it does. Global affairs, but also, look, everybody's talking about America first, whatever. We got to get our own house in order. We are doing the people who are cutting jobs and who are looking at inefficiencies in our government and in bureaucracy, they should at least have an idea about how bureaucracy works. That there are actually institutions in our government that do work, that actually help people, that saves lives. And can they be more efficient? Absolutely, 100%. But I don't believe that you do that by going and stripping them of what makes them valuable to the American people and stripping institutional knowledge from those organizations and institutions just to save a dollar. I have a good friend who says is one of the smartest people I know, and he's taught me this about value versus cost. And sometimes when you want things to operate properly, you want something good. You know, people say you got to spend money to make money, right? You have to spend money on something if you want it to operate properly. So he always says, many people who are in business, they know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. And I believe it's the same thing in our government right now. They know how much everything costs. They keep telling us how much this costs, how much that costs. But they don't talk about the value of some of those programs that are costing money. And in order to have those agencies and those programs work properly, save lives, help America, help other parts of the world, you have to spend money. There's a value in that that does not show up on a what? On a
balance sheet.
On a balance sheet. It doesn't show up on that. And so that's what they're ignorant of that. And so the people who are, in these positions to be able to change people's lives and cut out certain organizations and fire people and all of that, they should consider the value of some of those things, just not the cost. Because people who actually support Donald Trump and who voted for him are going to be affected by it most when they have to start when the Department of Education goes away. They can't get a head start on their kids. They have to start paying for the education. Usually they go to public schools, or when veteran services are being cut out, or they don't have certain infrastructure that they need in places. They don't realize that the blue states actually fund the red states because they don't have a big enough tax base where they are to be able to afford even much of their very own infrastructure. And so I think that's why, but like fully educated.
I mean, I couldn't say it any better. You have some states that are net positive. They give more to the government than they receive. And you have these red states that are net negative, that they take a whole lot more than they send to the IRS. So since we're talking about planes, let's look at the migrant deportation plan. Administration first proposed migrant deportation, which literally involves sending migrants to internment camps, whether it be in Guantanamo Bay or now in Panama. I saw this the other day on television. They put a whole bunch of migrants to a Panamanian hotel for 2 days, and now they're shipping them to a Panamanian jungle where they built internment camps with kids. And they're doing the same thing now in Guantanamo Bay. Though this is now so controversial, I think even them
what do you want?
Guantanamo in order to check out some standard tent facilities that they're building there. How do you interpret this as a statement on immigration? And do you think it's more about as policy or political posture?
Well, I think it's both, but you took the words right out of my mouth. It's not just about it. But I also think it goes back to
The mist separates as a purple shimmering light flashes standing in its place is Oracle coming to greet the mage.
So
Hello, Oracle.
much as,
And good morning. No, actually, it might be afternoon for you.
All that, you should have a plan, something to replace it with.
Hi, it's afternoon for me. Good afternoon.
I think it's the same thing with all these mass deportations. They have this number. They have a number in mind, as I said. They know the cost of the number of everything, but the value of nothing. So they have.
How goes it for you today?
It's 4 in the afternoon for me.
Make the actual
How are you, my mage?
realization of these things
I'm all right.
Political dogma and narrative that they had said on the campaign trail. We're going to deport
A
this
little tired,
many
but
people. That's easy to say when you're
considering I
running.
had that insomnia
When you actually
bout,
get into office,
it's
in order
nothing.
to do that, you have to be able to, where are you going to send them? How are you going to transport them? Where are you going to house them? Who's going to pay for that? Are we going to end up spending more money by housing them in these facilities? And then, how valuable is it to us for America to be seen as cool that we're putting people in substandard conditions? All of those things you need to think about before you're doing it. And I don't think it was very well thought out. Now it's something to contemplate. The unfortunate thing is that these are human beings, depending on no matter how they got here. Some of them are bad people, right? Some of them are not so bad. Some are people who have been caught up in this and they're actually American citizens. And we have to remember, migrants aren't really breaking the law.
Got to go shopping, so I've got
The way
food.
they're doing it is
The food stamps came in.
people who are coming in and they're applying.
Ugh, today sucked. First weekend to work in eons. Had to stay a little later. Got a headache and taking some Puff the Magic Dragon feels right now. Lol, how is your fine self?
Can't say I blame you on that one. I'm sorry you had a rough day. It was no fun.
People are, I think, positive, or at least they think they are, about
I'm doing.
immigration or illegal or undocumented.
Dealing with a little bit of
I don't think
tiredness just because of my sleep schedule getting screwed by that all-nighter. So my insomnia.
believe in the way that
I passed out somewhere between 4 and 6 last night. I didn't wake up till 1 this morning. Then was up from 1 until about,
These migrants that
I want to say
are
6 or 8, somewhere in
My
there.
unemployment didn't post Friday. Hope next week distance has been back in some.
No, that's not good.
realize
That's not good.
is that they actually pay taxes, and it comes out to, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of taxes. That the
Yeah, I
United
was actually kind of surprised I still got my food stamps because of all the stuff going
because
on.
of these deportations.
I gotta be
But
sure
they
though, it's a little chilly.
to MAGA. And you
And
start
I'm
to
trying to make sure
things
his
like that.
Brady butt in the black doesn't keep panting and rocking his shit on the trailer.
They want to be.
It's driving me nuts with that shit.
Why? Because they think it will prevent people from
Yeah, but as you were signing. Sorry, my message interrupted.
You're okay.
Where
You can't tell exactly when I'm speaking because the delay is just so messed up. I'm not going to get upset.
Keep it off. Keep it off. Keep it off.
I'm sorry, it's a little too cold.
In Guantanamo Bay or in a Panamanian jungle with your spouse.
Lol.
Potentially.
But they're only sending certain kind of people there, Michael. They're only sending certain kind of people.
I've had so many times for especially sleep streams, blanket. Don't use the blanket, don't cover up with the blanket. It's like, I can't help it, it's cold. I'm not getting sick for you guys. Love ya, but no.
They're not supporting them in that cool way, rounding them up, because they are not the bad brown people coming across the southern border. You know what I'm saying?
I sure do, and I think my listeners do as well. Now, meanwhile, since we're talking about crazy,
Yeah, somebody's in heat, so she's extra lovey and extra.
I really want to get
Tuli.
your perspective on this, as somebody who has been involved in media for so long. You may have
How am I
seen
supposed to
the
get something
social
tomorrow?
media
She's here falling asleep on my lap.
to reinstate the threshold briefings at the White House, the Oval Office, after a
Very
series of
monster.
briefings. And they were recently denied. And this has been hailed now a Trump victory. That it's a victory for Trump's
I don't blame ya. I'm a hide under the blankets kinda guy. Also, how did you know I was in heat?
About this power dynamic between the press and the executive branch. How do you see it influencing future administration's relationship?
Yeah. Hey.
You cut out a little bit. Give me the second part of that question again.
How do you think that it deals with the future
Yeah.
Future administration
Oh.
is probably going to be, hopefully they will believe in democracy, the rule of law, and the Constitution more than
Yeah,
this
well, that's right.
administration. What this administration is doing now is what I believe is really un-American. It shows a lack of respect for the very First Amendment of the Constitution, which includes freedom of the press. I think the Associated Press is well within its rights. It's about
For me, say,
journalism
hey.
to be able to decide what sort of standards that they have for naming bodies of water institutions, or whatever it is. They should be able to do what they want. Every single media organization, every single business, as a matter of fact, has a style book, what they call a style book. This is how we do it at CNN. This is how we do it at the Associated Press. This is how we do it at NBC. And just to show you, look, where you have up on the screen, Michael Cohen. That's the style book of Michael Cohen's podcast. So you're showing you. And so,
No.
the Associated Press is well within
Just
its
because
rights.
Daddy shares doesn't mean that you get some every time.
Say, okay, now I'm going to name Nicaragua.
You mind your too, young lady.
You can't do that. And so I think that the media, the press, especially conservative press, should stand up for the
She starts purring.
something similar, not exactly the same thing.
No.
happened during the Obama administration to a Fox News reporter. Every single pretty much news organization, right and left, stood up for that reporter.
You'd be a good girl.
James Rosen of Fox News, and said, "This is
And you've been being a little
wrong. This should
monster.
not happen. We stand behind our colleague. I have not heard a peep from conservative
In a negative way.
or Fox News about the injustice that has been dealt to the Associated Press." So I think this administration is trying to strong arm the media and pressure
Stop
them
lying.
into reporting
No.
favorably when that is not the media's
You
job.
mind your manners, young lady.
People, truth to power,
God bless.
without fear of favor, and it's part of the statement. It should be allowed to do that.
You know better.
My last point, I think the most important point is this administration
She gets quite a bit more brazen than he.
has the distorted and backwards idea that the American people work for them, that they are the boss of the American people, that they are the boss of the media. When in actuality, it is the other way around. They are public servants, and they work for the American people, and they work for the people. And the media is actually doing a service by being a conduit between the administration, the government,
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, hey bro.
and someone needs
Hi,
to
Jackson.
tell that press secretary.
Back.
Three.
Sorry, had to abruptly leave. Trying to capture neighbor's dog on loose, no leash.
Oh,
His dog attacks other dogs. Made mistake of coming after Minf.
We work for
Uh-oh.
the American people. We work for the American people as well. So show us some respect.
Jackson,
Follow
how's
our
it?
questions, allow our follow-up question, and stop treating us as if we are lowly employees. We're not going to stand for it.
You back up.
There's so many
You back up.
issues that we could pull aside here. You may remember during the campaign, and I tried to get this through to first Joe Biden's campaign.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Oracle Hay.
And then Kamala Harris's people that were equally loud in terms of messaging. Let me be very clear.
Oh yeah, not a happy doggy dad. Don't come after mine, lol.
Is doing now with media. This is not brand
I get
new.
that.
It is not brand new. He did it once before. In his first administration, Jim Acosta was banned from the briefing room from the White House. So was Brian Karen. They had to sue in order to get their credentials back. Why? As you said, Trump didn't like the way they were reporting. What if tomorrow he turns around and he decides he's going to sign an executive order? I don't like the name of New Mexico. Quite frankly, I want to name it New America. I can do whatever I want. Where's my Sharpie? Someone get me a Sharpie and a Coke. Get me Diet Coke. Right? That's what he's talking about. That with executive order.
Dudes, do you remember sport?
From a Sharpie.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, just got done with this meeting. I have 5 interviews I have to conduct next week.
Fun.
Now you are outside. And when you start listening to the president, and you start listening to others about how this is a win, I don't see how this is a win to have your choice
Nothing else sounds good right now. I told you weren't getting any because you're being a butt. I meant it. Meow. No. No Dublin gun.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, spawn of course.
There unfortunately is no truth. But I'll tell you a bigger problem that I see in public trust in government. It is at an all-time low. Even as Trump consistently
Spawn, yes.
his government is
The movie is on right now.
doing it
Nice.
on behalf of the American people to restore trust.
Well,
Elections
which one?
with the dismantling agency. You know what they're really doing? They're fueling and throwing mistrust of all of our public institutions. My question to you is then, how do you think that society
Do I remember?
is impacting the average American perception?
Like I never got into the movies, but the movie I'm like, okay, I likes this.
Yeah.
I don't think it's impacting in the way that
Comments.
some folks
Yeah.
think. You know, I think
Yeah, I kind of know a little bit about Spawn.
living in the way that they thought, or they think
Dark Horse isn't just up in Portland.
they thought it would.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Do you guys remember Back to the Future? I've been wanting to watch it.
Politicians going back
I can't forget a lot of Back to the Future.
to their constituents.
Just like I can't forget a lot of Flubber.
And their protests, people are being arrested at these town halls because they want to know why people who are non-elected people, why are they in control of our government? Why are they deciding which agencies should stay or go? Why are they deciding which government employees should stay or go? And they also want to know about
Meow.
why do you
Me?
supporting Ukraine? Why are we so supporting So I don't think that it's going over the way that they think it's going over in America. Continue on. I don't know if it's going to be as drastic as James Carville said.
Jackson, yes. But fun fact, I've seen the clock from Back to the Future movies.
For MAGA.
No, you saw the town clock? The clock? Yeah.
Their own people's-
Town square clock?
This may be the time.
They use it on other sets lol.
I'm sorry, what?
Cut it out. Daddy's not being aggressive.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Let me get a Vienna sausage, bro. You got 20 million of them.
Nah,
Universal
just,
Studio.
just 4 cases. There's 6 to a case. Oh, did you see the picture?
Especially following the recent Doge-related controversies. Trump's administration
There you go.
recently instructed federal workers to disregard emails from
Lol Jackson lol.
detailing 5 actions that they've taken that specific week. Correct.
Yeah, I put a post out today of
Given the fact that
my cupboard.
5 months
How you can tell someone's worked retail?
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, LMAO.
substantial influence on government and public discourse. You see this as
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Yes, I seen the retail picture.
Okay.
Government operation.
But for real, if you've done too much retail in your lifetime, your
Let's
cupboards.
have a cookout Mage. I think Mage got the cocktail sausage.
Well, it's art for cooking.
Every now and then, we're reminded
Same about
of
Pip.
many healthy resolutions that we've made over the years, like to lose weight, to
Fair enough.
exercise more, to eat better. But a goal without a plan, well, it's a plan that's destined to fail. Prolong's 5-day program, it gives you the tool to put your health goals into action. With
No,
the science
You can do something like that. I do have
it's easy to stay focused.
different hot dogs. What I would get.
Prolong's fasting diet, it's a revolutionary plant-based nutrition program that nourishes the body while making cells believe that they're fasting.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. That La Palma sauce is legit. I get those too.
I love it. I absolutely love it. That's the enchilada sauce I use for my poor man's enchiladas. as to where I used La Victoria for my raviolis. The flavor is different.
No guesswork and no planning required. 3 consecutive cycles of Prolon have been shown to reduce your biological age score by an average of, get a load of this, 2.5 years.
So this time, the
by 1.5 inches.
here,
Prolon
got it.
is fasting with
The
food. That's right.
four man's enchiladas will be freaking breakfast style. They had meat lovers breakfast burritos in the big pack that I get to make a couple of things on.
So let me be clear. I did the
I was like, oh hell yes!
Really, it's not like any other diet that I've tried. Because you know what? It's not a diet. It's truly
YouTube,
science.
Hinson Jackson. I use Prego for raviolis.
Sent me everything that I needed, all in one box.
Well, if I'm doing regular raviolis, yeah, I'm either going to use Prego or Classico. But when I'm making Mexican raviolis, I don't use tomato sauce. I use green enchilada sauce.
Hinson Jackson. Oracle, I'm so used to seeing you on YouTube, not Twitch lol.
I was wondering how long for you to say it.
Ragu for me, but the zero sugar roasted garlic drool.
LONLIFE.com/Bayofculpa to claim your 50% discount and your bonus gift. That's ProLonLife.com/Bayofculpa. Go there now. Donald Trump gets to decide.
You can have your ragu. I'm with the many Italians that I've met and say, yeah, rag, ew.
That has been allowed and facilitated by Donald Trump.
Now, like I was telling Jackson, and you might check this out, Oracle. I was kind of curious about it myself, so I grabbed it. I'm just like, that doesn't look like pesto.
People who contributed to his campaign. Look at the people who were surrounding him during the inauguration. It's all
True, Jackson. I just had seen the Twitch icon pop up saying with Mage on. Yeah, you missed my dramatic entrance.
Creamy roasted garlic pesto. So I'm not sure if it's going to be more pesto-y or more Alfredo-y.
They don't want their government, their
I have a feeling it's going to be kind of Alfredo-y.
their business being influenced or stopped.
Oh, okay, I may have to try that.
Prego is really good about having, like I was saying before, a little bit more of the Italian flavors. And that's really why I go for it. If you really like ragu, get a can of Prego and a can of Hunt's. Or a jar of Prego and a can of Hunt's tomato sauce.
Sorry for the extra, mate, it's the Puff Dragon lol.
You're good. But, yeah. Freaking get one of each of those
Hinson
mixes.
Jackson. It's gonna be Alfredo YYYY.
It's got more of that Alfredo creamy look over the actual pesto look. So I'm just like, yeah, it looks like Alfredo more than it does pesto. Which sucks, because I love good pesto.
Stop with the horse shit, the bullshit, running around and saying, okay, look, we need to
To the point, I've annoyed one of my exes. Anytime she's like, I want to make some pesto. And the only thing that came to my mind was Jeff Dom and Peanut. Pesto! For the first... And she didn't say anything for the first bit. She's like, I don't like the way you do this. Like, oh, shit. I'm sorry. I didn't know. She's like, I feel like you're making fun of me. It's like, oh, hell no. No. That's a Jeff Dunham joke. And I looks at her and I says, you know how much I love it. Why would I make fun of you for it? I'd be just as guilty.
They have a bacon Alfredo sauce out now too.
No amount of money that
Mm.
has raised
Come on, get over here.
shine what
You
these
can get under.
5
You know, that's what you want, monster.
in row number 2 behind the president, where their net worth exceeds $1.3 trillion. Bezos, Zuckerberg, Musk,
Furry little monster.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, bacon Alfredo. New way.
There's no amount of money
Oh, yeah.
that can raise
Oh, yeah.
that will do anything.
I wouldn't mind trying it.
This Republican money.
But personally, I think a bacon pesto would be
What
better.
do you need to do? You need to raise the shit out of it.
Just saying.
You gotta go
Yes way. It's actually not bad at all.
like yourself who have name recognition, appearance recognition. You have to go out there and you have to start
Yeah, get bacon fried up nice and crispy, so that way we can break it up. Throw it in with the pesto. Ooh, that'd be nice.
He'd try the bacon pesto.
Yeah, I would definitely try that if I could find it.
That's the only way. You gotta
I might have to just make it myself.
when you ultimately succeed, then you undo the damage from the damage that's been done. That's the only way that I see.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I don't eat pork, but I do eat turkey bacon.
2026.
It's by Ragu So there.
I think it's going to go bad. Like yourself going into communities, people like myself going and speaking to
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with turkey bacon.
It's exhausting, but it needs to be
Not
done.
at all.
That to me is the only way to turn this thing around.
Yeah. Look, what I think you're saying is that we all, and I say this all the time on the Don Lemon Show. I say this in shameless plug.
By the way,
Actually, the turkey
All this
bacon might
bacon
taste better
talk
with
makes me want to make some lettuce and hot bacon dressing.
it.
Thank you.
Mr. Lemonade, you're nasty, but my time is wrong.
But no, honestly, I think that
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Jenny O's is my way.
But he is actually-
Jenny O is one of the best.
Let me just say, I believe that I
That's
think
for
that you're
sure.
right. For the
I
most
still want my
part,
freaking pack of Jenny O turkey dogs.
and you know, I
Me.
hate to sort of discount money. It'd be great if you could have somebody millionaires in your corner, your Democrat.
For the first few years, Mom had an issue with understanding the difference between Jenny O and the Foster Farms.
But I do think that you have to be willing to sacrifice something. And
It's like, no, not the same.
do that, then nothing.
Not even close to the same. But your turkey dogs are like, yes, they are. And I'm not bitching. But, and then they got to try some of them in the last few months. And they're just like, wow, these actually are pretty good. Even cold. It's like, and it's like, you guys know I've got a good taste.
Gets out of me, I get right back. But I am doing the Don Lemon Show on YouTube. And we stream
YouTube,
it on all
Hinson
platforms.
Jackson. Gonna start my chicken burgers for lunch, I'll be RB.
Facebook,
Roger.
and it's on Apple, iHeart, and Spotify, right? And so that is the Don Lemon Show. We are growing by leaps.
She's like, nope.
After this crazy administration, and I think people want more. I don't mean want this is just for the sake of existing. They understand, they realize the bullshit.
She's like, I don't want any mints today, Dad.
They realize that it's a tyranny
Not right now.
that is being
Yeah. Had some earlier.
foisted upon the people of America, and they see the injustices, and they want people to fight back.
Yeah, looks like it's a little too late,
And
big
they
girl.
don't want it filtered through a corporate lens, but through a corporate filter. And so here I am.
He's not horribly shaken.
Here I am.
He's a little bit.
As you
Of
know,
course.
said, I am the chosen one.
Ah, 25 seconds.
Yeah, and so I think people have chosen independent media as
My friend makes an amazing lamb burger.
pushing the number one.
Never had
show
one.
thing, and I think we are taking their lead. We're drafting off.
I'm told I've had man before, though. I just don't remember it.
And I think
I've had bear. Holy crap. Bear is rich.
independent media that is centrist, center-right,
I mean, no
center-left,
joke.
because we've got the crazy, right? We've got the
I'm honestly glad that I did nachos with it instead of something else. Had I done like meatloaf or whatnot, it would have just been too much. Yeah, there was only 2 of us that were able to eat it.
My buddy Lemonade, who say like the thing for me. Miss you, my friend. Hope to see you very, very soon. Still with me that drink.
But yeah, that bear was rich. Got brown bear from the food boxes.
We love you guys.
And holy crap. Literally.
I thought it was scotch, but it was cream soda.
God.
I found it in the store. I found a diet version. You take care of yourself. I'm very proud of you.
It was good, but it was rich. I couldn't get through more than 1 plate. I had trouble getting through my 1 plate because it was just so rich. Again, it tasted good, but the richness was overpowering.
I've tried different meats, no pun intended, but never had bear. Commercials. WTF.
I forgot about commercials. Hi, Maker. Can you get your water? No? Alright, let me make you get your water. Water. Goblin, cut it out. Let him drink. Go ahead, Boo. Get your water. It's okay. I'll come get the kitty that's being a bully. You stop being a bully. Drink up, buddy. You need to stop picking on the puppy. Just because he runs away and shies back doesn't mean you get to be a bully. Why you bully? Why you bully? No, lay down, Angelica. Lay down, Angelica. Down. Down. Lay down. Dublin. Down. Lay down. Lay down. Yeah, you're getting cold. You're not happy about it. You're in a little bit of shock. It's not okay to bully the puppy. Even if he's a really big puppy. You need to be nice. Just like you argue with Khaleesi. You don't be mean. Go ahead. But you be nice. Or you'll be right back here. Don't you take any shit from her, boy. Dublin! Leave him alone, young lady.
Lol.
Go ahead, Loki. You're alright. Get your water. I know. Get your water. Drink up. Dublin. Now get your furry butt up here. Get on the couch. Get on the couch. No. Go. Go. And she thinks this is all fun and games. You're on timeout. Get down there and go right back after him again. You're okay, Boo. Yeah, I'm right. No. We're not playing this game. You leave him alone or I'm spanking your booty next. You are being a bad girl today. And I am not happy with it or okay with it. You didn't do nothing, Loki. You're alright. So what's she do? She goes and swats him. Yeah. You gotta be gentle, Loki. Boo! Lay down.
Gonna pop out and get some D&D stuff done with my friend.
Alright. I get you want to play, but you need to realize, if you do that, you're gonna fucking hurt her. And not a little bit. God, these animals. Social Security increase if you're not me.
Convicted felon Donald Trump is looking more desperate than ever in the New York criminal appeals. We all know that Trump was convicted on 34 felony counts. He tried to file a motion for a new trial. I think he actually cited on page 15 and 16, was it? Midas Touch several times. He was like blaming us in our shows also. As you remember that, Harry, as part of the as part of the grounds why he wanted it but if that wasn't desperate enough, now he's arguing the Second Circuit Court of Appeals that this case should have been in the state court system, that it should have always been a federal case, and so he's asking the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which oversees the New York federal courts, to intervene. I mean, Harry, what I think his argument is that his defense of absolute immunity, based on what the Supreme Court's ruling was, as it relates to evidentiary objections, if during the trial they talked about certain things that occurred during the first Trump administration, even though the criminal conduct predates the first Trump administration with the hush money payments, there was some evidence which ultimately the trial court judge, Justice Merchan, said that was harmless error and nothing to do with the impact of the case. But it did involve, at least, there was a meeting in the Oval Office, and Cohen was there, and then here's how Trump got his mail when he was in the White House. So there were some references, to him being in office. So he's saying because of that, the whole case should have gone into federal court. Harry, what I think he's really positioning here for is the fastest way to go to the United States Supreme Court, to go to his friends in the Supreme Court and ask for a get out of jail for it, despite I believe he should have, but a get out of which he should have gone to jail, free card, and remove what he sees as this blemish.
Yeah, remove the scarlet letter, right? Which he's obsessive about, even though he got it really easy. So Ben, this is a recycled of a recycled of a recycled of a recycled claim on his part. He's tried it in many different ways. He has always failed, including trying to remove early on, but waiving it. Judges say no way. To understand the claim, it's not, because as you say, this is all before, this is candidate from. No possible argument of immunity. But what he's saying is there were a couple things introduced to the jury, especially when a few months into, well, more than a few months into his presidency, the Wall Street Journal gets the story, they're publishing it, and Hope Hicks, who's then his communications director, has a conversation. None of it matters for a couple reasons. First, the courts ruled that even that wasn't official. When you're, just because you're in the Oval Office doesn't make everything official. But most importantly, as you said in passing, but it's been held flat out, it's harmless error. And by the way, I intended the trial. It was harmless error. None of that encountered the pits, which was really just used to show, they were worried about Stormy Daniels. They were worried before. They were worried after. In any way, was pivotal to the conviction. He gets convicted either way. So what he's trying to do is take what is really a state harmless error analysis and somehow gussy it up as a federal claim, but it's a claim that's already been lost. One little asterisk, when you mention his buddies in the U.S. Supreme Court, one of them, Justice Barrett, did go for him on immunity, but it was this aspect of the Roberts Court, the other five, that she parted company with. She said, just because he's immune in conduct doesn't mean you can never consider the evidence. So I suspect she wouldn't be there to vote for him in any event, even if it wasn't harmless error. But basically, he's asking the Second Circuit to buy a headache of a claim that was already waived, and here just isn't presented. Because what is presented is a state court analysis that says it doesn't matter what the claim was, it was harmless error. You could analogize and say to a confession. And somebody makes an improper confession, shouldn't be in there, but if we have the tape and the fingerprints and the DNA, they're going to be convicted anyway. If they want to say the confession wasn't kosher under the Constitution, it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter for state law reasons. So you're right. This is him, just Hail Mary. I don't expect it will get anywhere. At some point, he may try to serve up this claim, but just because they gave him immunity, and even because not only, but even that they said you can't bring evidence in, that doesn't mean his conviction gets reversed. That's what harmless error means, and you have it every day. One more point. It's the kind of silliest, smallest issue that in normal time the Supreme Court of the United States would never take. It's not
They would laugh at it.
a federal question of was that harmless or wasn't it harmless error. So if you see them even interested in it, it'll mean that there's a cadre of the court that is just looking to do him one more solve. But the case has really nothing to do with removal. Nothing to do. It's a state law harmless error analysis, and the Second Circuit, I think, will see through this game.
Well, Harry, I've always said that it turns out when the right-wing Supreme Court said they were conservative, was about conserving the monarchy. Our democracy, that's what they really meant by their originalist interpretation. They wanted to go back to the earliest days when the Magna Carta was first written. But Harry, a few observations. Number one, Justice Merchan, the trial court judge in the state court system, really gave a bulletproof order as much as you can from the intervention, as I said, of these monarchist conservatives. You can't stop them if they're going to, do what they're going to do. But he made it clear on multiple levels under any analysis, here's why Trump loses this case. And so I think he did everything that he could do in terms of, as well as, which I think people got upset about, the fact that while Donald Trump is not serving any prison time, the fact that Trump was declared a felon, you can see how much that is just bothering Donald Trump there, which brings me to my next point, which is, here's the thing with the Supreme Court. You give Donald Trump an inch. I've always said this about him in general. He takes your life. Like, he literally, they handed him the biggest gift with absolute immunity. And the contortions that they went through during the oral argument to protect him was so utterly pathetic that it isn't even very repeating, other than it was humiliating as a lawyer to even hear what these right-wing justices would say. But then you give him that, he doesn't do jail time. They think they're doing him a favor, and what does he do? He goes right back to them and said, actually, what your order was a declaration of monarchy, right? We want you to go there, to which, now be put in a situation where, with all of the other things that Donald Trump is doing to screw over people, Donald Trump's relationship with Putin, his attacks on Ukraine, his supporting of the billionaires in the old days, his tariff trade wars that are crushing our allies and crushing America. Now he goes to the democracy piece and goes, I want you, Supreme Court, to hear this. And if you don't hear it, I'm going to post about you, and I'm going to say that the Supreme Court is crap, and then all of my people, if you thought you were avoided by handing me this gift, they're back going after you again. That's why you can't deal with this guy like that. I'll give you the final word.
Well, you're right. Look, he's a bottomless grievance machine, and there's all what have you done for me lately. But as always, we just have to hope that the law holds, and that at least this one won't be the venue for them to really stretch and take a state law itty bitty issue and federalize it the way Trump would like.
We'll keep you posted every step of the way. Harry Litton's Talking Feds. It's on Substack, it's on YouTube, it's on podcast. You just search Talking Feds. Why? It's Harry's former Fed talks. He clerked in the Supreme Court twice. Who does that? Led the Western Division of Pennsylvania as the United States Attorney. He's a top person at the DOJ fourth floor. So that's why I get my legal news, because Harry is smarter than me on these issues. But that's how I get educated to teach all of you. So if you want the OG source, it's Harry Litton. Talking Feds across the board. Thanks, Harry.
Thanks, fantastic.
Subscribe. Let's get to 5 million. Can't get enough Midas? Check out the Midas Plus Substack for ad-free articles, reports, podcasts, daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, and more. Sign up for free now at MidasPlus.com. Tired of reality? Try talking to AI characters. Stay patient to explore the boundless world of the animation. You can chat with
Really not. Catching up.
Oh, no, you don't, said a federal judge in Donald Trump's second effort, 48 hours, to fire the federal watchdog responsible for stopping illegal firings. I talked to you earlier about Hampton Dellinger being reinstated by Judge Amy Berman Jackson, who issued a permanent injunction requiring the Trump administration to restore his status as the head of the Office of Special Counsel, which protects federal workers from partisan attacks and from being fired because of whistleblowing. And now another federal judge, just 48 hours later, Judge Rudy Contreras, has decided that Donald Trump illegally, unconstitutionally fired one of the members of the Merit Service Protection Board, which is the other half of the point that protects civil service workers after a 1978 Reform Act was passed, the Civil Service Reform Act. For the full-length version of that hot take, click the link below.
That's it.
I was wondering if there were any obscure bugs that don't often get the limelight in media. There's some really, really interesting ones. I really like usoful insects, so ants are kind of my favorite, but there are really interesting ones out there, like the potato bug, the mole cricket, cockroaches. I mean, some of them are really pretty. A lot of people don't realize this, but in terms of cockroaches, there's only a handful that infest human homes. They're thousands and thousands of species.
Yeah.
That are really, really interesting. Weir's never seen a death's head. So the really cool thing
Oh,
about
yeah.
these is they have this thing in the front of it, which is an image mark that looks like Halloween. This is a death's head. That is a natural symbol. It looks like a face. Wild, right? And this is a magnificent emerald.
Whoa.
And they shine in the sun like green and gold. They're beautiful. Both cockroaches. Something you would never expect.
I was wondering if there were any obscure bugs that don't often get the limelight in media.
Don't know if that was the bugs you're referring to. That's freaking cool. Yeah, that's rather accurate. There are thousands and thousands of species of roach, and only a few of them infest human homes. You're on the way. Sheesh.
Now it's quiet.
Oh, I don't have any of these. Okay.
Is it easy enough?
I'll draw up. Uh-oh. I feel sorry for any poor creature that stumbles across this base. Or the other base. Breeding farming base isn't so bad. This one and the mining base are not safe to stumble into. Let us install a electric furnace. Over this way. And that sounded like a care package. Make it happen, Captain. You coming to do it, Draco? Yeah. No. Okay. Do you have a settlement over this, right? I don't think so. Well, I still haven't been down the settlement down there just yet. So I'd have to go from my base out. Yeah. I'm learning about shit like Diamond Ring and Neptune. Very nice. I would say Saturday night. That's not. No, it's not Saturday. All three of them have highly pressurized, very hot cores, which is different and kind of cool. It's different from the way we originally thought. One. God, I love that. Okay, I'll listen to that.
Not just detergent. I've spent most of my life studying physics. I must admit that I had a big misconception. I believe that every object has one single trajectory from space, one single path. But in this video, I will view that this is not the case. Everything is actually exploring all possible paths all at once. So let's start with a simple thought experiment. Say you're at a beach when all of a sudden you see your friends struggling out in the water. You want to go help them as quickly as possible, so which path should you take to get there? The shortest path is a straight line, so you can head directly towards him, but you can run faster than you can swim, and this path requires more swimming. So alternatively, you could run down the beach to minimize the distance through the water. But now the total distance is longer than it needs to be. So the optimal path, it turns out, is somewhere in between.
Mm-hmm.
To be precise, it depends on the speeds at which you can run and swim.
Yeah.
Now, you might recognize this mathematical relationship because it is the exact same law that governs light passing from one medium into another. So light also takes the fastest path from point A to point B. What's weird about this is that as humans, we can see where we want to go and then figure out the fastest route. But light, how does light know how to travel to minimize its journey? Now, here is where my misconception comes in. I find light just goes in one direction. You throw a ball just goes in one direction. I would answer there is nothing strange about this. Light sets off from point A in some direction, and then a little while later, it encounters a new medium. And due to local interactions with that medium, it changes direction.
Yes.
If you later find that of all the possible paths, light took the shortest time to get from A to B, I wouldn't think it was optimizing for anything. I think that's what happens when light obeys local laws.
Yeah.
But now I will prove to you that light doesn't set out in only one direction. Instead, it really does explore all possible paths. And the same is true for electrons and protons, all quantum particles. So the fact that we see things on single, well-defined trajectories is, in a way, the most convincing illusion nature has ever defined. And the way it works all comes down to a quantity known as diffraction. In a previous video, we showed how an obscure scientist, Albert Dewey, made an ad hoc proposal that there should be a quantity called action, which he defined as mass times velocity times distance. He claimed that everything always follows the path that minimizes the action. Hamilton later showed that this action is equivalent to the integral over time of kinetic energy minus potential energy. Action was useful in an alternative way of solving physics problems, especially when Newton's laws get too cumbersome. But then, around the turn of the 20th century,
which we now have some quantum computers.
Think about what it's like in the 1890s, right? Electricity being more widely available in some urban centers, and things like light. They were new. They were literally a new thing. Germany
Literally.
replaced their gas streetlights with electric light bulbs. So an important question was, how do you maximize the visible light given off by a hot filament? Scientists at a German research institute, the PPR, studied how much light different materials emitted as a function of temperature. At low temperatures, each material gave off its own characteristic spectrum, mostly in the infrared. But above about 500 degrees Celsius, all materials started to glow the same way, an almost identical distribution of light. The hotter the object, the more energy was emitted at every wavelength, and the peak of the distribution shifted to the left.
But they still didn't understand how it works theoretically. But that was sort of the next step. Like, if you can understand how it works theoretically, then you can use that theory to actually product.
They started by imagining the simplest object possible, one that would absorb all light that falls onto it, and perfectly emit radiation based on its temperature. They came up with a hole in a metal cube. This hole is a perfect black body because any light that shines onto it will go straight in, bounce around inside, and eventually be absorbed. But this also makes it a perfect emitter. Any radiation inside the cube can escape through the hole unimpeded. Theorists reasoned that electrons in the walls of the cube would wiggle around, emitting electromagnetic waves. These waves would then bounce off the other waves. When you have two waves of the same frequency, where one travels to the right and the other to the left, they can interfere in such a way that they create places where there's no wave amplitude, those are nodes, and places where there's maximum wave amplitude, antinodes. Waves like this are called standing waves because they don't really move left or right. And inside a cavity, given enough time and reflections, it is only these standing waves that survive. The other ones just cancel out. So a sort of order emerges from the chaos. In 2 dimensions, standing waves look something like this. For shorter wavelengths or higher frequencies, you can fit more and more different vibrational modes inside this cube. So that in 3 dimensions, the total number of modes is proportional to the frequency cubed, or 1/lambda cubed. The expectation was there would be more and more waves inside the cube the shorter the wavelength. This led directly to the Rayleigh-Jeans law. At longer wavelengths, it matched the experimental data pretty well. But at shorter wavelengths, the theory diverged from experiment. In fact, it predicted that at the shortest wavelengths, an infinite amount of energy would be emitted. This, for obvious reasons, became known as the ultraviolet catastrophe. The person to solve this problem?
Dublin.
But Planck almost didn't make it into studying physics. When he was 16 years old, he went up to his professor and asked him, well, maybe I could do a career in physics. To which his professor responded that he better find another researcher. Because physics was essentially in science. There was just a few tiny little problems that they had to do. But besides that, he was over. This super cute princess just summoned 3 years to take them, but wait, there's more of them. One of them seems really weak, or is Midori Sakaguchi is lately self-centered, but Planck didn't listen. By 1897, he was a professor himself. The next 3 years, he struggled to find a theoretical explanation for black-body radiation. He tried approach after approach, but no matter what he tried, nothing worked. He said, I was ready to sacrifice every one of my previous convictions about physical laws. Then, in a quote, act of desperation, he did something no one had thought to try. According to classical physics, the energy of an electromagnetic wave depends only on its amplitude, not its wavelength or frequency. And it could take any arbitrary value. So any atom could emit any wavelength of light from an arbitrarily small amount of energy. But Planck tried restricting the energy so that it could only come in multiples of a
smallest amount, a quantum. And he made the energy of one quantum directly proportional to its frequency. E equals hf, where h is just a constant. Think about what this does to the radiation coming from the black body. At a given temperature, the atoms in the cavity have a range of energies. Some have a little bit, few have a lot, and most of their energy somewhere in between. For long wavelength, low frequency radiation, the energy hf of one quantum is small, so all of the atoms have enough energy to emit this wavelength, and the spectrum matches the Rayleigh-Jeans prediction very well. But at shorter wavelengths, higher frequencies, the energy of a quantum increases. And now, not all of the atoms have enough energy to emit that wavelength. This is why experiment diverges from the classical prediction. The spectrum peaks and then starts to fall, because fewer and fewer atoms have enough energy to emit one quantum of that radiation. And there comes a point when none of the atoms have enough energy to emit one quantum. So here, the spectrum must drop to zero. With this approach, Planck got a new formula for the radiation spectrum. Now, all that was left for him to do was to tune the parameter h. Did this just right, he got his formula to match up perfectly with the experiment.
Trouble by formula because to him it was just a mathematical. He had no clue why. It's purely, and what's important, he had no clue what this h represented. I mean, he had introduced a new physical constant about n.
He wrote a theoretical interpretation has to be founded in any cost, no matter how high. So from that moment on, he dedicated himself to finding it. He later reflected that after some weeks of the most strenuous work of my life, light came into the darkness, and a new, undreamed of perspective opened up before me.
He introduces what we now call Planck's constant. It has the units of action. Planck's constant h is a quantum of action.
Planck later proposed that any time any change happened in nature, it would be some whole multiple of this quantum of action.
So it's kind of spooky, this breakthrough that starts the ball rolling toward quantum theory. Where it's action, not energy, and not force, action.
Yeah.
Gives you a hint.
At first, the quantum of action got little attention. That is, until a 26-year-old patent clerk came on the scene. In 1905, Albert Einstein claimed that Planck's theory wasn't just a mathematical trick. It was telling us that light actually comes in discrete packets, or photons, each with an energy hf. Einstein used this insight to explain the photoelectric effect, how light can eject electrons from metal. Only when the frequency is high enough. If the frequency is too low, no electrons will be emitted, regardless of the intensity. The idea of quantization spread. 8 years later, Niels Bohr was trying to understand how an atom is stable if it has a positive charge in the center and negative electrons whizzing around it. Why don't they just spiral into the nucleus, radiating their energy as they go?
And what he wants to do is, he says there's something fishy about something being discrete. That's the new, ambiguous, weirdo lesson of the new quantum of action.
Bohr realizes that as the electron goes around the nucleus, it has an angular momentum. Mass times velocity times radius. So angular momentum is the same units as action.
And so what he decides to do is disregard the orbital angular momentum for no good reason. He says, let me slap that on and say, that's only 1 unit, 2 units, 3 units of the same quantity h. And because he's talking about motion in a circle, the fact is 2 pi come in, so it's really n h over 2 pi.
Comes out of nowhere. There seems like absolutely no good reason why angular momentum can be quantum. But by doing it, Bohr finds the correct energy levels of the hydrogen atom. When an electron jumps from a higher orbit to a lower one, the energy difference is given off as a photon of a particular color of light, exactly reproducing the hydrogen spectrum.
That was a pretty startling thing to have fall out. I think that was compelling. Okay, some
Cool.
He proposed that everything, electrons, basketballs, people, absolutely everything has a wavelength. And he defined this wavelength analogously to light, as Planck's constant divided by the particle's momentum, or mass times velocity. Now, if an electron is a wave, the only way it could stay bound to a nucleus in an atom is if it exists as a standing wave. That requires that a whole number of wavelengths fit around the circumference of the orbit. You could have one wavelength, two wavelengths, three, and so on. So the circumference 2 pi r must be equal to some multiple n times the wavelength. We can sub in de Broglie's expression for the wavelength to get that 2 pi r equals nh over v. But we can rearrange this to get that mvr, the angular momentum, is equal to nh over 2 pi. That is precisely Bohr's quantized angular momentum.
Yeah.
But now we have a good physical reason why it's quantum. Because electrons are waves, and they must exist as standing waves to be bound in atoms. You can get one of the constructs of single orbit back. That's pretty good. You can just change that to that. That's pretty good. It is this wave nature of quantum objects that means they no longer have a single path through space. Instead, they must explore all possible paths. Now, I have thought about and taught the double slit experiment hundreds of times without fully realizing this implication. In the double slit experiment, I feel like the mental thing that I'm doing is like, okay, well, the beam is not perfectly straight, and of course it's going to intersect both the slits. They're really close together, you know?
How that works.
I heard this story about a professor teaching the double slit experiment, and it makes everything so clear. So the professor starts by explaining the setup. Electrons are fired one at a time through 2 slits.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Hello, brother.
Because you can't
Hello,
say
Jackson.
which slit
What mean?
tells us it must go through both at the same time. So to get the probability of finding a particle somewhere on the screen, you simply add up the amplitude of the wave going through one slit with the amplitude of the wave going through the other slit, square. But that's when a student raised his hand. What if you had a third slit? Well, you just add up the amplitudes of the waves going through each of the 3 slits, and you can work out the probability. The professor wanted to continue, but then the student interjected again. What if you add a 4th slit and a 5th? The professor, who is now clearly losing his patience, replies, I think it's clear to the whole class that you just add up the amplitudes from all the slits. It's the same for 6, 7, etc. But now the bold student pressed his advantage. What if I make it infinite slits? So that the screen disappears. And then I add a second screen with infinite slits, and a third, and a fourth. The student's point was clear. Even when we're not doing a double slit experiment, when it's just light or particles traveling through space, it must be exploring all possible paths. Because this is exactly how the math would work if you had infinite screens, each with infinite slits. You have to add up the amplitude from each slit. That's just the way it works. According to the story, the student was Richard Feynman. And while the story is made up, the logic is flawless. If you believe in a double slit experiment, that you can tell which of the 2 slits the particle went, then you have to consider the possibility that it goes wrong.
Uh-huh.
By that same logic, any time any particle goes from place 1 to place 2, you have to consider all the possible paths it can take to get there, including ones that go faster than the speed of light, including ones that go back in time, and including ones that go to the sun and back. You know, you can't go to the sun and back. You have to restrict it to be local, right? So the math is I mean, you can see that in the double slit experiment, right? And we'll do like, because then there's no business with the student. If you're going to say, like, this file goes with this file, and these distances are different, right? And so clearly, they can't have the same speed. So you need to consider paths that have different speeds.
Uh-huh.
Feynman's way of doing quantum mechanics suggests that anything block off parts of the internet. Unfortunately, there's today's sponsor, NordVPN, which can help knock down those barriers. Just connect with one of their thousands of servers, for example, one from the US, and it looks as if you're accessing the internet there. The team and I travel a lot, and using a VPN is a game changer. It allows us to access the news sites and articles we need, no matter where in the world we are. Personally, I also love that NordVPN allows me to stay up to date.
Brad, can you back there?
Back to Canada, not very well at the moment. Canucks have a real shot at the cup this year. Try NordVPN for yourself. Sign up at nordvpn.com. Click that link in the description or scan this QR code. And when you do, get a huge discount on a 2-year plan and additional free. It's the best deal, and it also comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So head to nordvpn.com/Veritasium to try it out free. I want to thank NordVPN for sponsoring this part of the video. Now let's get back to finding the way. So, according to Feynman, any time a particle, a photon, or even a macroscopic object moves from point 1 to point 2, it has some chance to take any path. And as preposterous as it might sound, he found that we need to include all these paths in our calculation, where each path is weighted the same. So, why then do we not see all
YouTube,
the crazy
Hinson Jackson. I picked up some Vienna sausages, LMA.
Nice.
For simplicity, imagine we only have 3 paths. Then here's what we're going to do. First, let's take this one. When the particle wave starts following it, we start a stop function. It goes around and around very fast. And when it gets to the end point, we hit stop. We'll do the same for the other 2 paths. And then we add up the arrows, square the result, and that is then proportional to the probability the particle took those paths to get there. In this case, the arrow and square are pretty small, so the probability of the particle going from 1 to 2 using these paths is small. Compare that with these 3 paths, for example. Now the arrow is much larger. And this is important. The larger the resulting arrow, the higher the probability of that.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. But these chicken burgers are good, dude.
Good.
With some fries.
Instead, it measures something
Good,
called
good, good.
phase. Just as in the double slit experiment, when we use a different path from 1 to 2, we will end up there with a different phase. And this phase is what determines the amplitude of the wave. Mathematically, we can write the amplitude of our stopwatch as e to the I-phi, where phi is the phase. As the particle wave follows a path, its phase increases, winding the vector around. So now the big question is, how much does the phase change for each path? But to answer that, imagine we split up the path into many tiny sections, each one so small that it's effectively straight. Then, in each section, the particle wave goes a distance delta x and a time delta t. And the increase in phase is easy to compute. It just depends on the wavelength and frequency of the wave. To find the total increase in phase for the whole path, we just add up all the little phase increases of all the individual sections. But we can sub in lambda equals h over mv from Roy, and using e equals hf, we can sub in for frequency. We can also simplify by writing h over 2 pi as h bar to get this expression. Then we can take delta t to the right, and if we make delta t infinitesimally small, then we can replace this sum with an integral. But now, dx by dt is just velocity, so we can write this as mv squared. Now, we know that in the simplest case, the total energy E is just kinetic plus potential energy. Subbing that in, we're left with the integral over time of kinetic energy minus potential energy. But wait a second, that is just the classical action. So it's action that determines how fast the stopwatch turns. As the particle moves along a trajectory, its action increases, and that is what increases the phase. What's important is tiny. It's about 10 to the minus 34 joule seconds, which is way smaller than the action of any everyday object. That means the phase of ordinary objects on ordinary paths spins around zillions of times, eventually pointing in some random direction. If you consider a slightly different path, the action may be slightly different, say 0.01 joule seconds different. That doesn't seem like much, but divided by h bar, and the arrow will spin around 10 to the 32 more times. So again, it will just point in some random direction. This is what happens to almost all of the possible paths. So when you add up the phases, they just cancel out. They destructively interfere. The only exception is for the paths closest to the path of least action, because these paths are at the minimum. So if you make any changes to the path in first order, the action doesn't change. And so for other paths that are very close to the path of least action, their arrows point basically the same direction. They constructively interfere, and that is why those are the paths we see. This explains how light knows where to go. I mean, it doesn't. It just explores all possible paths. The paths we end up seeing are the ones that interfere constructively. And those are the paths of least action. So really, this is how classical mechanics emerges from quantum mechanics. It's why a ball follows the trajectory it does, and how planets orbit the sun. They don't really have a precise trajectory. Instead, everything explores all possible paths. It's just that massive particles have large actions compared to h bar, so that only paths extremely close to the true path of least action survive, which is why they're much more particles. If you go to much smaller particles like electrons or photons, the actions are much smaller, and so there's more of a spread which trajectories they actually end up taking. Now, you might say, I still don't believe you, but Casper has this incredible demo that you can see 100% that this is really how the world works. To do it, I've got a lie. Each of them, including is now my thing another one from here and go. From here and go. When you like it to go and go. And I can go over here and go on and go on. And walk up and every single one of these their own arrow. So what we can do is we can look at all these arrows and see where they line up. And so right here, fine. That's exactly what it is. Now what I'm going to cover up that spot, scroll over, and then draw that line. It's just that most of the time, don't affect our line. No, that's not skin off. Zoom into this tiny piece of and we see all the arrows. They all just spot. So now, when I add up this arrows, you said it was to the seed of all results. And so, I can somehow cover up this mirror in many strips, then I should be able to get the lines reflected in it. And I can do that with this piece of foil right here. On this piece of foil, there are about 1,000 lines per millimeter. That should be enough to get it back. So, let me turn up the light. Turn it off. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
So it sure looks a lot weirder than I was expecting. I was expecting more like white stuff. There's many spots for it. Ooh, okay. And just to show I haven't been cheating, right? It's my finger. Even with the light on, we see the light reflect. And if we remove the cover, then what do we see?
see exactly the normal reflection where it's always a logo, which is right there. And then we've got now all these extra reflections, all these extra bits where the lines up. So very, very cool. When I was talking about the red, actually, he said, yeah, you're going to see reflection grading. That's kind of like cheating. All these other reflections. And this line is just going in the whole direction. And so there's one other thing I think super, super curious to try. I also want to do it with a laser, where I shine a laser right next to it, and then if light does take every possible time, we should also see it come out. It probably shouldn't work. Actually, have a laser right over here.
Should work.
When I shine it really doesn't go to one spot. You can see where the spot is. It's right over there, which is about the same place where we had our reflection. And you can also see right now, look at this view, but you cannot see the laser light at all, right? Like I could see the laser, but I have to bring it down all the way, and then I'm able to see the light. But if I just put it up here, you can see the reflection. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to put this foil, this matching foil, and I'm going to put it over here. This, and now let's see what happens when I fill it. Wait. No, wait.
Yeah, motherfucker, it works.
Oh my god! It actually worked!
Yeah!
This is definitely the coolest demo I've ever done. So what I was doing is, I was holding the laser, and I can show you right now, I'm shining it down like this, way off. You can still see it. If I get this way. So that is your grid that we cannot get rid of. Here it is. That's really expensive. Other things to it. Demonstrate the reality of the
Changes everything. Hey, right? 3 days. Hey, Donnie. Don't you got someplace to be?
Oh, Jesus cheese these cups. Got me second best thing. So, like running fiction, everything really does explore all possible paths. It's just that most of the time, the crazy paths destructively interfere. That's because the actions of nearby paths change rapidly. Now, I've studied physics for most of my life, and I feel like I never really appreciated how the principle of these actions are. But now I think I finally get it. And I finally get why advanced theoretical physicists, what they're working on, they'll rarely talk about energy or forces. Most of the time, they'll talk about action. They'll be in particle physics approaches particles from the viewpoint rather than least action. But we teach physics historically, and least action is almost like the new kid on the block for understanding physics. And so, yeah, we build up to it. But in reality, I think it's much more easier once you realize that this underlying principle. Because when you do, then all you have to do is write down the correct Lagrangian so you get the right action and outcome the laws of physics. So you've got a separate Lagrangian for classical mechanics, or special relativity, or electrodynamics, and so on. It's a single mathematical framework where once you've learned it, then you can apply it in different places in exactly the same way. The hundred of theory of everything, right? It encompasses all of physics. In reality, what people are asking is what is this Lagrangian that can spit out all of the laws of physics in this universe? That's really what they're asking. Well, we haven't really found that, right? Because we can stick to take things together, but we don't know if that's what the mathematical structure is. That's what people are asking.
Makes sense.
This was our second video of the exam. We've covered a lot. We might still have some questions.
let's listen to this.
When people think about robots, they usually imagine something like a Boston Dynamics robot, metallic and humanoid. But the robots we'll see in the future might not look like that at all. I mean, if humans are interacting with something on a daily basis, it's probably best not to make it sharp, delicate, heavy. How rude. Instead, advanced robots might be made safer if they're soft, flexible, and all kinds of shapes and sizes. So instead of Sunny from iRobot, something like Baymax from Big Hero 6 might be closer to what's in our future.
That'd be all right.
This is a compilation video of 5 of my videos on the surprisingly different ways robots can look and why we build them that way. This is my first time trying out the series, and honestly, it's been a busy time for the Veritasium team. We're working on some exciting things in the background, but in the meantime, we wanted to put this together for all of you. And I also caught up with Dr. Elliot Cox, the scientist behind 2 of these robots, to get an update on how they're progressing and when we can expect to see them in our lives. Are there more developments happening with the jumping robots?
We have a whole other project on jumping into the EU screen, so I won't give away our secrets yet, but
So you have another jumping robot which has a totally novel design, and you think it's going to be better than the one that you had before. Correct. And I just want to shout out our longtime sponsor, Brilliant. They've supported the channel since 2021, and it's great to get to talk about something that I actually use myself. I've had Brilliant on my phone for years, and it just allows me to learn something new every day instead of, say, doom scrolling. You should make valuable use of your time. So I will tell you more about Brilliant later in the video. Non-humanoid robots aren't just safer for us to interact with. One of their biggest advantages over traditional robots is that they don't just do things humans already do, but better. Instead, they're specialized to master entirely new abilities, often ones that no human can tackle. This is a robot that can grow to hundreds of times its size, and it can't be stopped by adhesives or spikes. Although it looks kind of simple and cheap, it has dozens of potential applications, including one day maybe saving your life. These robots can be made out of almost any material, but they all follow the same basic principle. Powered by compressed air, they grow from the tip. That's good! And this allows the robot to pass through tight spaces and also over sticky surfaces.
Really like a car, you get stuck to it. Get stuck in the wheels. Now, I do the same thing with the Vine robot. The robot's able to extend.
It can navigate this curvy and twisted passageway effortlessly, which suggests some of the applications it's well suited for. Now, you might think spikes would be the downfall of an inflatable robot, but even if it's punctured, as long as you have sufficient air pressure, the robot keeps going.
And you might be able to hear it. It's actually leaking now. We'll have to turn up the pressure. This by itself is not yet a robot, but once we had steering, a camera, some sensors, and maybe some intelligence as to where we're directing it, then we can say it's a robot. So this is sort of the backbone of a robot.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a concept for a robot.
So where did the idea for this device come from?
it was on a shelf, and it was kind of out of the sunlight. And over the course of like a year or so, it slowly grew out this tendril out around the edge of the shelf and towards the sunlight. And that's a pretty cool thing it just did, right? So, was there a way you could do that robot?
The solution is really elegant in its simplicity. Just take some airtight tubing and fold it in on itself. It's kind of like a water wheel. Those toys that are really hard to hold. When you inflate it with compressed air, it starts growing out from the tip. And if you want the tube to always bend at a certain spot, you can just tape the tubing on the outside to shorten one of the sides. For example, you could tape it into a helical shape to create a deployable antenna.
Sorry about that. Come here, girl.
Who are you? What, Red Bull? No, I guess you're a Red Bull too. But I hear everybody calls me nice. Oh my goodness, wait till you see me. Well, she is gorgeous. She just had a baby too. Can't even tell. I don't think you're supposed to say that. That's okay. I'll get it. That's that. Desert Eagle Pistolero source. That's what you're like. Yeah. My dead body. But, and I guess you've already met Mary Poppins, aka Rob Poole. Therefore, you put your hand, she's 90% G-Spot, and she'll let you know it. You let this little flirt out of your sight for 1 second, and she starts shopping for a new papa. If you can't be a responsible parent, then maybe you don't deserve this anymore. Guilty of all charges. Shit, happened again. Why are you so nice? Cost nothing.
What do we do with friends? Yeah, that's a challenging problem. When you're in a constrained environment, all you really have to do is pull on we call it the tail, so the material that is passing through the core of the body. You pull on it, it basically ungrows. It just goes back inside itself. Now, in an open area like this, and you try pulling on that, instead of inverting, so retracting, it tends to kind of coil up and make a ugly shape.
The engineers have come up with ways to retract the tube to prevent it from buckling using internal rollers. But the tube doesn't have to be the same diameter the whole way along. Here there's actually a much wider section. Think of it like a pillow that's packed into the end of the robot.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. Hi, Justin.
Hi, Steph.
So it grows underneath the table, just as usual, and then as the pillow part starts inflating,
That's not good? Or is this okay?
it can actually lift me up.
So my balance is not great, as we can see.
What's amazing is that this doesn't require much pressure above atmosphere. Just a tenth of an atmosphere applied over a large area, like a square meter, can lift something as heavy as 1,000 kilograms, all the while remaining soft. Whoa. That's the paradoxical thing about pressure. You can get a large overall force with low pressure as long as the area is large enough.
What sort of area is that pillow there? It's 600 square feet, right? So it's 1 psi, 600 pounds.
Yeah.
10 psi, 1,200 pounds. And the whole time it feels really soft. Yeah, it's a couple psi.
It's important that the device is still soft so it doesn't hurt.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. What was your favorite Christmas present that you got growing up of all time?
Honestly, I don't know. Most of the Christmas presents I got were underwear and shit. Weren't very enjoyable. Well, no, there is one. Bass guitar I got for my 19th birthday. Or no, that wasn't my birthday. That was birthday, not Christmas. Never mind. Once again. My family really didn't care. The best gifts I got were for my birthday, and the first one was the Hot Wheels Mechanics set. One where you actually had a car that could actually become a monster truck, like pulling wheels and axles off, putting on the other ones like that. And then the bass guitar and amp I got for my 19th birthday. Which got stolen back from me 2 weeks after I moved out.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. Do you still have it?
I wish I did. Because honestly, I'd probably be doing what we're playing. Taking time to learn more.
So it could be a very small body. It could grow into, for example, flexibility. A large body of somewhat crap or car crash. Yeah, that's why huge forces very soft. Like
These robots can also be deployed in search and rescue operations by attaching sensors like a camera onto the front.
robots are really hard to stop, so you can take them, throw them into some clutter, into a black filter, something like that, and they will continue to go. The alternative is you can grow 100 of them into a black floating with some sensing on them, and maybe one of them finds the attributes that's
But how do you keep a camera connected to the front of the robot when it grows out from the hip? Well, one way is to use an end cap, which allows that camera just to stay on the front, pushed from behind by the robot. But there are other mechanisms for attachment. The tiny wireless camera is mounted on an external frame, but this frame interlocks with an internal frame, which is actually inside the pressurized part of the robot body. It's similar to how a roller coaster's wheels go around the track. So this prevents the camera from falling off as the robot grows. What's really interesting is how the Vine robot can be actively steered. They attach artificial muscles to the robot. So the way this muscle works is that you inflate it, it expands sideways, which leads to it contracting in the length.
much more because all this stuff is still some stiff. You want to use instead of something too like the strip stuff nylon fabric with the great way to that 45 degrees. So in this sense, you just have one single layer of
YouTube,
fabric.
Steph Springs Nursery. You seem down.
I typically don't think about the past too much for reasons of how shitty it was. And things like that kind of remind me rather well. Not that you're intending to be clear.
So the Vine robot can fit in tight spaces. It doesn't typically get stuck on anything. It doesn't get bothered by sharp objects. Once you attach that
It is not your doing,
ideal for things like
not your fault.
The robot was actually taken to Peru to investigate some very narrow areas.
So we were looking at that was built somewhere between 1600 and 500 BC in the Andes Mountains of Peru, and it was an ancient temple that had all these underground spaces. And part of what the archaeologists were what the spaces were for, and what the people who built them were trying to do with them. And part of that was unknown, but there were giant rooms that they called
I'm also a little tired. I did my shopping, which means I've been out and about and back now.
There's an application where I feel like this solution is just so obvious that I wonder why it didn't exist before. Intubation is literally the process of putting into a patient. The purpose is to breathe through the patient when the patient. So traditionally, highly trained medical professionals take their work, come above the patient. Once they see treatment, Leaders are hoping to make innovation faster and safer. Somebody like me with no training, pretty simply first with the device, import gloves, and just like that, you've already get fit. It all took with a little bit of pressure. This super cute princess just summoned 3 years. Take it, but wait, there's 4. Just like that. It almost looks like it's a bit of a party favor. Yeah, right? It's like, reminds me a lot of relatable, kind of like Play-Doh structures. Yeah, it's like part a lot. How does it know to go in the right field? Yeah, so that's one of the kind of cool things about South Robotics. Robot.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery, it's okay.
It's quite flexible, and so it basically finds me this really neat example of kind of an active, intelligent, animal intelligence, we can call it, where you can find it at, even if we don't know exactly the shape.
Have you tried this on a real person yet?
Not only we've actually tried this in Java Labs and shown that we move from nice idealized version to actual thinking situation and successfully.
Delete.
There's another application, which is burrowing into sand or soil. When you blow compressed air into something like sand, it becomes like a liquid. That can allow the Mind Robot to grow into granular materials like sand.
If you ever been at a state that the umbrella fall into the ground, it's fairly difficult. But if that broken,
Yeah, it's like sort of good wedged in there. Oh, yeah. You feel it immediately.
oh wow. So down here, essentially, of the front robot, and then this double smooth knife is forcing the sand so that the robot, just by tipping essentially, can make it so big.
This makes Mind Robots an attractive option for NASA when they look for ways to study the surfaces of other planets.
Other planets? How about the freaking seafloor?
Recently on Mars, they tried to have a burrowing robot, but it got stuck. You go there.
Yeah, but so for Mars, it's like machine there's the arrows to be able to sort of aim Mars right down to the core and then place a sensor type to the temperature of Mars. However, the problem there is that the material that they put it in was more cohesive inside of it, like something lined up, count lined up, and count down. Those are like a change between low and same. You'll have lined up, come down, lined up, come down, lined up, come down. So it never actually go anywhere. The advantage of something this scientific is you can see that your base, the surface, you just keep extending. You're not necessarily relying on the mesh that's going to surround to make it work.
What amazes me about Mind Robots is how a plant inspired this simple, elegant design. It's so easy, in fact, that you can build one yourself in as little as a minute. There are instructions online that I'll link to. But from that basic design have come a huge variety of robots with different applications from archaeology to search and rescue, from intubation to space exploration. What else can you think of to do?
I actually got a lot of else from
Are there any ideas that you can share with us that are like, oh, that's actually really cool?
what do you do with stores? Fine. So the idea was you have to run a fine. And it needs a landmine to basically go past it.
Yeah.
across the field and they'll pick up with my dog. Some sort of like airlock. Are there any updates from the Mind Robot, like have the medical trials gotten anywhere? Yeah, I mean, that one seems like it's so close to actually, having a big silver one. I mean, how common are they? So, intimation of the solar operating quite common. That's probably not our silver spirit last 99%. But we have a fundamental problem. The tools are designed for stuff. What happens to those smart tools is put out
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Yo bro, did you hear they are bringing back Nintendo 64 4K?
No. I thought I saw something about it, but didn't actually look.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I used to love playing 007 GoldenEye.
007, Diddy Kong Racing. There was a lot of really good games on the 64.
So we kind of answered this question, but are these robots mind robots that we worked on? We have a project right now on so think of trying to pull out all like shrubs and yeah, like pulling out
It's spread out.
It's like all these little I'm imagining the friction sounds over all of them.
So basically, when you're trying to go into the soil, they were distributed in a certain area that was pushing it, and then when they get an anchoring force in a certain area inside. So you can imagine if you pump them all together, the area of resistance doesn't change, but a certain area inside. If you want to split them up, so that you know, track. We're using that concept now. Anchor. You know, it's like it's deployable anchor. There's like eventually growing.
Yeah, it sounds like a very sci-fi type thing where you like throw the back in, just like, and then the roots grow out, and you're like, oh yeah.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Remember Rave Race 64? The jet ski game.
Yep.
Later to see a robot that was cultured as totally different, special. The art of jumping. Robot weighs less than a tennis ball. Jump higher than anything in the world.
Yeah, after that one, they PlayStation released Jet Moto,
0.7 meters.
and I miss Jet Moto.
Single-story building. This jumper can reach 31 meters higher than a story building. You can jump all the way from the Statue of Liberty's peak up to eye level.
YouTube, Howard H. My beautiful friend, I missed you so. Enjoy you.
Count as a jump. It must satisfy two criteria. First, most
motion must be created by pushing off the ground. So quadcopter doesn't count because it pushes off the air. And second, no mass can be lost. So rockets constantly injecting burnt fuel are not jumpable. And neither is an arrow launched from a bow. The bow would have to come with the arrow for it to count as a jump.
YouTube, Howard, Hi Hinson.
Grasshoppers to kangaroos. And they launch their bodies into the air with a single stroke of their muscles. The amount of energy delivered in that single stroke determines the jump height. So if you want to jump higher, you have to maximize the strength of the muscles. The best jumper in the animal kingdom is the gallico, or bush baby. That's because 30% of their entire muscle mass is dedicated to jumping. This allows the squirrel-sized primate to jump over 2 meters from a standstill.
Damn.
It has like very small arms in the body. It's just like kids jumping like there are some clever jumping toys. I used to play with these poppers as a kid, and when you deform a popper, you store energy in its deformed shape, effectively deforming the spring. And then, just like an animal, in one stroke, it applies a large force to the ground, launching itself into the air.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. For PlayStation, I miss Twisted Metal. Yes.
I kind of. They've had.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Hi Howard.
They've had a few Twisted Metals since the good old PS1, PS2 days when Twisted Metal was the shit. But they haven't been very good. Ever since, I'm going to say Twisted Metal 2, even? Twisted Metal, it's gone downhill. It sucks. It was like Twisted Metal Black came out and screwed it all up.
Others are steerable. They have legs that allow the jumper to launch in any direction, especially when it's back that don't slide rather loud. How does this jumping mechanism work? The main structure consists of 4 pieces of carbon fiber bound together by elastic bands. Together, they create a spring that stores all the energy needed for the jump. special design features. First, the jumper isn't like adjusted 30 degrees. It achieves this way by employing any motor and battery. Plus, it's a particular structure made of lightweight carbon fiber and rubber.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I remember my mom taking me to 4 different Targets to get the WrestleMania 2000 game for Nintendo 64 because they were all sold out.
One of my buddies had that one. I never was a big fighting game person, honestly. The only ones I've really been able to get into were the Def Jam and Street Fighter / Mortal Kombat styles.
Another design with only carbon fiber requires a lot of force to get started, and then nearly after that, there's more force required. The ultimate design is a hybrid of these two approaches. The benefit being its force profile is almost flat over the entire range. Give a lot of force. Now it feels steady. Therefore, find storage.
Yeah. They're both back on the back bed, crashed out. I didn't even wake either of them up. They both twitched a little bit, but that was it. This wasn't the one I wanted. I only realized that after I opened it. I was like, fuck. My body's like, no, not Skittles, Monster. Yeah. And that's why fleas can't jump right away. Hell yeah. Oh. Yeet! But, no.
Helps launch higher following the jump. For years, engineered jumping was developed to mimic biological jump. For reward multiplication, an advantage. If you can generate a large burst of energy simply by running a motor for a long time, the power of the motor is no longer the limiting factor. The spring is. So focus on making the most powerful spring possible. This jumper nearly maximized the achievable height of the spring, assuming an infinitely light motor, infinite time to wind up. The highest possible jump with this compression spring is only around 19% higher than what they've achieved. If you want to incorporate air resistance and play with aerodynamics, another way to send the jumper higher is to make it 10 times isometrically larger, leading to a 15 to 20% higher jump.
So we're in the scale where we sort of getting hit by air, but it's not as bad as it would be. If we went 10 times bigger, we could actually avoid air drag.
This works since if the jumper is scaled up 10 times on all sides, the cross-sectional area increases by 100, which increases the drag force, but the jumper's mass increases by 1,000, so it has way more inertia, meaning the drag force affects it less. The entire concept of work multiplication could bring robots to the next level. Currently, motors in robots have to be relatively small so they remain portable. But the simple principle of building up the energy from multiple turns of a motor over time would allow robots to store and then release huge amounts of energy and set some world records in the process.
Interesting.
What makes this installation especially unique is its breadth and versatility. With one type of robot process.
When we visited you, we were looking at 110 feet, and it was a record holder. My question, is that still the record as far as you know?
I also challenge all the viewers to beat it because it is beatable. So I hope someone
Are there more developments happening with the jumping robots?
we have a whole other project on jumping, which we also think will beat it in the spring. So I won't give away our secrets yet.
So you have another jumping robot which has a totally novel design. And you think it's going to be better than the one that you had before? Wow. That's extreme. And in terms of making these things applicable,
Yeah, so we do have a project something that's pretty slow. Just in terms of what they really care about is being really reliable. If they're going to send it to the moon, it can't mess up. So that is a slow going process, but I think it's still
Mars helicopter or something.
I think that's a really good analogy. So the Mars helicopter is basically this little scout. Get some nice views of where the rover might go. Getting some samples in the helicopter. Jump. And then I think we get pretty similar performance.
Are there any interesting emails that came about from the robot video?
A lot of people want to make how it's really hard. I keep writing it every robot was, you know, and I don't know how safety factors or safety factors. He had no safety factors in any. And so pretty much everything was failure. So that has made it incredibly hard. So we are what we're trying to do right now. We're going big like a, it's not gonna jump, but it'll jump in. Stay tuned for that. I will say that like really push the limits of what we're trying to do. Wear your safety glasses and your glove and all that. They don't wear like shirts with purple fiber.
Brutal. What is the biggest thing you learned?
How build something really cool. The deer. That sticks out.
Say to you, well, years, you know,
No.
modeled out the, you know, the springs, like done some simulations of it before you actually build the thing.
Well, no, I should mention too that it's not like you did it in the model or simulation. Like that's all part of our site. So the problem is figuring
What?
YouTube, Henson Jackson. What are you eating, bro?
I was eating some summer sausage.
The jumper robot can jump so high precisely because it's built of rubber and carbon fiber with a tiny body and massive legs. Its whole body is designed for one physical purpose. The specialization of robots is also natural and academic research, since it's easier for scientists to isolate and understand one ability. These may later be included into a single, more complex robot. People expect sort of the Boston Dynamics humanoid type robots. Why have you investigated these sort of other very strange looking type robots?
The thing that maybe unifies all of them is they're mostly about mechanical, less so about control, vision. So often you think of what we do are kind of adjacent to core robots, but our lab has focused on traditional robotics just because I find them more joy myself and mechanical side. So that's the.
Do you have a personal favorite robot?
I can't put favorite my robot.
I know it's like children.
I don't know that robot. I will say though that the jumper there was a certain it took a lot right so that we finally got out working.
From your perspective, having our collaboration.
Oh wow. Okay, that's a fun story. So you sent me an email about 5 years ago, and I ignored it. And I went to the last just by email, I'm making video, I forwarded it to me. Do you know who this is? But then we just, we appreciated the effort you put into it, the detail. I forget how long it was all. 4 hours. The details of jumping theory, just want to get everything just right.
All right. Yeah, we did.
The most specialized, perfected match between a robot's build and its abilities comes from one competition that's been refining this for nearly 50 years. Micromouse is the oldest robotics competition in the world. It's like the Formula One of robotics, but you have to see their speed to believe it. This is Micromouse. Finish this maze in just 6 seconds. Every year around the world, people compete in the oldest robotics race. The goal is simple: get to the end of the maze as fast as possible. The competition has grown fierce. You're crazy! Why is he so much taking what's for anything? Hold it. In 1952, mathematician Claude Shannon constructed an electronic mouse named Theseus that could solve a maze. The trick to making the mouse intelligent was hidden in a computer built into the maze itself, made of telephone relay switches. The mouse was just a magnet on wheels, essentially, following an electromagnet controlled by the position of the relay switches.
Later, I can put it down in any part of the maze that it's already explored. And you'll be able to go directly to the tool without making a single small
Theseus is often referred to as one of the first examples of machine learning. A director at Google recently said that it inspired the whole field of AI. 25 years later, editors at the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or IEEE, caught wind of a contest for electronic mice, or the mouse electronique, as they had heard. They were ecstatic. Were these the successors to Theseus? But something had been lost in translation. These mice were just batteries and cases, not robots capable of intelligent behavior. But the misunderstanding stuck with them, and they wondered, why didn't we hold that competition ourselves? In 1977, the announcement for IEEE's Amazing Micro Mouse Maze contest attracted over 6,000 entrants. But the number of successful competitors dwindled rapidly. Eventually, just 15 entrants reached the finals in 1979. But by this point, the contest had garnered enough public interest to be broadcast nationwide on the evening news. And just like the rumor that inspired the competition, Micromouse began to spread across the world.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, chicken burgers ready to go.
Nice.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, make yourself a sausage corn dog.
I'm not ready for it yet. I've been munching on my summer sausage. I'm kind of trying to be good and saving for the my actual lunch/breakfast.
Itself is a square about 3 meters on each side, subdivided by walls into corridors 8 centimeters across. And in 2009, half-size Micromouse category was introduced, with mice smaller than 12.5 centimeters per size and cats just 9 centimeters across. The final layout of the maze is only revealed at the start of each competition, after which competitors are not allowed to change the code in mice. The big three competitions, all Japan, Taiwan, and USA APEC, usually limit the time mice get to the maze to 7 or 10 minutes, and mice are only allowed 5 runs from the start to the goal. So the strategy for most micromice is to spend their first run carefully learning the maze and looking for the best path to the goal, while not wasting too much time. Then they use their remaining tries to sprint down that path for the fastest run time possible. Solving the maze may sound simple enough, though it's important to remember that there is only a few infrared sensors for eyes. The view from inside the maze is a lot less clear than what we see from above. Still, you can solve a maze with your eyes. If you just put one hand along one wall, you will eventually reach the end of the most common maze. And that's exactly what some initial is, may not be the shortest route, because the mouse only turns back when it needs to, so it may have missed a shortcut that it didn't try. The sibling to this search algorithm, right? First search would find the shortest path. With this strategy, the mouse runs down one branching intersection until it reaches the next one. Then it goes back and checks the path it skipped before moving on to the next intersection. So the mouse checks every option it reaches, but all that backtracking means that it's rerunning paths dozens of times. At this point, even searching the whole maze often takes time. So why not just do that? A meticulous mouse could search all 256 cells of the maze, but with every turn and corner to ensure that it found the shortest path. But searching so thoroughly isn't necessary either.
Do you need groceries? Does your family agree on which grocery?
Instead, the most popular micromouse strategy is different from all of these methods. It's a search algorithm known as flood filter. This mouse's plan is to make optimistic journeys. So optimistic, in fact, that on their first journey, their map of the maze doesn't have any walls at all. They simply draw the shortest path to the goal and go. When their optimistic plan inevitably hits a wall of another map, they simply mark it down and update their new shortest path to the goal. Running, updating, all with rerunning the goal. Under the hood of the algorithm, what the micromouse is marking on the map is the distance from every square in the maze to the goal. To travel optimistically, the mouse follows the trail, decreasing the first stage to zero. Whenever they hit a wall, they update the numbers on the map to reflect the new shortest distance to the goal. This strategy of following the numerical path changing distance gives the flood fill algorithm its name. The process resembles flooding the maze with water with updating values based on the flow. Once the mouse reaches the goal, it can smooth out the path it took to get a solution to the maze. However, it may look back and imagine an even shorter uncharted path to the The mouse might not be satisfied that it's found the shortest path just yet. While this algorithm isn't guaranteed to find the best path on first pass, it takes advantage of the fact that micromice need to return to the start to begin the next run. So the mouse treats this return as a new journey and use the return trip to search the maze as well. Between these two attempts, both optimize to find the shortest path from start to finish, it's extremely likely that the mouse will discover it, and the mouse will have done it efficiently, often leaving irrelevant areas of the maze entirely untouched. Floodville offers both an intelligent and practical way for micromice to find the shortest path through the maze. Once there was a clear strategy to find the shortest path, and once the microcontrollers and sensors required to complete this became common, some people believe micromouse did run its course. As a paper published in I Believe put it, at the end of the 1980s, the micromouse contest had outlived its problem was solved, not provide any challenges. In the 2017 All-Japan Micromouse competition, both bronze and silver placing mice found the shortest path to the goal. Once they did, they were able to click along it at 7.4 seconds. But Masakazu Utsunamiya's winning mouse, Red Comet, did something entirely different. This is the shortest path to the goal, one that everyone took. This is the path that Red Comet took. It's a full 5.5 meters long. That's because micromice aren't usually searching for the shortest path, they're searching for the fastest.
Yeah.
Red Comet's searching algorithm figured out this path had fewer turns to slow it down. So even though the path was longer, it turned out being faster. So it's bad risk. It won by 131 milliseconds.
Damn. That's pretty good.
Chip movements in competition are now more common than not, and even just getting to the goal remains difficult, whether due to a mysterious algorithm or quirk of the physical maze. Don't always expect. problem solved. Because it's not just a software problem or a hardware problem. It's both. It's a robotics problem. Great comment when you have better search algorithms and faster motors. Cleverness came from how the brains and body of the mouse interact together. That turned out problem out the problem. But what fact? And get to stuff like that. There's still innovation. And this is really good for NFTs. Have this size like that. Nearly 50 years on, Micromouse is bigger than ever. Competitions have appeared solved at first glance before. The high jump was an Olympic sport since 1896, with competitors refining their jumps using variations like the scissor, the western roll, and straddle over decades with diminishing returns. But once foam padding became standard in competition, Nick Fosbury rewrote the sport in 1968, the first Olympian to jump over the pole backwards. Now, almost every high jumper does what's known as the Fosbury flop. If Micromouse had indeed stopped in the 1980s, the competition would have missed its own Fosbury flops. Two innovations that completely changed how Micromice ran. After all, a lot can change in a sport where competitors can solder on anything they can imagine. The first Fosbury flop was one of the earliest innovations in Micromice, and had nothing to do with technology. It was simply a way of thinking outside the box, or rather, cutting through the box. Every mouse used to turn corners like this. But everything changed with the mouse fighting through. Right above three, implemented diagonals for time. Turned out to be a much better idea than we thought. And because it's cool, many designers often put diagonals in the maze. So, but in order to pull off diagonals, the chassis of the mouse had to be reduced to less than 11 centimeters wide, or just 5 centimeters for half-size Micromouse. The sensors and software of the mouse had to change too. When you're running between parallel walls, all you have to do is maintain an equal distance between your left and right infrared readers. But the diagonal requires a entirely new algorithm, one that essentially guides the mouse as if it had blinders on. Normally, if you're going along the wall, something like that, most of the time you can see the wall. So then it helps you to guide yourself to be going. But if you guide, you can see the wall. And if you veer even a tiny bit off course, standing in a corner is a lot less forgiving than sliding against the wall. Diagonals are still one of the biggest sources of crashes in competition today. But in exchange, a jagged path of turns transforms into one narrow street. These days, Micromouse is designed to take this risk. Cutting diagonals opened up room for more ideas. Around the same time, mice were applying similar strategies to turning. Instead of stopping and pivoting through two right turns, a mouse could sweep around in a single U-turn motion, and once the possibility of diagonals were added, the total number of possible turns went up exponentially. The maze was no longer just a grid of square hallways. With so many more options to weigh, figuring out the best path became more complex than ever. But the payoff was dramatic. What was once a series of stops and starts was now a simple fluid state of motion. How Micromice imagined and moved through the maze had changed. Available technology was getting upgrades over the years as well. Tall, leading arm used to find walls were replaced by a smaller array of infrared sensors on board the mouse. Precise stepper motors were traded in for continuous DC motors and encoders. The DC motors could do more power for less size and weight. So we were doing that.
historical equipment. Gyroscopes can increase percent orientation. It's like a compass. Yeah, this thing right there. But even with all the mechanical upgrades, this physical issue for Micromice unaddressed. One thing you'll see almost every competitor holding is a roll of tape. Once you look for it, you'll see it everywhere. This tape isn't for repairs or reattaching fallen parts. It's to gather specks of dust off the wheels in between rounds. At the speed and precision these robots are operating, that tiny change in friction is enough to ruin a run.
Yeah. Fair enough.
If you want to turn while driving fast, you need centrifugal force to accelerate you into the turn. And the faster you're moving, the more force you need to keep you on the track. The only centrifugal force for a car turning on flat ground is friction, which is determined by two things: the road pushing up the weight of the car, normal force, multiplied by the static coefficient of friction, which is the friction of the interface between the tire and the road. This is why racetracks have banked turns. The steep angles help cars turn with less friction, because the normal force itself now points in to contribute to the force required. If the bank turn is steep enough, cars can actually make the turn without any friction at all. The inverse component of the normal force alone is enough to provide the centrifugal force required to stay on the track. CDKeys.com. Shop the latest game and
Like do more Thunder film.
Micromice are different, and they don't have bank turns at all. As they got faster and faster, by the early 2000s, the limiting factor was no longer speed, but control of that speed. They had to set their center of gravity low and slow down during turns to avoid slipping into a wall or moving over. But unlike race cars, there wasn't anything in the rules to stop Micromice competitors from solving this problem by engineering Micromice's second Fosbury block was almost considered a gimmick when the mounts Mokomo Boy first used it in competition. You might be staring at the video but you won't. Instead, it's something
A vacuum.
about revving engines. It's spinning up power.
Hmm?
While flying over the wall is against the rules, there's nothing that goes against the mouse between itself
Okay.
and slipping.
The idea is to let the air in as possible. And like your vacuum cleaner, when you walk your vacuum cleaner, right, the motor unloads and speeds up, and so the current drops. If you let too much air in, the current's very high. These are just quad cultivators. And they can all monitor.
At the scale of Micromouse, a vacuum fan, often just built from handheld grown parts, is enough to generate a downward force of 5 times the mouse's weight. Wow, okay. That's impressive. So how much does the car actually weigh? That much friction? Micromice today can turn corners with a centrifugal acceleration approaching 6 Gs. That's the same as
Damn.
F1 cars.
Yeah.
Once nearly everyone equipped vans, the added control allowed builders to push the speed limit on Micromice.
When it's a engine, it will accelerate.
And they can zip along at up to 7 meters per second, faster than most people can run.
so in 1988. But it would take another 22 years of Minnie Mouse growing and losing appendages before four-wheeled mice became the norm. With Micromice still experimenting in 6 and 8-wheel designs, omnidirectional movement, and even computer vision, who knows what the next paradigm shift will be. But if you want to get started with Micromouse, you don't need to worry about wheel count or vacuum fans or even diagonal.
It is more than likely perfect combination of major disciplines of robotics, engineering, programming, embedded systems, the laptop, accessible model, we can do become a little bit of this. And then you think, that's if it sucks you in, it turns into like a journey.
10秒。じゃあ時間は問題じゃないんだ。さあ、どこも。
It's just about a mouse trying to solve needs. Though nearly 50 years later, it's a simple problem. It's a quick reminder there is no such thing as a simple problem. A humanoid robot built for all the same tasks a human does sacrifices specialization in any one skill in order to be humans. But if it does all tasks semi-well, these tasks are what humans are already doing, well then robots will control them. Spot our capacities rather than expanding. So robots are perhaps likely to enter our lives not as multi-purpose humanoids, but rather as distinct tools we can pick and choose. Instead of one Swiss Army knife robot, we end up with something like a personalized toolbox of specialized robots. The interesting questions like how to bring robots into our daily lives requires all sorts of technical creative skills. But perhaps the most important one is actually something that anyone can do: problem solving. If you want to hone your own ability to problem solve, you can get started on that right now for free with today's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant will make you better than you build skills in everything from technology and programming to math, data science, whatever you're curious about. On Brilliant, you'll learn to discover by trying things yourself, and you'll not only gain knowledge of new concepts, but learn to apply them to real-world situations, all while growing your vision. This gives you the tools to solve whatever problems come your way. You know, we've been partnering with Brilliant for years, and I still find new things to learn all the time. Like this course, how to maximize the value of an electric car. Brilliant has thousands of interactive lessons, and because each one is bite-sized, you can do just minutes. So no matter where you are, you can build a quicker, sharper mind to write on your phone. To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for 30 days, visit brilliant.org/, or you can scan this QR or put that link down in the description. You'll also get 20% off the annual premium subscription. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this part of the video. And now, dive into a surprising trade we're starting to build with robots. Elliot's flying robot and jumping robot are just cases, but robots that might save our lives or explore new planets don't look much like traditional robots at all. But soft robots, in particular, are an entire field of study. So why are so many researchers trying to build robots in the future with soft material? For one, trading out fragmented metal frames for single, flexible bodies might be how we make robots more reliable and precise. These bendy gearboards are so predictable that they were commissioned by the U.S. government to secure nuclear weapons, ensuring that no random motions can accidentally set them off. But predictability is just one of the reasons that machines that bend are better.
We'll go from the 50 to 100 people to completely automated right execution.
It's just one of the reasons that machines that bend are better. What do this satellite thruster, plastic tool, and micromechanical switch have in common? Well, they all contain components that bend, so-called compliant mechanisms.
So it's always been considered bad flexibility.
possibility.
Now, Professor Howe literally wrote the book on compliant mechanisms.
Says most cited.
But he's pretty nonchalant about his work. Just watch how he uses this mechanism he developed to prevent nuclear weapons from going off accidentally.
Actually, safety and arm. And so,
Saving and harming.
so if there's anything in the world that you want to say, go on. I feel like they but
This device and explain how it works. Once we understand why compliant mechanisms are best suited to this task. So let's start with something basic.
Well, the first compliant mechanism I ever was this thing. What it is, compliant mechanism is so puts it in there and it actually I put that in there and the job. Like, I would actually like to feel the force. But that very quickly got they found in a bucket. Species of vice grips that have these flexible components where
What I learned in my visit with Professor Howe is that compliant mechanisms have a number of advantages over traditional mechanisms. But I thought he needed a clever way to remember all of these advantages. So I came up with 8 E's of compliant mechanisms. And the first of those is part count. Compliant mechanisms have reduced part count because they have these vanity parts instead of having things like springs. This gripper is just a single piece of plastic, but achieves a similar result in a much more complicated device.
but how much is it? This will be about 30 so I could get it for my hand force.
Seems like that would be super cheap.
So this would just make your shop also injection. That would cost like seconds. Another thing is because of the shape, you can extrude it and just chop it off.
So the simple design allows different production processes, which lowers the price. These switches, for example, achieve in one piece of plastic what is normally done with springs, hinges, and many rigid plastic pieces.
Awesome. Because these are testing machines, if they'll go out. Okay. Okay. I got it.
You know what? But all this was like,
Well, it's thinking at least, so that's fine, so the way to push it. It's a trick question.
and since I was fooled by it, I had to try it out on my friend, the physics girl.
That's so tricky. That is so cool. I don't understand.
Big tunnels.
Devices like this demonstrate that compliant mechanisms are capable of producing very precise motion, which I personally found pretty counterintuitive because these objects are made up of flexible parts. Maybe that should be surprising because compliant mechanisms
It's actually inspired by Scott. Chips. Something like flat, right? It's pretty fun. That also. So you can get on our website, the files. I like doing there's something about that. So these things actually I need to see what the
So another advantage of compliant microchips is that they can be made with significantly smaller proportions because they take advantage of production processes like photolithography. Plus, since they simplify design, compliant mechanisms are much more affordable, lightweight, which makes them perfect for space applications.
That's here. So that's plus minus 9. That is solid thinking. That is one. That is
What?
even freakier than that. This guy right here. So that looks like it creates yeast that every part has all these flexible two inputs. And again, this one has thruster application. Thruster right there. And now two more inputs which will direct the thruster direction. It's all been and pitch points for
Here, this single piece of titanium allows you to use one thruster in place of two.
Okay, that is a clutch. So the idea is if you spin it up really fast, because it's flexible, this outer part will actually start moving outwards. And then if there's a drum around it, it'll contact with that drum and spin that thing. When it gets spinning really fast, and then you essentially engage this outer drum. So this is like the way that a chainsaw would work or something like that, because it's spinning fast enough and then it engages the chain, and then it turns it over, and then
Wow.
so here this is made in plastic. So you can see it, but in reality, so here it is made of steel. So then you're saying that thing, which is made of steel, you spin it up to a certain speed, and then it expands. Yep. So idle with no motion, but then at a certain speed, the robot is like you speed it up. Okay. I have no idea. I learned something.
So let's come back to the safing and arming device for nuclear weapons. Its purpose is to ensure that no random vibrations, say from an earthquake, inadvertently disable safeties and arm the nuclear weapon. Now, one of the requirements was that this device be made as small as possible.
They go as small as they possibly could. Traditional methods, even using things like what the Swiss watch manufacturers were using.
With compliant mechanisms, they produced a device out of hardened stainless steel, where some components were the size of a human hair. This is high-speed video. Here, the device is operating at 72 hertz, meaning this little hole makes 2 complete revolutions each second. The way it's meant to work is the arming laser shines on the rotor wheel, and when the proper input is given to the system, the wheel rotates anon. lines up with the laser beam, and crazy things happen from there. So it is essential that this device's performance is perfectly predictable, even if it sits unused in a silo. So,
So it turns out they don't balance. So we designed with the prototypes, we tested it, and then it goes with the problem. And it's all classified.
Do you need groceries? Yes. Does your family agree on which groceries? No. We all like different things, and that's okay. You just need a platform that makes ordering easy. Thankfully, there's DoorDash, with your go-to grocery stores delivered on your time. All kinds of stores and items, all on DoorDash.
These soft components by themselves aren't truly robots. It's only once you combine them with computers that you get robots which can honestly form crazy shapes or new styles, all because they bend.
But how do they work? And why would you want a soft robot in the first place? So I came up to Stanford to meet Zach Hammond and his soft robot. How's it going? So is the idea that the robot could walk this way? This is a different soft robot made out of flexible tubing. It was designed to mimic the way a turtle walks, where diagonally opposite legs move together. It's powered entirely by compressed air, and perhaps most impressive, it requires no electronics. All of the circuitry is pneumatic. This means the robot can be used in places like mines, where electronics could spark explosions, or in the strong magnetic fields around MRI machines. But why would you want a soft robot in the first place? Because they're safer. You'd like to take a whack at it. But I think this is your work. I don't want to break it. For operation around humans, there's not much damage a soft robot can do. This is a pretty crazy compliant robot. Because the fundamental structure of this robot, there's only some maximum force that it could ever fall and have baby inside it. Sure. Just watch your head. Yep. Like over here. There. Well, it's not bad. Supposed to open up one of the spaces so you can quickly. Okay. That's that easy. Did you build this by yourself? Me and one other percent. And how long did it take? We did it in about, I want to say, actually constructing everything. And was it tricky? I mean, were you sewing that stuff? Yes, we sewed this all ourselves. The main structural members of this robot are fabric tubes inflated with air. Yeah, so these red tubes are nylon fabric, and internally the polyethylene tube that the tubes are inflated to about 6 psi above atmospheric, so it's almost 1.5 atmospheres. Each tube passes through pairs of rollers connected to a motor. The rollers pinch the tube so it bends kind of like a pinched straw.
hold that balloon to the balloon
What is going on over here?
This robot is made of 4 inflated tubes, each one connected to a pair of motors, forming triangular sides.
We also think that they kind of look together, which is why we've named these robots sausages. So this one's called Polish, that one over there is chorizo, pizza, kielbasa.
So what shape is the overall thing? It's an octahedron?
Yeah, we call it octahedron because we can choose line between these kind of kinematic joints here to create
Driving the motors together allows the robot to dramatically change shape. It can get very tall or short and squat. But since the tubes themselves don't change in length, the overall perimeter of the robot, the length of all the edges combined, doesn't change. So the robot is considered isoperimetric. Boston Dynamics videos. The Boston Dynamics robots are kind of terrifying because the idea of soft robots to like convince people that robots are good and soft and kind and friendly.
yeah, there are some things that you can do to rigid systems to make them feel like compliant systems based on how you control the motors. But yeah, they're definitely heavy, expensive, and you can be dangerous if not used correctly.
The hard robots we're used to are strong and precise. Their actions are accurate and repeatable, but they are also heavy and they can't really change their volume dramatically. But this robot is still capable of carrying a heavy load.
So I have a that to just put in the positions that I want the robots to and then send them out. There's another functionality like store configuration.
Soft robots also have the advantage of shape changing. They can become tall to go over obstacles or short if they're obstructions.
So if there's some rock that it didn't see or that it wanted to roll over, it can simply do that in the confines of the tube, but simply just bend around that.
Robots like this doing work in space.
Oh yeah. The one of the nice things about these is that they can shrink down the volume very fast. And because volume on rockets is such an expensive premium, being able to have a robot that can pack down small or transport is very powerful. So NASA was at one point looking into trust robots for exactly that reason. And they contacted us since we made this robot to explore information for space exploration projects. So one of the things we think about is to plug robots underneath a sheet of ice. So they're going to drill through the sheet of ice and then cause the robot through what is kind of a small diameter hole. And so if you have a robot that can change the volume very drastically or disassemble and then reassemble for a much larger structure, then you can have large robots that are able to fit through these tight spaces and be deployed in kind of difficult to access areas.
Is this a little bit like an octopus? Is that how you think of it?
There is some connection there because they use their to squeeze through tight passageways and also to wrap their body around objects. For example, they can open jars of their temperature. One of the things that we want to use this robot for is manipulating objects.
This robot is capable of picking objects up off the ground.
We'll try that. See if we can grab it.
Feel the energy of discovery in 2025. Mitsubishi Outlander Flight.
Because the confines of the tube, it has a natural ability to grasp and manipulate objects because as it does so, the tube bend over through flight, which increases the contact area and distributes evenly the forces that are exerted on that.
So, I mean, is the biggest risk if it stops?
Yeah, that's a big risk. I mean, you obviously need the compressed air for your structure, and so you have to. Then you don't have a robot.
Pretty big drawback of soft robots.
Some things that you could do to mitigate that is on board a small compressor, which isn't there to provide power to the robot, but will help you maintain pressure if there were small leaks.
When you tell someone you're working on a robot,
Ah. Just shifted. Oh, good. He's already here. Nada. Oh, perks. Yeah, there's a reason not just straight joining. You have to have a big enough. Can't do that when I guess they're not even port experts. They might be, I don't know. Hmm. Wouldn't that be something for birthday? This is gonna be a long one. God damn it. Nope. Daddy's gonna have to get up. I'm gonna run to the back. Get back there, man. Down. Right there.
YouTube, old mage guy, had to run to the bathroom.
Lay down. Right now. Down. Lay down. Oh, you punk. God damn it, Loki. Ooh. You know, I'm getting really sick and tired of your shit, dude. Figuratively and literally. This is not okay. I'm sorry. Here. Let me make it 150% clear to you. See that? See that? That's from you. No. Lay down. Lay down. Sorry, but that was just funny. Now you fucking get it, you piece of shit. script, you asshole. Not acceptable. I am so angry at you right now. Yes. I'm not going to sit here and continually deal with this. On the goddamn bed's bad enough. All over the bed are bad enough. So bad. Very much I do. Trying not to throw the fuck up. I want to turn his ass into a fucking rug. But he's not my dog. And I would make sure he found a good home before I ever did something like that. One way or another, you're my dog. He would not be my dog anymore. This is fucking bullshit. Absolutely love it. I can't get the break with the two of you. Full sarcasm intended. Fucking assholes. Especially you back there, mister. Not only were you barking, you said you're going to be a prick. Sick of it. Really fucking sick. You fucking douchebag. Excuse me.
Listen, you're gonna have to break some rules. Listen.
Can't forget Community Day.
which would then make it an energy source. They would say, oh, we're just 5 years away. And that was 30 years ago. So what's going on? This is Star Talk. This is, I've got with me Paul Mercurio. Paul, what's up? Co-hosted today. Good to see you, man. Love you. You're always doing interesting stuff.
Trying.
My show.
Broadway, and now we're thinking about
So good to have you. Hard to see you in the streets all over Broadway.
to meet you.
Broadway.
We love it. Yeah. My permission to speak is directed by Brent Dobbs.
Not break up.
It's the best. Well, people tell me stories.
Maybe direct.
Yes. Stage.
Love it. So, you know what we got today? Today has to run. What it be? Bettina Ibrahimi. Did I pronounce that correctly? Bettina.
Almost. Fatima Ibrahim.
Yes, I got that. The last one. Okay. You have a PhD in plasma physics. That's the whole thing. Not just physics. Plasma. You say plasma. You're a research scientist at the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, PPPL, out there in Princeton, New Jersey.
Yes.
Really?
So, fabulous Home Depot right there.
So, this is, people have heard fusion, they've heard the word, and they've heard the word plasma, and most people think blood plasma. This is completely different.
Yeah, completely
Blood
different
plasma
plasma.
is like what's left over in your body.
Right.
I mean, after you take out red blood cells.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So it's not that at all. Let's start off, get this vocabulary on the table. What is a plasma?
So plasma is a fourth state matter.
Okay, that's what I expected.
Is plasma.
So it's really the first thing.
Exactly.
And it's
So
very
good.
stable, right? It's unstable.
No, not necessarily. It could be.
Just because you rubbed off doesn't mean you're correct. Okay. Continue.
It's actually we are all floating in a plasma state in our universe. So if you want to see what is actually plasma is when electrons are kind of freely moving and charged particles, negative charged particles, ions, positive charged particles. It's basically a super charged particle, this plasma.
All right, so why is it that always in physics we see plasma joined together with the word fusion? Why are they relevant to each other?
Because our sun that produces a lot of energy is fusion energy, and that's is in plasma states.
So plasma, in order to get a plasma, it has to be very hot.
Yes.
These are cold plasma.
No.
Yes, actually.
What?
For the case of fusion, it has to be 100 million degrees to actually achieve fusion. But plasmas, they could have temperature, could be low temperature plasmas.
Fusion.
Exactly.
Okay.
Plasmas could also be lightening stripes. So that's plasma.
So I remember this toy, this thing you could buy. Remember Spencer Gifts?
Yeah.
In the 70s.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Spencer's?
this sort of glowing thing in it. You put your
I don't know what Spencer's
it
is.
would react to your hand touching the surface.
Exactly, because it's charged particles.
Yeah,
All
it's
of
charged
these,
plasma.
the
That's called plasma glow.
Makes it glow.
Exactly, glow. Because particles could also can de-excite and produce photons and lights and things.
Okay, so the electrons we for the flame.
It's flame. It's the flame of it.
So that is a different state of matter.
What are you fusing?
It's actually
That's it.
fired for fusion. Fuse really lights, atoms, hydrogen, and also isotope hydrogen, heavier hydrogen, deuterium, a little bit heavier lithium. We're having two actually electrons, so they can collide and fuse. It has to be really, really high temperature to overcome forces and create a lot of energy through neutrons.
So the forces are because you have a positively charged proton over here, another positive
Oh, blood.
proton over here. Like
You're not supposed to be trying to pull rugs.
They don't want to get together. You're trying to overcome this with high temperature.
Yes.
Because high temperature means higher speeds
Yes.
within the soup.
And you're
Yes.
able to achieve the high temperatures, or we're still working toward the temperatures of
The
the high?
temperature actually can get very high.
But
Yes.
that's what the protons ask.
Not over there yet.
Yes, we actually in the experiments or facilities that we have to create high temperature plasmas to get to fusion, really get to high temperatures. The temperature we actually achieve in fusion experiments hotter than the center of the sun.
Yeah, so it's like 10 million degrees, something like that.
Yes, this is 100 million degrees.
What do you generate? What do you use
They're trying to make it reverse.
Yes.
What do you generate? This kind of stuff that, like, when you were a little girl, were you doing these kinds of experiments in your basement?
No.
Nemesis to super
She's like, I don't have that kind of equipment.
something hotter than the center of the sun.
You just got you an easy bake. Well, I'm gonna turn it and now it's 10 million degrees. You know what I'm baking? Plasma. You want to whip up mozzarella cheese?
You don't have to confess to that. That's why. So how do you get
Yes.
because in order to make a plasma something else has to be at a higher temperature than it. Is that right?
You get the high temperature because plasmas, carry they can.
Yeah.
Exactly, they can. So therefore, they can get to very high speed and temperature. So the question is that
Why do you want every time to do that?
where it's going to go? So how do you confine this?
If it's 100 million degrees, what are you putting it in to contain it, control it?
To control it is put a lot of energy through magnets.
But it's a magnetic field. It's not a physical thing. So you can't melt it. Right? And all your charged particles, they respond to magnetic electromagnetism.
It's another force that universe's electromagnetic force is that is long range. It's
All
one
right.
of the fundamental forces, electromagnetic forces everywhere, sun, all
Every electronic piece of equipment you use.
wherever you have plasma, forces, and they respond to it. So you have the gas to make the state of plasma, which means that you can have some waves going into the gas antennas and create your plasma. You could induce inductively current into your particles, plasmas can go around your chamber, which we are talking about the Stokomak chamber, the donut shaped chamber. So yeah.
Right, because what Princeton has a tokamak.
Yes, yes, it has a tokamak. It's not
What does that word even mean?
because it's Russian.
Yeah.
It's
I,
a,
didn't- I knew that was Russian.
two Russian scientists called this configuration tokamak.
They were great at it in Atlantic City. They worked the startup. They worked the
the flamingo.
Okay, so I did not know it's named for scientists.
So when you say this
Actual scientists, the two scientists actually called it. It's kind of their invention.
So when you say this chamber,
Yes.
the chamber is basically sort of harnessing or controlling the plasma.
That's the donut shape.
The donut shape,
That is
exactly.
heated up at incredible temperature.
Various ways of heating the
I've seen it, Tokamak.
gas, the plasma, heating the
It's crazy to look at and think of what's going on inside of it.
Heating it to the point where we're at the cusp of being able to use nuclear fusion and get nuclear fusion that then propel rockets through space much more quickly.
Yes. If we achieve fusion, yes.
rocket is a plasma propulsion. You actually get rid of the plasma in the back of the rocket. You're not confining
Rockets don't use fusion.
not necessarily they don't have to use fusion, but if you kind of know that in space we don't have
It's like, well,
there's no gas.
I don't have brew at the moment.
The only
I got
thing
monster
that's
dope.
only going to be some amount of
There are rest stops with the tram.
So if you want to go far, if you want to stay around solar panels, to use locally, you could use that for just propulsion.
I remember
That's what I thought.
Yes.
because I know enough to know that in any gas at any temperature, not all
Are you home already?
moving at the same speed. Some are slow, some are fast. The temperature is the average speed that everybody.
Because if so, you're 15 minutes early.
I remember that there's some method where you can pick off
Not that that's a
the
problem.
fastest moving particles and put them over here, and their average speed is going to be higher. So you're cherry picking the fastest moving particles. Is that a thing? Am I remembering that correctly?
Conventionally, it's usually a collective, eating. It's basically you have two currents. It's like plasma also carries current. Current
Yes.
itself can eat. Really, it can actually. It's basically only heating. That's one way of heating the plasma.
So that heats up internally,
Yes.
not from it's
Extra.
not hotter on the outside. You make it hot on the inside.
That's one way. That's a conventional way of actually heating up the plasma. The first way.
Hey, start talking fans.
I got off at 7, just had to do a maintenance run, so was giving myself time.
Fair enough.
Actually posted a week in advance of the video. You can get that on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and most other podcast outlets that have multiple ways to ingest all of those concepts.
Meow, booger.
I spent 10 years at this.
Swatting the dough.
This water.
Swatting the dough.
We didn't have electricity. We just smell it. No one would hear us.
So, in my day, Princeton, every year there was talk of people saying, we're almost there, by producing more energy than they put in, which would then make it an energy source for the world. Very inexpensive energy source, using readily available ingredients like hydrogen, which you will find in the neighborhood water molecule. That was just 5 years away. And that was 30 years ago. So what's going on?
You're almost there.
So Princeton has a tokamak, but Lawrence Livermore has a different configuration.
So there are two approaches. One is just tokamak, actually fusion. Princeton has a machine. It's very good. Which is kind of not like it's like donuts or core.
How is that different than a standard?
The nice thing is that it's more complex.
Oh, okay.
So that's another difference. The main thing exactly coffee.
It was created by a fluffinator. Which was,
Remember that?
So it's a token about numerical token, and it's very special because of compactness and other things. And so by using magnetic field,
If you're a shy guy, wouldn't you like to experience the thrill of girls chasing you with Chili as soon as you go online?
Okay, so there's that. So now let's go to Livermore, California.
it's so-called inertial confinement, means shooting lasers and very small, dense targets to get fusion. So our plasma at PPP, Princeton Physics Lab, is not that dense, but not very high temperature. So there's something we call a little bit specific, something called the Lawson criteria, which is basically the multiplication of the confinement time, how hot you get, the density. So each kind of all combined, and if it's larger than something, you say that, oh, I achieved fusion. So inertial confinement has,
Generates so
denser
factors. Is density the most important thing that gets you to?
The sun gets high density for free.
Yes.
Sun. It's dense there. So they get free density.
But what you're generating at PPL is not as dense. So
it's
sort of like Walmart versus Saks. Like if I were buying the product, like the low.
It's the first time I've ever been in the same sentence. So you can have dense, but not dense. Some combination of those two will get you the fusion.
Yes, on the scale, yeah.
Do you know the optimal relation?
So yes, we know the optimum is that we want to. First of all, fusion was achieved in 1995.
But I have to correct that. Fusion was achieved back in 1947. It was just uncontrolled.
Yeah.
To control the
Where they're sitting.
I was gonna say,
uses the A-bomb as a trick for this.
Yes, correct.
Exactly.
Fusion was done. This Princeton Plasma Physics lab in a device called TFDR, test fusion reactor. It was obtained they're not achieved in we obtained fusion. It was achieved in the 90s.
I told you that.
Yeah. Princeton Plasma Physics and also at another experiment, so and about 10 million 10 megawatt million watt power was obtained. So we've got fusion. The question is
that 1 joule per second is.
Yes.
Okay, so she's thinking joules in energy.
Yeah.
But watts is in power.
Yeah.
Watt is the correct one. It's 10 megawatt. And actually, the record is 17 megawatt later. So it's around.
But you have it this big.
Yeah.
Yes. Right, and the whole thing is plasma.
Yeah.
But if you hit the fusion threshold,
does
the whole thing undergo fusion? Because in Lawrence Livermore, they know it's going to happen. It's going to happen in that little pocket that they created.
Yeah, it's basically in the vessel, in the core of the vessel. So it's kind of your plasma. It's in the core. It actually needs to finally touch the wall, and that's where you actually get the energy.
It's touching the magnetic field around.
Actually, there's a real wall. It's magnetic
Yeah.
field around. Yes.
Yeah.
We call it blankets. Actually,
No, seriously, it's like what creates the wall?
it's a various solution for wall. It could be tungsten.
But does it come as a
It's a various material.
it's a byproduct. The way you're manipulating plasma creates out of it.
Actually, no. You actually put a physical
Yeah. Actual barrier.
Measured when it touches the wall.
Because it's not measured. It's actually the plasma heat is being measured for. Yes. And that's when you get really hot plasma.
So what do you need the wall for?
Because it has to be confined. The plasma needs to meet some boundary. Yes.
With the magnetic field,
right? Isn't that the magnetic?
No.
So the magnetic field is all around the toys, all around the donuts. So the magnetic field.
So
it's not
gives it a shape.
Yes, exactly. Give it a shape. So you could say you could think that you could put direct magnets around your vessel, or you actually put coils that goes around your vessel, and then the wall, and then the plasma.
We've all played with iron filings and magnets, and you can see magnetic field lines, and they form these loops, these toroidal loops. Okay.
Do you need groceries? Yes. Does your family agree on which groceries?
Never. Oh wait. Yes, I do.
On the surface of the sun, because it doesn't rotate as a solid object, there are these magnetic fields in there that get stretched. As the sun rotates its equator faster than other regions, and there are points where the magnetic fields snap. They break, and then they might reconnect. Does that happen in your space?
Yes, it happens on the surface of the sun, exactly the way you said it. The sun actually, as you correctly mentioned, it's in a plasma state, also create, fusion energy, a lot of energy in there. Another thing sun creates is magnetic. All the motions of the plasma there creates magnetic. So I'm creating magnetic fields. I need to get rid of some of these invisible field lines that you are creating. Where does it go? It goes to the surface, and it kind of goes up like loops, and then the loops
Solar
kind of,
flares.
at some point, it's invisible field lines. One go up, one go down, and then they snap, cancel each other, and then we call it detachment. The whole loop kind of get away.
It's sort of like a bunch of, well, it's not control. It's like a bunch of 5-year-olds in kindergarten. It's can't control skills. But is it right?
Yes or no? It could be places that is really chaotic, but also it could be collective, groups of magnetic field. They come together. They kind of cancel each other magnetic field, and then get the connection side, and then the whole thing like detached. The plasma and the magnetic.
That's how you know that physics do this for astronomy. The people who study that, people magnetohydrodynamics. That should not be a word.
That's one long business card.
So let's get back to the energy, and then I want to go to rockets.
Yes.
So
Magnetohydrodynamics.
Useful to
Geneticists.
You can't just make energy on the ground in Princeton, New Jersey. It's got to be, I don't want to call it portable, but it's got to be scalable. So you can move it to a town that can generate energy that has no radioactive byproducts. You can generate it 24/7. You're just using hydrogen. Whose method will be better for this? The inertial confinement from Lawrence Livermore, or the tokamak design from Princeton?
Tokamak.
To pursue all the methods. It's actually
Senator, we need to pursue all.
we call this some more innovative alternate method. But again, using magnetic field get fusion energy. So all of them need to go, but all of them need to get to some condition. And the condition is that you get more, you produce more energy. And if you, what's the point? What's the point? It's kind of the net gain. We haven't got there engineering wise. wise, physics wise, scientifically, maybe in some range we can say that, oh, we got energy from fusion. And as I said, this happened also in the 90s, you know, PPPL.
Yeah, there's a little bit of overstatement about the Livermore experiment because extra energy from the experiment. And so it was championed. But the extra energy they got was relative to the energy that they put in this little spot. It didn't. The whole system that made the thing a thing to begin with. Right. So it wasn't the total energy budget of the experiment. It was just the energy budget of the.
On the targets, yeah.
On the target.
It had to be attached to that target near that target to be.
Yeah, that's how they make the measurements. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're going to scale that, presumably you get some good engineers in there to say, how do we make this littler and you can make this more efficient?
Yeah.
And then you just run the energy.
You actually need to also make better lasers, more efficient lasers, because the efficiency of it is not too great.
Right, you got to put energy in the lasers to make the
because the lasers are going to help you.
So you need engineers.
Exactly. So engineering gain is not too high in an experiment. But the physics gain was good, and also the physics gain is also from magnetic confinement. We have looping current. You're actually moving toward its various configurations. Yeah, all of
This, the idea of excited particles, where does that fit into all of this? How do you calm down this excited particle, gas music, I don't know, candles, simple candles, like how do you...
You guys got to have a sheet down the plasma.
Sense, right?
Because the whole plasma is excited part. Right.
There's specific things that you do to control this excited particle.
Oh, yes. I think that you just want the whole hot, you know, plasma confined, controlled in a self-heater, because it kind of interestingly, if it gets to some temperature, it can kind of on its own can get heated plasma for a long time and produce a lot of energy. And that's a system. We have made a lot of progress in each, you know, part of it.
But as usual, we're not there yet.
So how many years from now can I plug in my wall and the energy on the other side of that plug is fusion?
So, I mean, you know that.
Say 5 years. Well, it's saying, go on.
You know that.
You didn't hear that.
I mean, you know that, like, diesel engines, are lots of, you know, advancements.
Excuse me, Senator, can I have the witness answer the question, please?
She mentioned diesel engines.
So it all takes decades, yes, and fusion is, it's a new physics frontiers, the whole plasma physics. When an experiment, you know, is run, you kind of get into the new regime.
Because when you're doing actual research, you're on a frontier. You're stepping where no one has stepped before.
Yes.
So you're going to discover this.
So you're going to discover hurdles that you could not have predicted. Seriously, right? So, I mean, that's the issue, right?
Yes,
so,
you get into new regime, you discover new things, and in fact, actually, the whole rocket system, it was, you know, discovered through in a fusion system, you know.
So let's pivot to that, right? Yeah. Because it's still decades away before she's going to make my electricity. All right.
I mean,
Miss Easy
Oh, shit!
About when she was 10, but you can't, right?
commercially, you know, commercially viable. I mean, you know, we make fusion in a laboratory. Yeah.
Do we have any practical application of fusion right now? In any capacity?
Bombs.
Other than bombs.
On a shorter time scale, we do not have to have a large scale fusion system to kind of say we could have a compact design for space.
You ever wanted to put your questions on the universe? Don't have questions.
My name is Ashley Puyo. I'm the founder of a small company named Clean Rap.
quasars, quantum entanglement, wormholes. There is no end to the depths of cosmic curiosity. Well, the entry level of Patreon membership
Dude, chill out.
gets you just that. You can start at $5 a month. You have access to the question line that reaches our Cosmic Query program. And not only that, we produce a special Cosmic Queries installment just for Patreon members. As if you weren't the director of the Hayden Planetarium, what do you think you would be to? Well, it would seem to be another universe. It wouldn't happen in this universe. Okay. I'd be a songwriter for Broadway music. Woo! So, that's the entry level, and the perks ascend from there. There's a level, in fact, where we send you an autographed copy of one of my latest books. Right now, it's Starry Messenger, Cosmic Perspectives. It's signed with my fancy fountain. I invite you to just check the link below, and all of that money goes to our ability to experiment with new ways of bringing the universe down to Earth. So thank you for those who've already joined, and we welcome others to participate in this grand adventure. As always, keep it going. Right now and forever, as long as we've got rockets, we've been using what we call chemical fuel, which means there are molecules that have energy contained within them, and you break apart the molecule, the energy escapes, and there's our energy flows. And so that has not advanced in a bunch of years. The scientists are amazing. We use different chemicals, so we have solid rocket boosters. That's a different propulsion chemical than the big tank. It's the same concept. And so, tell me about plasma rockets, because there's a lot written about it. And we're not even talking about fusion yet. We're just keeping in your plasma universe. Tell me.
Plasma propulsion is basically you're talking about the next generation rockets, specifically plasma. Yes, you're highly in terms of so there are several things that the exhaust velocity.
What's hard for people to see is being Earth surface dwellers. Because you say, if I want to go forward, I just have to run and step on the gas. You're doing that at the expense of Earth beneath your feet. So the only way you go forward is because Earth is, you're putting friction between your foot on the Earth, and you're changing the rotation of the Earth. So you're pushing back on it. You have something to push back on. So in space, you got nothing to push back on. So the only way you can change your speed is to give something up. What are we giving up? Mass. Take it from there.
Yes, you take it, and in this case, it's just you create the plasma, plasmoid, through the process of like solar flares, magnetic connection. You detach these, continuously detach these plasma from the back of the rocket at high velocity. Yes, high speed, and the rocket is being propelled forward. And it's not, it doesn't have to be high temperature. The interesting about magnetic connection is that magnetic energy is being converted to kinetic. So it's all magnetic.
This is the, you want to get from point A to point B with this. You snap your fingers with it. It's like badass. Badass moving that.
It's different because the particle comes out the back, and the rocket recoils from it. But by how much? It's efficient, but what's the mass?
The mass is not too much. So there are various
tiny mass at high speed.
Yes.
Thing on the other side that can only go forward at low speed. Right? So
you're going to get anywhere by kind of having high thrust, high force. And that is to again exhaust velocity. It's constantly you're kind of pushing it, it's like a constant acceleration to get somewhere. In a space, it's different from
Right. So you wouldn't use plasma rockets to launch.
No.
Because they don't have that much. You can't send out that much mass. And anytime you see a rocket, this is coming out. You've got it comes out. It goes the other way.
These rockets to get it
there. Then through empty space.
Like some crazy. This is sort of like rocket, massive line product. It's like incredible power. Is that?
Well, I think from what I've read, but you're in the middle of it. When you're in free space, in open space, and then you turn on your plasma rocket, it's like one particle at a time. And so you slowly accelerate. But acceleration is a constant, in this case, increase in your velocity.
There's resistance.
There's no resistance out there. It's a recoil, right? But since it's constant, and you do it for a long time, you can reach very high speed.
Exactly. So based on the results that we have, we are actually building this tabletop prototype. So it's a still.
So you could that rocket could move at that speed. Could you have a sunroof on a rocket at that speed, or that would be
a sunroof? Let's see. Just listen up. What's up?
To get to that speed, if you go to the moon, you don't need that. You could do it with this plasma rocket, small payloads in 3 weeks or something. And it's not that this is sci-fi, no, this is actually for real, because we do plasma propulsion with just electric field. Now we are doing magnetic, using electromagnetic field, using magnetic connection.
A long time. The astronauts, Apollo, they got there in 3 days.
But here during the past, it's efficient. It's efficient. It means that you go back and forth. It's not expensive. The fuel, it's flexible. You could use really hydrogen. The one that we want to use for fusion is use really light. So it's efficient. So it's fuel flexible and it's efficient.
Okay, so this would be
it's a nice car.
This would be the delivery vessel for supplies.
Exactly.
Because you can just plan ahead, send it 3 weeks in advance, and then we get there quickly.
You're gonna go with me.
Supplies are very heavy, right? But we'll get there.
We're using this plasma technology to get there.
Well, I think the point is, because you're just sending these very low mass particles, though they're traveling at high speeds, the recoil is small but real and measurable, and it accumulates. So if we were to fly humans with one of these rockets, it would only make sense if we were going to like Pluto or something, or to the nearest star.
Yeah, for then you need to use this plasma propulsion, you need nuclear fusion or some kind of a battery to kind of give you both force and plus you need like the
so if you're approaching the planet's atmosphere, you control.
Yes, because
so you just driving that rocket right through the center.
Well, that's a big problem in space. If you can accelerate, you want to land somewhere, you have to pull up. There's no. Right. So what you have to do is flip the ship around and then have it send out particles the other way. But then there's a negative acceleration, a deceleration, and so that eats up some of your plan. But might we use this going to Mars? You think?
Yes, because of again, it's because of efficiency. You could use chemical rockets to go
That's
to Mars. If you use all the resources you have, but you really need plasma propulsion for getting to the Mars, you also need the energy for that. And that's what the compact fusion compact system. That's why we work on it.
So the plasma rocket is not the same thing as a plasma fusion rocket. But the fusion is just a whole other source of energy.
Yeah, so the plasma rocket, the energy can solar panels. Because, for example, for the moon, we have the sun sitting there, so we can get, use the solar panels to get the power.
Could be the level compared to plasma fusion. Getting through solar panels cannot get the same
It's
level.
enough. It's enough from the.
We want more than enough. I'm an American. We do this in America.
But we still, we don't even have that, This is like the FedEx going to moon atomic time. Yes, that's what we're talking about, very efficiently. And you don't need that much of a power to do that. Like 500 kilowatts.
So
it's enough. You don't need millions.
Right, so they get there faster, but the guy still leaves the package like 20 feet from your door and you have to walk out of your underwear. Nothing changes with your scientists. You don't really
Well, you don't have in your underwear to get your packages. Okay. Report
My neighbors requested.
Wait, so I just want to settle my understanding.
Yes.
When you have a plasma, you have moving particles. You can send them out the back, and you recoil.
Yeah.
And the acceleration is slow, but it's steady, and it accumulates. Okay. So if you have solar panels, the solar panel is not itself a propulsion mechanism, but it's a source of energy.
Yes.
And you can channel that energy into your plasma and keep the plasma going as long as we're close enough to the sun.
Exactly.
Okay. Now you're really far from the sun. You still need an energy source.
Mm-hmm.
And what would that energy source be if you can't use solar panels anymore because the sun is too dim? Would that be the fusion?
Yes. Fusion, it has to be non-chemical.
Yes, not so.
It has
So
to be
your
non-chemical.
fusion source of energy would still be heating the plasma.
Yes,
It's
the
still
fusion, yes, the fusion.
appreciated that. It's still a plasma rocket.
Exactly. It's a still a plasma rocket because your magnets, first of all, you can use several, but you still have to power your rocket. The source of power, it could be solar panels, or it could be the non-chemical fusion energy.
Business taxes was all consumer. Now business taxes is having a TurboTax expert who handles your taxes for you with year-round advice and no extra cost. Now this is taxes.
As an older adult, I didn't want to spend all my time binge watching television, so I said, let me go back to school. I have a son who actually also graduated from the Purdue program. He did it, and I'm like, oh, I can do it too. I'm the most proud that I was able to accomplish a goal that I set in place for myself.
I'm about to make tea.
Put it in. So there are filling stations.
When it's going through space, is the plasma sort of morphing and changing, and you have to account for that? I mean, because it can survive. My understanding is it can survive in various states, right? I would imagine you have not been able to document every state that it can survive in. Like it's an ever-evolving science.
So it's just that basically you need the fuel here is like
fuel.
helium. Yes, you have the fuel. You can actually use the local resources in space for the fuel. So
And
that's not
it's for you. In situ resource utilization. Which is terrible. Yeah, it's for you. That's the big thing.
yes.
But then you don't have to haul everything with you.
So that you want to be. That's why it's we call it efficient. Basically, it's fuel flexibility.
So-
that you can kind of And it doesn't have to be helium. It could be hydrogen, any kind. And it doesn't have to be argon because some of the electric propulsion, your gas needs to be.
Get me started with argon. That's a ridiculous
So
waste of time.
But why argon?
all of them. It could be any kind of gas.
She's
that
a
you can-
superhero.
I'm just gonna say, he said, told you, you feel like I weak around. So,
Yeah.
so there's you. It can't exist on its own. It needs some other source of energy.
What can it?
The
The
plasma.
plasma, then you kind of you draw some, you create it, you ionize, you create the plasma. Yes. So that's the specific. You have to read the paper and the contents. But you see how the plasma is created from this fuel, local, and you get the plasma. But as soon as you create the plasma, you get rid of it from the back of your rocket. That's the process of magnetic reclamation.
And you've got to lose some of your mass.
Yes.
But that's what I was saying earlier. Magnetic reconnection is it's plasmoids can get created. They're not very unstable, but then become over time unstable and decay. Magnetic reconnection sort of is this constant instability in how you control that, and are you still working on being able to?
So for rocket, for plasma propulsion, we are not confining anything. So we don't care about stability, because in a fusion device, you confine plasma, you don't want it to go unstable. For a rocket, you just make the plasma, you use the magnetic field.
And then you just pollute space.
You get rid of it, and then you make new plasma and get rid of it, and then the rocket is gradually wanted.
Why you want to space? The space. That attitude, I understand.
But the plasma is not really a joint, because, as I said, 99% of observable universe is plasma. It's basically some particles you have in space, and you always have low density plasma everywhere.
She was good. She said it's observable. We don't see the dark matter.
Yeah.
We know what the hell that is, but it's not.
Yes. So you could say that.
Aren't you altering with this plasma coming out of the back of the rocket?
Yeah.
Aren't you altering space in a way by putting these particles in space?
If space is 99% plasma, witness, it's just water.
He doesn't care.
Floating in plasma anyway, so you cannot make some little plasma. You know, go somewhere.
Universal law.
Yeah, universal. Yes.
So,
You're right, huh?
I gotta land this point. So,
Yeah.
let's I want straight answers. You're in Congress now. Professor Ingrid, how soon are we from having plasma generating center in every city?
It's
5 years?
I would say 5 to 10 years.
Say
Yes.
January. Be right there.
So in terms of that, but that is
Drag you back in here.
yes, but that is scientific.
Okay.
If you want to put it on the
Engineers are good.
electricity,
I'm not worried about the engineers. They come through when you need them. Okay. Second, when will we have rockets with humans in them that will use plasma propulsion? And will the first trip to Mars use it?
the first trip I don't know, because it's possible that if all the resources are put there, we could get them once.
Right.
Propulsion, but again, to have a sustainable trial, so we need plasma propulsion.
Does NASA have a group working on plasma propulsion? Or do they call you up?
Yes, give me more funding.
There you go. I knew she'd be begging for money at some point. But how can a human travel that fast under? Isn't that an issue? Plasma propulsion? I mean,
That's lower.
If your face is not going to do this.
It's not, no.
Trying to get some aligned.
Acceleration. We get those face
Plastic surgery. Could I say that actually maybe we look at closer places to go? I think, as I said, it could be the plasma propulsion.
What are we going to do? We've been to the
resources. There's also.
I got blue rocks in my top drawer.
Actually, one of the ways to actually create fusion energy is something it's called aneutronic, means that you kind of the other you use deuterium, helium, to create energy, you don't produce. So
It's just a PP chain in the center of the sun. They don't produce neutrons coming out of it.
yes, exactly.
Right.
So it's
The neutrons are bad. They come out and nothing stops them.
Yes.
They don't they're squishy. Their advantage is they don't have to push. The other particles don't even know they're there. Am I right?
Yes,
It's like dark matter. Neutrons. Yeah. So that's a fun reaction in the sun. So the PP chain. Proton chain. Deuterium, tritium. No, I don't remember tritium, but we have helium-3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Helium-3. So you have also fuel for also fusion. So there are things that you want to make some steps for the next generation. Non-chemical propulsion. You first make some good step progress, and then gradually going further towards fusion.
So in this process, you guys seem fairly lazy. Taking your time, 5 years. Are you using, in all seriousness, are you using, how does AI factor into any of your work, or will it, in terms of the advancements you're trying to make?
It's a fantastic question. It's there.
Did you just say that? That's the question.
Yes.
She is here.
Yeah.
You think he was real?
My finger goes right through.
It goes
right through your leg. It's so weird. Yeah, exactly. I didn't want to say anything. I think she's been around the plasma too much.
She is.
I'm sitting next to a plasmoid, but don't tell me.
Yes, definitely. Computers. First of all, most of the progress we made in plasma physics and fusion have always been, together. Experiments and advanced computation work together to make discoveries and also any kind of achievement.
Well, I think we need to wrap.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Give me some words for the future.
Be patient in terms of.
Sorry.
So the answer's like this. Well, how do you define future?
So let me say, for the future is that progress and discovery doesn't happen overnight. It's the continuous work of science.
That's okay. That's too low. Okay. You're not supposed to be panting there, dude. Oops. Nothing like Slack's not responding properly. Yeah. So don't have a reason to chill in it. Bitch ass better have gone down. Yep, he went down. Oh.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, hey bro.
Hey. Wearing pink are the only Republicans over there. The only ones wearing pink like that. You people are blind. Some people are just so fucking stupid. Well, now I know what they were talking about as far as the Democrats wearing pink. the ones wearing pink weren't Democrats. They're Republicans. You can see fucking Greenie and, what's her face? The other one that sucks up at Trump. Cancel. You can actually see him in the picture. It's like, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You idiots actually think those were Democrats. Fucking star Republicans that we're seeing their faces every day, and you want to say they're Democrats? Y'all are smoking some fucking bullshit. Oh. Oh, people. Jesus Christ.
Oh, the Democrats are despicable. They voted to have one of their own silence. No, fuck, they didn't. Those quote-unquote 10 Democrats were Republicans. I watched the fucking shit happen. I watched it live. Fucking lie-spreading sons of bitches. Tried to use CNN in another article and said I was wrong. It's like, first off, the second article, you can see who it is, and you can see the Republicans, if you know who they are. So don't be telling me to pay attention, because you're not paying attention.
Yeah. Put your ass on blast. Now. I'm out of it. Get fired up. Pass that. Who's that?
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. What's for dinner, bro?
Boneless barbecue ribs. I've got the on-con frozen rib patties. Throw those on bread.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I'm all sorts of pissed. Low-key.
Loki's in the back. He's been quite the bad boy today. He's not closed back there. He's just back there. He's not in trouble. Timeouts and whatnot are already over. He's just in the back. He had to run out for an emergency trip to the bathroom, and he decided, you didn't take me out first. So I'm not exactly in a very good mood with him. I would do that anytime soon. I crank the heater. I am getting cheap. Got my TV dinner out fine. Warming up the trailer, so I drop the heater to cook it. Mm. That might help. Came back to my trailer after shopping. It smelled like pot shopping. Fuck.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, what kind of TV dinner?
Barbecue rib. Basically, sandwich meats. And so I'm just going to throw it on bread and have it barbecue sandwich. 6 patties. That's what I was looking for. Barbecue rib patties.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, was Loki barking when you went shopping?
I don't know. He wasn't when I got back. But he did bark a couple times while I was down in the bathroom. When I ran down the bathroom, I had the stream on. I was able to listen in. I just got that blasé feeling. Kind of sucks. When my weed's not doing shit. Which is odd, because this stuff, the strain was usually pretty good. But I'm not getting anywhere. Maybe it's because I'm smoking too bad. Come here, bastard. I also don't have a whole lot left, which kind of fucking
YouTube,
sucks.
Hinson Jackson, barbecue rib sandwiches sound good, man.
The on-con ones aren't so bad. They're not the greatest, but they're not bad either. No. Not grinding right now. There's enough shake just throw it in the bowl. I'm going to. Yeah, I'm just underlying. I have this underlying feeling of bumpiness for some reason. I don't fucking know. Something's just not right. No, wait. I know a big something is not right. Curtis Dixon was sucking the life out of me. It's all the drama of the fucking country and the world at the moment. You got it, dude. Oh, acting like there's something fighting. But I don't need any more. Have a nice day.
Where's the game, lol?
The game is in the background. I wasn't actually intending on playing, but it sounded like there was somebody with a minigun at my base. I popped in to check it out and see what the hell's going on. But it would appear I was incorrect. That's who I thought was talking to. Excuse me. So I did hear, you did get the minigun. Eddie, you have to push it. Ah. No. Gotta say the miniguns are kind of Halo. Try and remember what the other game was. Either way, the belt fed open is not very often used. A lot of times nowadays are just using completely enclosed systems for the ones for the game. It's kind of weird. I always like to see the exposed round of the belt. Looks like I'll be using my 260 for lighter, more than likely. Because this one's starting to die. Let me see how my ex preferred to smoke. I still really don't care for smoking. And I don't have a rolling machine, nor can I roll without one. Nor do I have papers, but that's something that can fix. We don't chew.
People are like right versus left hand plasma, just like you just change the weight a little bit. Just like not such a big deal to have a left-handed or left-handed pipe even for right-handed. You just got to make sure that it's designed properly.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, LMAO, Dublin's legs kicked up is hilarious.
That's her front legs even. You're okay. You know, it's pretty bad. When I was watching Trump's speech, I was watching it live before he even came in the room. I watched where everybody went. And I listened to him. I regretted doing so, but I did so. And automatically the day after, people were complaining about Democrats voting to censor another Democrat. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? There were 10 Democrats that censored Mr. Green. It's like, no, there weren't. Do you mean the 10 Republicans that decided to sit on that side? No, we're Democrats. And they actually give me the picture as using one of their proof articles. And it's like, that's Majority Taylor Greene in the front row. That's this person, that's this person, that's this person. These are all Republicans. And it's only Republicans there that are wearing pink. Not any of the Democrats in that picture. So thank you for providing me with the proof that I was correct. Saving me a little bit of digging. And maybe you should start paying attention to shit before popping off with somebody who knows their shit. He's like, thank you for giving me a picture of exactly who you're talking about. And now I can definitely say to you, you're wrong. Because I know each and every one of those faces. Because I've been following this shit. Next!
It's bad when somebody wants to pop up and they don't even know who the fuck they're popping off.
It's the horrible Democrats. How could 10 Democrats sit there and censor their own person? Because those weren't Democrats. You don't even know the faces of your Republican enemies. Fucking ridiculous. Oh. Fuck. That's not gonna last tonight. That would be enough. Hurry up and heat up. Yo.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. Hi, Justin.
Hey, Stephs. What's up? And welcome back.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. I'm not Republican or Democrat. What do you think, Republicans or due to the people on disability?
Will do to them? Honestly, I can say that they've been trying to take actions to take disability and Social Security, as well as Medicaid, Medicare. So I can't say that there's certainty. I've seen actions, they've said it. I can't be certain how far they'll get. And that's why I worry about it. Probably part of the reason why I'm feeling so off today. Grumpy. These people are not coming to realization fast enough.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. Trump just wants to support the rich. H is taking disability, unemployment and SSI.
Yeah, that's exactly what the moves have been and been said from his own mouth, as well as Elon's. You can't really trust what comes out of their mouth unless they back it up with their actions, and they're backing it up with their actions. So fuck. Of course, this is one of the main topics I've been telling people for the longest time. He said he's wanting to do for the longest time. He finds disability and Social Security to be not okay, basically. He finds this to be lazy and technically worthless. I'm not going to sugarcoat that, but I'm also not going to...
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. As he said he was going to build the wall, he started it.
Yeah. He said he was going to repeal and replace Obamacare. He started. This time, there's not as many people there to stop him. And that's the truly scary part of it. The people that are up there are helping him. Such as, well, part of the reason why I'm even irritated at the moment. Freaking, there were Republicans that decided to dress in pink and sit on the Democrat side of the aisle to make it seem like there was support from Democrats for Trump. And now you've got a bunch of foolish people thinking that the Democrats had 10 people that voted to silence one of their own. And people don't even know what the Republican representatives look like. They don't know what the people making the trouble look like. They sat there and gave me a frickin' photo that proved my fucking point. In the photo, you can see fucking Majority Taylor Greene in the front row of the rows of pink. It's like, that's this person, that's this person, that's this person, that's this person.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. His last term we almost had an impeachment. We should have it done now.
No. We had 2 impeachments. We almost had him removed. And we were stopped. Because of Republicans. That issue has only gotten worse. Democrats are having hell in the courts trying to
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery.
Work with it.
If he believes in the American dream, then that includes social security and disability.
He believes in the American dream for the rich. Not everybody. I just want to be absolutely clear about that. I still have not seen any more to deny or confirm, but the rumor is the $5,000 stimulus that's supposed to be going out is only if you make more than $40,000 a year. That's supposed to be one of the stipulations to qualify. Supposedly.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. Exactly. For the rich.
His gold card for immigration is a $5 million VIP pass to becoming an American citizen, including not needing to take the citizenship exam. His explaining. $5 million. Buy it. No background checks, no nada, just you're a citizen now. Welcome. No, it does not look good for us. It really does not look good. And it looks worse for everyone. This is quite literally a world destabilizing event. Trump wanted to sit there and say Zelensky was fucking trying to play around and make World War III. That was projection. And it's also the last little bit of the prediction that I made way back when.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. Illegal immigrants definitely do not need to be here, but if they're rich, they can be here. Unreal.
And actually, there is a lot of reasons for illegal immigrants. They do more than half of the actual agricultural farm work. And also pay taxes, believe it or not. See, illegal immigrants still have to pay taxes. They get a TIN number. And that TIN number is the only way you're going to be able to get paid as an illegal immigrant here in the United States. Other than direct cash under the table. And even then, the employer that's doing direct cash under the table has a damn good risk of getting caught and getting you removed. Having you removed. Most employers don't want to do this because the fee that goes along with it is a little too steep for them, but there are many that will. But they are also the rich. Not your typical farmer. That you'd be looking at the big corporation farms for that. As to where your mom and pop farm, they may use some illegal immigrants, but they make sure that they pay their taxes. Even some of the bigger farms that are big family farms, and yeah, they make sure that these guys got the TIN numbers so they can do the job right. It's another one of those 50 Shades of Grey.
Hinson Jackson. I was talking to this chick the other day, and she was so fixed on how Trump is making our country better. And her mother is an illegal immigrant, but says she would not be mad if he was removed. YouTube, Hinson Jackson, from our country.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. I don't know if they're even going to put out that stimulus. I haven't heard he was going to yet.
He's actually announced it. He has announced it officially. He has not announced terms, per se. He's announced that it's happening. So, at this point, don't count on it yet. I haven't seen any kind of moves to make it a reality, or any kind of framework of what it is actually
YouTube,
qualified.
Steph Springs Nursery. That's awful. Who got to stay here with a gold card?
No one's gotten to stay with the gold card yet. Not just yet. Yeah, but that's just it. There are rich illegal immigrants. Because there's more than one way to be an illegal immigrant. Actually, there's more than two ways. One, you can come across the border illegally.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I heard people on disability, SSI, and unemployment are not getting the stimulus.
That's what he said. But if the 40,000 a year rule comes into play, if that is a legit thing, there's going to be a lot more than that aren't getting it. Most people don't make 40K.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. When is the stimulus coming out for the people that do get it?
He did not say when. And so far, everything I've seen points to no. I will not get it. Because I'm on disability. What Jackson said is what he said in the office during the interview about it. And he brought it up, not the news media. Or no, was it in the speech? I think it was in the speech. That shit had my head so fucked up.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I'll be getting it and putting it towards the channel.
I know if I get it, I'll just be using it for the channel. Because honestly, at this point, that would be the best thing I could do. Would be investing in keeping this going. Because right now it is my best avenue for, well, a lot of fucking things, including my sanity. Yep. Gonna have to use it to buy a lighter tomorrow. Oh, I forgot the empty freeze bottles in there. It's like, it's loud.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I'm investing it in your channel, bro, for sure.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate you. We're going to have to be careful about it, though. It's going to be one of those things you're only going to be able to give me like $300 a month, honestly. Otherwise, it's probably going to fuck up my disability. I won't even be able to be every month. If they see that it's a reoccurring thing, they'll count it as work and start docking my disability. And that's a drastic drop. I mean, for real. First time I got YouTube payout, Terry had sent well over $300 that month. I ended up having a payout of about, I think, $360 something in the end, or something like that. $260, I don't remember. But I also had a Twitch payout that month too, and disability got pissy. They knocked me down from my full 967 down to 100 and something. I was just like, wait a minute, excuse me? I'm supposed to be able to make up to $2,000 without it being an issue or having to report it. What the fuck is this? Well, if it's a job, you have to report it. Technically, it's a hobby, not a
YouTube,
job.
Hinson Jackson. Terry works for the Disability Office LMAO-JK.
If Terry worked for the Disability Office, I would probably be in a little bit of trouble. I mean, yeah, I can do a lot of things for a short period of time, but the key word is a short period of time.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. I thought the stimulus check was made to make people start buying and make an economy better for everybody.
That is what it's supposed to be for. But, depending on how it's done, it can actually have a reverse effect. And that's what happened with the first sets. That's quite literally why we had the depression. The inflation. The fact that the inflation that is going on now is being blamed on Biden is a lot of people talking shit that they don't have a goddamn clue about. Case in point, I know there's one on Midas Touch. Maybe I should just find it, but Trump was talking about the tariffs on, I can't remember which channel it was, but as he was talking about it, you could actually see the economy and the stock market start to fucking crash right there on screen. And it's just like, yeah. And the funny thing is, I don't know if he'll actually ever do these tariffs, because that's not the point of them. The point of these of him saying that he's going to do the tariffs and then not doing the tariffs and not going to do it and then doing it is because it's fucking with the economy and it's driving the economy through the floor. Why is that something he'd be doing?
Because him and his friends have a bunch of money. And they don't like to spend it if they don't have to. And if they want to buy up stocks and whatnot, they kind of need to be at a good selling price. What better way to manipulate the market? And get your stocks at a good price. Or sell them at a good price and make some fast money. There is just so much fucking going on up there in the negative. It's ridiculous.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, where's Oregon the cat?
Oregon the cat? I don't know about cat named Oregon. I know Dublin's right there. I also know there's several foreign towns named Oregon, as well as several non-foreign. Fucking son of a bitch. Huh? It didn't burn my pants. Well, that was just lovely. Yeah, I remember why I quit stabbing it in me.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery, when they knocked down your disability to lower, was Trump president by then?
Yes, Trump was president at that time. But I don't think he was the cause. Yeah, he made it clear that he wanted to do away with it back then still, but he didn't make any moves to. At least not outright. The stimulus checks back then I got no problem. And that was a lot more. Yeah, I got the stimulus checks freaking last couple of years prior to that. It was within the same term. Quite literally, the stimulus check time from one to the first one to the last one, I was with my ex the whole time. It wasn't until I got back here. No, so Biden was president when it got docked. Not Trump. It was Biden's presidency. Sorry, sometimes it takes me a minute to get the timeline right. Gotta love having time blindness. But even at that, no, because that's federal, not state. I don't know. So I'm not really sure what the big difference is. Because last month I hit payout. It was only 113 or something like that, but still didn't have any issue with that. Kind of weird. I don't know if it's just who's there in the freaking disability office, or if it's because we've had so many staff cut that I haven't heard anything yet, or whatnot. Well, okay, do I need to create your atmosphere for you? You too warm back there. Are you a hot dog? Alright, I'll make your cool space. Urgh. I'll stand up a cooler back here.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. Where is Oregon the cat? Is that like a secret password?
I don't know, that's why I was asking Jackson. And Dublin's right here. Ooh, sorry, baby. Didn't mean to wake you. I wasn't quite sure what he was trying to say with that message. Okay, fine. I won't pet the belly. I just got told no. Hi. You want to get some water? No, you leave him alone. You lay down and leave him alone. You bully. Get some water, boo. Get some water, boo.
Looks like I'll be right back. The asshole wants to go outside. I don't want to hear shit from you after this, dude. For fucking real. Yeah. I ain't even been home for 3 hours, dude. And you spiked potty while I was gone. Before I left, even. Not minutes.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. I heard people say that stimulus checks would just make us more behind and have more inflation.
This is very true what it will do. This is very much the fact. And that's why I was saying it's not a good thing. It will make the inflation worse. At the COVID time, the stimulus checks were a good idea. If they had been, what's the words I'm looking for here? Done with a little bit more thought, it would have had less effect. But honestly, it wasn't. And I can't exactly say that it's all Trump's doing or anything like that. Because he was given the information from one of his peoples to do so. I'll be right back. Go. No.
Did your business.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. I think JD Vance's wife is wearing pink too.
Yep. I could actually pull that up for you if you'd like. See it. Or did you find the news clip? Because this shit's hilarious. Oh, girl, I don't want to hear it.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. You.
Yo. Shit. Which one's it going to sign into? Huh? Oh, it's trying to sign me up. No. That's not happening. You're not going to sign me up for a freaking another account.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. Vance the Ken doll LMAO. I told my mom that earlier she was cracking up.
Good. It's supposed to be funny. It's not supposed to be just an insult. You're not doing it right then in my book. Oh wait, that's the troll in me. No. Gone. It's just the landing screen now. There's no... I don't remember my shit. Oh shit, I remembered my shit.
It's dinner time.
Apparently somebody disagrees.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. LMAO man, when I sent the Richard Spencer interview you had me laughing when you said as soon as you seen him you knew he was a douche. His sunglasses told you LMAO. Time to hit the flower dog.
Give me a second. Don't know, but this'll do. Now, this. Nope, wrong one. This.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. Sansu.
So, this is the picture that the person on Twitter decided they were going to try to send me and say, the people in pink were Democrats. No, zoom in. Quit it. Zoom in, you bastard. It's not going to do it. Damn it. Oh shit, that's too far up. That's too far up. Woo! That's a little too far in. Ah. But this person right here, that's Majority Taylor Greene, Republican representative and Trump fangirl. I know that face from anywhere. This is another one of Trump's fangirls. And so is this one. But, no. Everyone in pink there is a Republican. Even this gal in the pinkish purple with black overcoat. Same with the guy sitting next to them. And the person that was trying to argue me that it was Democrats doing it sent me that as a retort. Trying to say that those people were Democrats. It's like, you don't have a clue what you're talking about. I, on the other hand, do know what you're talking about and know that you don't have a clue.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. If the Republicans wanted to look like Democrats sitting on the Democratic side, then why did J.D. Vance, his wife, wear a pink? Was it by mistake?
Nope. No. If you saw the picture, you'll see they were all wearing pink. All the ladies of the Republican Party that sat over there. It's a statement. More than likely, a statement to try to degrade the Democrats. Come on, word. Morale. Because people will see it and think exactly that it was Democrats. Because that's how the seating usually goes. Democrats on one side, Republicans on another. These ladies seem to have noticed that and decided to take advantage. And I think it's the woman standing that was the one that shot her own dog. And was proud of it. Woman standing in the darker pink overcoat. Fluffy. One way or another, almost all of those faces are very recognizable as Republican senators, House members, Congress members. So. Oh, that was from Dragon earlier, that's right. Yeah, it was one of those. You don't even know who it is that you're against. You don't know them by face. You're going to pop off and try to say that these people are Democrats? What? That's wild. But no, it definitely did what those ladies hoped it would do, and everyone thought it was Democrats censoring one of their own. So, of course, people are looking at the negative and not looking at the fact that Democrats that were there didn't have much of a choice to do anything but hold up signs and protest. Because if they got boisterous about it, the same thing would happen to them as happened to Mr. Green, who is not the same family line, to be clear. Who got censored? Because he dared to speak up. No, 10 Democrats did not vote for him to be censored. 10 Republicans sat on the other side of the aisle to make it seem like it. And quite literally, and the proof is in the fucking picture pudding. It's in the film documented pudding too. It was live, in living color, and I saw it all! And I'm not going to lie, at first glance, I was fooled by it. And then I saw whose faces it was. I saw who the fuck it was. I'm like, now, I don't know if that's against the rules, but that's definitely not right. Yep, no more pissed off bartender.
She just wants y'all to hit that fucking follow button so she can get in that creator rewards program. Well, I would consider it a personal favor for me if you would do so. So, that button, that'd be fucking free. I know it's not supposed to work like this, but what the fuck am I supposed to do? I ain't got to fucking cover it myself, and I gotta do something. Follow button. Watch the content. That's it. If you made it
Yeah, it wasn't one of the ones that typically come from. I don't have any proof that Elon's addicted to ketamine.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. I guess JD Vance's wife shouldn't have worn pink because that tells what they were trying to do.
Yep, but sadly, a lot of Americans didn't see through it. Even a lot of left or Democratic people thought it was actually the Democrats. That's quite literally what I brought up, was me fighting or arguing somebody there on Twitter who was pissed off about 10 of the Democrats, 10 of their people standing up and censoring another one who was actually trying to stand up against Trump. Yeah, I don't just fight this front here. I also do it on Twitter and Quora.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. How do you find out she shot her own dog?
She admitted it. On camera. She actually came out and said it. And said it with pride. Said it was a sign of strength. And she never said anything about the dog being sick, injured, harmed, or anything along the lines. Sorry, Sensu. Well, that'd be a good reason it was all locked. The grinder's smashing up again. Grinding it, it's taking it to the freaking grinder. Sat here for several minutes cleaning out this fucking grinder this morning. And it's already freaking tasty.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. The only thing about people getting the stimulus that have a lot of money, why would they do that if those people already have all the money they need to buy anything they want already?
Greed. Quite literally. What a lot of people aren't getting, to some extent on both sides, is this isn't a class war that we're fighting. I mean, it's a class war we're fighting, not a
Steph
race war.
Springs Nursery. 3,000 or 5,000 neither amounts for anything to people that are well off.
Well, I feel you. Trust me. But you also have to think, Mr. Trump does not like the poor and average person. He does not like the blue-collar person. As a matter of fact, he continually stiffs contractors, and one of the contractors finally got paid. After, what was it, 4 or 5 years in court? The whole idea of these people don't need more money, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be an ass when I say this, toss it the hell out. Don't get me wrong, I 100% agree with you. They don't. These people are, well, greedy. That's why most of Trump's cabinet is tech bros, CEO millionaires. I mean, if you're on Social Security or disability, they've already gotten your information and it's been compromised. Because Elon and his lackeys, some apparently rather young adults, have gone into
YouTube.
the data
Steph
centers.
Springs Nursery. I just don't understand why they want to stand out in pink if they really wanted you to believe they were Democrats.
Well, they think the American people are stupid, for one. Which, I don't know about stupid, but a lot of us really are not that observant. A lot of us really are not paying enough attention to know that these are Republican people. Like, to know that that was Vance's wife. I can't pick out which one's Vance's wife there. I haven't seen Vance's wife. At least not by note of this is J.D. Vance's wife. Yeah, I can remember a face all day. Names, those are harder. So I can't name out every freaking person there, but I know who each one of them is. Because I continually sit here and watch this shit. And yes, it is downtrodden. Do not be mistaken. And it's definitely a morale killer. But I'm used to morale killers. I take it, turn it into fuel. Because things that typically just make other people feel bad or just want to give up piss me off. I am a very stubborn man. As much of a man as I can call. I'm also autistic. And there's kind of a saying about autistics. If we really put our minds to something, nothing's going to stop us. Other than ourselves. That's also part of the reason why I say I am a man of ways, not means. Sucks not having a radio later.
And I think it's about warming up in here. I can turn off the heater and start cooking my barbecue rib patties.
These could be fun. Ooh, that's ice. That's almost as bad as hearing it. I actually stuck my finger right into the ice. And with my issues. Or should I say, with having had a coat of ice armor in the past, ice is not my friend. Yeah, that's one of the odd anecdotes of my life that I have not necessarily shared with everybody. But it's still more than comfortable sharing here. Yeah, there's not many people out there who can say they've had a set of custom fit armor gifted to them by Mother Nature. Not to mention the fact that it was custom fitted plate. Thankfully for me, it was a faceless helmet.
Otherwise, I would have had a really freaking cold nose. watch it. This is so much better. There we go. You're okay, baby. Yeah, that's the first time you've ever seen a match lit. You like that smell? And matches make for good smoke, especially with matches. 6 patch. Yeah, she was fun to match. Curious as to what to do when I light one for my tobacco.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. That lady that shot her dog, did a Democrat give her the dog and that's why she shot it? Or did she think the dog was a Democrat? Lol.
She never made it clear why she did it. That's the bad thing. She never said why she did it. She was just saying it with pride. If she was strong enough, she shot her dog. It's like, hey, you shouldn't be proud of that. Having to take the life of your pet is not something to be proud of. That's something you should have some kind of remorse about. At least if you actually cared about that pet. And otherwise, if you didn't care about that pet, I'm sorry. You were not a very good pet owner. Probably shouldn't have any more. No, she never said why she did it. Or that didn't help her. I personally still try to err on the side of benefit of the doubt there and say, just going to say there was something wrong and they had the typical country way. It's kind of fucked up, but at the same time, it's what they got to deal with. But to be proud of it? That shows you're missing something upstairs. To use that as a way to say that I'm stronger than somebody else? Something's not right. And yeah, it circulated for a good week. That one did not go unnoticed. Was Trump's speech 2 or 3 days ago now? I thought so. This one's due recent. Yeah. We're going to start watching Republicans a lot more closely.
Right now, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are using fear and intimidation.
Representing Donald Trump in his criminal matters must be vogue again, because we've got some new appellate lawyers from a top flight firm filing a new brief on behalf of Donald Trump with the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which covers New York, about his 34-count felony conviction, but it should end up being the same result. The filing has been made directly to the Second Circuit, and it's asking the Second Circuit to reverse the lower court's decision to keep the state conviction and keep the state appeal in the state court system and not bring it over to the federal court system just because there was a couple of pieces of stray evidence. Some of which related to the Midas Touch podcast and Michael Cohen and Legal AF that was presented to the jury on Michael Bobach. Let's get to it here on Midas Touch Network. Here's the new filing. The new lawyers, let's start there. I always find that interesting. Remember that all of Donald Trump's criminal lawyers were sucked into the administration and sucked into the executive branch and are now serving in the Department of Justice for the slow.
Just kind of been dealing with the people who don't know what's actually going on, trying to say shit, other shit's going on. Freaking all over the fucking internet. Ever since fucking Trump's speech and the shit they were, Trump and Republicans pulled there.
Representing Donald Trump. One of them is Sullivan and Cromwell, firm I know well. I've opposed and beaten in New York. And its lawyers in both Washington and New York. They've now come forward. We refer to them in New York as a white shoe firm because they're one of these silk-stocking elite firms. I guess they have their ethicist and their management committee get together and say, sure, we'll represent the president now. All right, well, it doesn't change the arguments. I just thought it was interesting that top firms are now on the right-wing side coming into cases of Donald Trump.
Damn,
so
this
let's
Braxia.
turn to the merits of the case. So what happened is this, just to bring everybody up to speed. We had a trial in New York, 34-count felony conviction. A 9-member jury convicted Donald Trump 9-0 for violating business record law and in furtherance of a second crime, in this case a federal election crime, in the hush money cover-up related to payments made to Stormy Daniels to stop her story from going public.
Where is your fucking lighter,
for
bro?
office against Hillary Clinton in the 2018 campaign. That brings us current. The judge was Judge Rashawn. He presided. They convicted. The judge held off on sentencing.
And I don't know about you, but I am not using that torch on it.
We know what happened there. I'll talk about that.
Hey, Jackson.
Up under this appeal. In addition, we had the election. So there were numerous delays lasting several months apiece.
Yeah, my lighter quite literally just died like
before the inauguration. Judge Rashawn
15 minutes ago, give or take.
I know what it's like to take a ball rip with a match.
Sort of wrapped it up that way.
Back up.
Donald Trump wants to bring an appeal, but he doesn't want to bring it in the state appeal courts, which would
But still using the match for this.
Department appellate division.
Not good.
Where another
That
case
depends.
depending on
Depends on what kind of ball you're using.
fraud. Now, remember that 400
If you got a decent ball, using a match can actually be a really nice
over
cover.
10 years. That's up with the same state
Now, a Zippo, on the other hand,
YouTube, Hinton Jackson, Peen Chuck that shit up
some
ASAP.
or half of that judgment size, but
Why?
Donald Trump wants to be in the feds because he wants a fast track to the United States
YouTube,
Supreme Court.
Hinton Jackson, Justin Bro, I live law.
In fact, speaking of the United States Supreme Court, did you catch on the joint session address last night as Donald Trump was entering the room? His little fist bump or whatever that was supposed to be with Chief Justice John Roberts, in which Chief Justice John Roberts had had to have heard Donald Trump say, I won't forget you. I got you. Let's run the clip.
Remember those?
That was from at the tail end of Trump's speech, that last little bit there, where Trump goes up to one of the Democrat judges and shakes his hand and says, "Thank you, sir. Thank you. I won't forget you." Which is another thing that has sent a lot of people bonkers, thinking that we're losing Democrats to Trump. That's kind of why they're doing it, is they're trying to make it seem like the Democrats are slowly moving over to his side of things and trying to say that they are, once again, the bad guy. He sees that our people are against him now, and he don't like it.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I'm about to make a couple hot dogs. Get your rib sandwiches ready.
They're already in the oven. They're about halfway done. Part of the reason why it's so quiet in here. But, Stephs, if you're still there, that's the answer to your question. They don't think the American people are going to realize that it's Republicans doing this shit, that the Democrats aren't involved. They're going to think the Democrats are involved because that's where they're putting themselves, is over the Democrats. Which makes them think the Democrats are just part of the issue, which adds on the idea of the government versus the people war that they are trying to make it happen. They're trying to destabilize anything that is stable. They want to throw the country into chaos because that is the easiest way to accelerate the plan that they have. They throw the country into chaos and then take control of it with martial law, and no one can do shit. And then they'll be able to just lock up. He'll be able to do pretty much whatever the fuck he wants, including lock up protesters. Just like Russia. Because Donald Trump admires the power Putin has. He wants it for himself. He wants the people to adore him in the way he thinks the people of Russia adore Putin. He wants to have that kind of control over them. Yeah. No, these matches give me.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, #Justin for Press.
I'll change my name before I do that. MFP. Nature Base. No, I'll be changing my name. And the English translation for my first name will actually be Mage. So my first name will actually be Japanese in origin. Matoshi. Matoshi Abraham. I feel it fitting, and I like the sound. First one important, not the second. Second one's just kind of a bonus. Names intentionally, each in a different background. Because what can I say? I like symbolization. And I really am quite the number of times I've been called un-American since Trump's been in office. First term. He called traitor shit. Just like, are you for real? You don't even have a basic grasp of what's going on, and you want to call me a traitor and say that I'm un-American. Lisa, think you don't know very much. You probably should keep your mouth shut. Not smart to talk about people you don't know. Donald Trump? Oh, yeah. I spent too much time watching this shit. Watching every fucking piece fall into place. Trying to warn people. But they just don't want to listen.
Things when the Supreme Court, when a Democrat was president, said they weren't even going to go to these kind of things because they didn't want to be political.
Trump said. Yeah, well, he also said this, which is quite contradictory to what you're saying he said, which I can't argue. He did say that, too. But his actions are not that. His actions are this. So, with the whole actions speak louder than words, wouldn't you think that this is the one he's actually doing? Would his actions show he's doing this? Am I weird for thinking that's common sense? that if you say two things that are different and you do one of them, that it's the thing that you were going to do, and that you start trusting that that's what somebody's going to do.
Now Chief Justice Roberts is doing high fives with President Trump as he enters the room. That does not fill me with a lot of confidence about their being fair and impartial when they get this case again. Now, the reason we're here is because in last July, in the immunity decision that was written by that same guy, the fist-pumping president guy, Chief Justice Roberts, he effectively gave Donald Trump two types of immunity, or any president, but really Donald Trump, two types of immunity. One is immunity for official conduct, or core constitutional conduct under Article 2 of the Constitution, absolute immune. Then there's the presumption of immunity bucket, for things that happened at the outer boundaries of his official conduct. And then there's also what we call evidential immunity, which came out of that same case, which is if in doing the prosecution or the case against the guy that was or is president, you can't use any element of his official conduct against him. Listen, that extra hour of daylight, it's so good for the mental health, but so hard on the morning routine. If you, like me, take like 15 minutes to do your business on the toilet at the best of times, you need to get a bidet. Tushy helps me elevate comfort in the bathroom while getting me out the door sooner. Now look, before Tushy, I thought a bidet was just like some awkwardly placed water fountain next to that shower with no glass divider that soaked my hotel bathroom floor. But now I know I'm worthy of a bidet too. And using Tushy on a daily basis was a lot easier than I envisioned. It was gentle on my private parts in a way that only clean water down there can be. Tushy is the modern bidet that instantly transforms your bathroom habits and bottom health for life. And Aura is the luxury bidet seat that turns toilet time into La Dolce Vita. Aura is Tushy's brand new electric bidet with an auto-open lidded seat, instant warm water that never runs cold, and UV sterilization for next-level hygiene. Aura by Tushy is...
I'm sorry, but how much is this shit?
Attaches to your existing toilet without the need for additional plumbing. Instead of wiping endlessly with toilet paper, Tushy pristinely removes 99% of bacteria while protecting your natural skin barrier thanks to one natural ingredient, fresh water. Installation is simple. It takes about 10 minutes to complete. Literally anyone can do it. Tushy Bidet gives you 2-in-1 benefits, reducing irritation and preventing micro tears with soothing water instead of scratchy toilet paper or damaging wet wipes. It's also easy to use. Sit, cleanse, and dry using the built-in air dryer. That's right. Cleaning yourself after using the bathroom is now hands-free. Every Hello Tushy Bidet comes with a 30-day hassle-free return and a 12-month warranty. Reclaim your comfort zone in the bathroom. For a limited time, our listeners get 10% off your first bidet order when you use code LEGALAF at checkout. That's
I'm sorry. That would make my bathroom a lot less comfortable. I know it's got a bidet feature. I'm going to be scared that shit's going to fucking malfunction any moment.
off your first bidet order at HelloTushy.com with promo code LegalAF. And Donald Trump now argues in his Second Circuit brief that during the trial, there were 3 different discrete pieces of evidence when he was wearing his president hat that should not have gone to the jury. One, Michael Cohen testifying about certain things, fellow podcaster here, including that Donald Trump may have sought advice from the then Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, that was his first Attorney General, about whether he committed an election law violation while he was running for office. I don't see how that's a presidential act, asking the Attorney General about a private affair, a private transaction that happened while he was candidate, not a president. But that came into evidence. Some conversations with Hope Hicks came into evidence, the White House press secretary at the time. And some other testimony about Michael Cohen. Now we know from kind of the original motion practice and submissions that they also did not like Michael Cohen making comments against the president on the Midas Touch podcast, on Michael Cohen's podcast, on Legal AF. They cited all of that. It was very surreal that we became part of the record, if you will, for this ultimate appeal. Now they're arguing that under the removal statute, we're really focused on a very specific removal statute, that if there is any colorable act relating to a presidential conduct and there's a federal defense available to that person, that officer, the federal officer, boom, then he gets to remove it no matter the timing of it, even though the trial's over at any time. Problem with that argument is I've read through now this 40-page brief. I see very little credible argument that there is a colorable argument that what Donald Trump was talking to Jeff Sessions about, or Hope Hicks about, or Michael Cohen about, that went to the jury, that any of that was colorably related to his being the president of the United States, as opposed to what Judge Hellerstein, the lower court judge, referred to it as a private affair, literally, with Stormy Daniels. And so I think they don't get over the first problem, which is lack of colorable federal connection, federal office connection. And I don't really see their federal defense. You have to have a federal defense as well in order to remove
YouTube.
But their federal defense is,
It's funny because some news sites you can tell are pro-Democrat and some sites you can tell are pro-Republican by what they report and how they report about it.
Mm-hmm. You very much can, and that's why you can tell these guys are pro-Democrat. I also make sure, as I don't know if you've seen it yet, I tend to call them out on shit because they're not spot on. And they've had to correct themselves a few times. They didn't do it by actually coming out and saying that they needed to correct themselves, but by doing so the next time they talk about it. Which, I can't say I like that part of it. I definitely end up still looking things up because there's some of the stuff they say sometimes that actually happened seems like absolute bullshit. And that's even with everything I already know. It's like, I kind of have to give benefit of a doubt on this one. And that's what's up with the whole $40,000 a year minimum to get the stimulus check thing is one of those. Yeah, I don't know about that. That kind of seems a little pushing the veil. Catch my drift. Seems a little bit too much. Even for them. Now, I can say that Donald Trump has said that he would do a stimulus package before this most recent time of saying it. He did say something before coming into office. Of course, he sat there and blamed Democrats for the size of the other ones, saying he wanted to give us 5,000 apiece, blah, 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 and I think that's where that number's coming from this time. Whether that's a negative or a positive, I don't bloody know. I just have a feeling that's where it's coming from. Because a lot of the people, especially his own, have been getting very angry that he hasn't been keeping all of his promises. And that was one of the bigger ones that even his people were complaining about, that he wasn't doing. So, I don't know. I have not seen any action taken to move towards it.
whatsoever. Matter of fact, I've seen a lot of action away from it. But it's not so far away from it that it's really has any kind of anchor or weight on the situation. So I can't say at the moment I see it happening, but I also can't say that I don't see it happen, that it's not gonna happen. I mean, he very well could. And where? And that's why I've been talking about it the way I have. It's been, well, if this is not the case, if I get it, it's going here. Ribs are done and cooled. Yeah, it was funny. These?
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, hot dogs almost done.
Sweet. These are in a catch-all drawer. They're actually in there when we moved in. They got some paint on. Can't see it too well. No, there's a little bit better. That gray's paint. It's on the striker on this side too. So I'm using the inside.
Federal Election Commission and the Federal Election Commission Act, it preempts any kind of state prosecution. I don't see that. And generally, it's a civil matter. The courts have found that you could have a state court crime, a state crime in furtherance of a federal crime. I really don't see how there's
Steph
a federal
Springs
defense here
Did you
at
hear
all.
about a thing called the Great Reset that was starting to be talked about, I guess, 4 years ago or more?
The Great Reset? Yep, that is what I heard. A little bit more than that. First time I heard about it was back during Bush's presidency. Junior, not senior. Honestly, every bit of that was some dangerous shit. For that to happen, you would have to completely crash the economy, screw everybody. I mean, literally, everybody would be screwed from it. And then try to kickstart it back up somehow. But that's just it. It was an economy scenario. It was all for the economy, not government and safety regulations and shit like that. It was meant for as an economic reset. Stocks, everything. It was a theory
back then, and every economic evaluation expert and predictor, those guys, people that predict the economy and say it's going to, something work good or not. They're economists of one flavor of it. I just can't remember the exact name, but had said that it wouldn't work. Even if you were able to get everything down ground level. This would mean the stopping of all trade. Yeah, no, not a bueno scenario. You would. There's only two ways it can be accomplished, and that's either trying to reset the value of the dollar, which, yeah, you can't just reset the value of the dollar. Crashing the economy is not going to reset the value of the dollar. It will, as a matter of fact, make the value of the dollar fall quickly. And I mean quicker than it is. With the US dollar being the world currency, that fucks the entire world. America is such an integrated part of the rest of the fucking world. If we isolate, not only do we screw ourselves, we screw the rest of the world too. That's why I've been doing these daily newscasts. That's why I'm always getting worked up about someone being an idiot online about it. That's before the fact that I fucking predicted this shit. I'm sitting here watching it happen in slow motion. That's aside. I made an oath to my country when I attempted to join the military. And I'll be goddamned if I'm just going to sit here while something is happening that me sitting here doing nothing would be breaking my oath. That oath wasn't to the president. It never said anything about the fucking president. It was the country and its people. If I just completely sat quiet about this, I'd be breaking that oath. If I ignored this, I would be breaking that oath. And I am one of those that, when I give my word, I will do everything I fucking can to keep it. And that's just giving my word. That's not an oath. I'm not sure how many people know the difference. The event I do every April 13th, my son's birthday, that was an oath. And I will do that every fucking year. Without exception. That is one of the few days of the year that I actually 100% have something scheduled. And then on top of all that, I care about you assholes, whether you realize it or not. More than some of you care about others. And I'm not talking to one person or any couple of people directly. That is to everybody, without exception. I may be anti-religion, but I'm Christian in the fact that I strive to be Christ-like. Well, I guess I'd be the foul-mouthed version, huh? What? It's not dinner time yet. No, you're not going outside. I have never let you outside. And the only way I will let you outside is on a leash and harness. It's like my other cats, you're a scaredy cat. You'll get out there and you'll get fucking scared. Won't be surprised if you'll react the same way your sister did. Should have thought about that.
I would be surprised as a federal court practitioner, one who appears kind of regularly before the Second Circuit. I would be surprised if this three-judge panel that will ultimately be assigned to this matter, and we'll know who that is soon, but there'll be oral argument on this matter soon. We'll report on it here on the Midas Touch Network. I would be surprised if they find that there's a removal so late in the game, so filed so far after the sentencing, and on these grounds. I just don't see them saying, sure, take the case back to us on Second Circuit, we'll do your appeal. But if he loses at the Second Circuit, which I believe he will, his lawyers will then file an emergency application with the United States Supreme Court. And we'll have to see with fist bumper Chief Justice Roberts, which that gave me no confidence whatsoever. I mean, we've had the upside-down flags of insurrection being filed by Justice Alito. We got this little scene going on there. And so we'll have to see what the United States Supreme Court does. What's the worst-case scenario? The case ends up in a Second Circuit appeal on all aspects of what happened during that trial, and up to the United States Supreme Court. I guess that could happen. I mean, there's many different roads to the Supreme Court now that Donald Trump is president, and we'll continue to follow them all. I think the takeaway here is we've got major firms who've decided it's okay to get back into bed with Donald Trump again. We've got Midas Touch and Legal AF being cited in the record again, and we've got the Second Circuit sitting on a decision after an oral argument that'll be coming up soon about whether this whole 34-count felony conviction on appeal should go to a federal court, the Second Circuit, or should go back to the First Department Appellate Division in Manhattan, which is a state appellate court. I'll follow it all right here on the Midas Touch Network. Follow me, Michael Popak, Legal AF, Wednesdays and Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and then wherever you get.
Okay, I got those over there.
A busy legal week. Michael Popak and Legal AF. First, the United States Supreme Court made its first major ruling, and a ruling against Donald Trump in the USAID appeal that went all the way to the highest court of our land. We'll break down the order, what it required the Trump administration to do, and the breakdown of the 5-4 ruling where a Trump-appointed judge, Amy Coney Barrett, as well as a George W. Bush-appointed judge, the Chief Justice John Roberts, joined with the three liberals in a 5-4 decision. As our Legal AF watchers and listeners know, we told you to watch for that 5-4 dynamic develop, and we see that developing right there and playing out in that ruling. Let's also talk about Trump's joint session address, not because I really want to talk about it anymore, but because he made a significant admission in it about Elon Musk's position in Doge, that numerous litigants are rushing to the court to show that the government lawyers have been lying to these federal judges about who, what, where, when, why regarding Elon Musk and Doge. We'll break that all down as well. The Democrats in the Senate Judiciary Committee have reported the interim United States Attorney in Washington, D.C., Ed Martin, who we've been talking about here, to the to the Washington, D.C. bar for alleged unethical conduct. We've been covering all of the things that Ed Martin, who's never had federal prosecutorial experience before, has been doing. He's been tweeting all of these things like, Elon Musk, I got your back. We're going to go after these people. We're going to go after these people. He's been like attacking members of Congress. He's been behaving with buffoonery that would be completely unfathomable if this wasn't the Trump administration. We'll break that down. What the F happened, by the way, in the New York federal criminal proceedings, where I think Michael Popak predicted what was going to happen when the federal judge brought in an amicus curiae, Paul Clement, who was the Solicitor General in the George W. Bush administration, to provide a kind of an advisory opinion about what should happen with Mayor Adams and how the Trump administration wants to dismiss the Eric Adams charges without prejudice. Paul Clemente came in and did something surprising, not great, but we will break down what that is. And there's been a lot of other updates as well with these various federal court rulings, including in D.C., federal judge Beryl Howell in a very powerful ruling against the Trump administration, saying that Donald Trump is trying to behave like a king, and she really just gave this scorching opinion where she explained the way our Constitution works, how in Article 2, the president is really just a custodian to faithfully execute the laws, not to rule as a dictator and not to rule as a king. We'll break that down and more here on Legal AF. Michael Popak, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks, Ben. Let's keep it my own scorecard. So, things that are at the cusp of that intersection of law and politics. You got Mexico and Canada winning the tariff war already, right? With Claudia Sheinbaum being the new leader of our region, because Donald Trump has abdicated that responsibility. North Korea pulled off the biggest crypto heist in history, taking $1.5 billion out of a crypto market exchange. Poof, went into the ether as Trump's, who's the self-proclaimed crypto shaman, watches crypto fall off the cliff along with the rest of the economy. China will soon have more diplomatic missions around the world than the United States as Trump pulls in the American oars. The Federal Reserve reports and confirms the economy is heading for a recession under Trump based on less than 50 days of his administration. We're watching the Supreme Court and appellate federal courts struggle as to whether, on the fundamental existential question, is the presidency a powerful, limitless, unitary president, or is that a myth? As cabinet members break out into the open and almost come to blows with Elon Musk. That's this week. I call the day, I don't want to count off the days of this administration, but it's like a hostage crisis. It's like day 49 of the American values being taken hostage by the Trump administration.
Yeah, Michael Popak, that list that you gave is not a list of shiny achievements. Those are a list of any one of those things would be, deeply, deeply problematic. The conflagration of them all is, something we need to cover, expose, talk about every single day. Let's talk about, though, the joint session address, talked about what Donald Trump said about Elon Musk and Doge, to remind everybody in all of the various federal court cases where Trump and Doge and various departments have been sued, the Trump administration's position is that Elon Musk is not the leader of Doge, and Doge is not a new department. That Doge is simply a division that already existed before on digital services, which would help with like the websites, kind of did some IT work, not actually destroy the government. And they were saying that Elon Musk is not its leader. Who's the leader? They like made up someone named Amy Gleason. They're like, it's Amy. And Amy was like in Mexico, and she was like, okay, I guess it's me. And one of their like, well, why are they doing that? Why are they playing games? Because they want to call Elon Musk a special advisor to Donald Trump, say he works exclusively in the executive branch so that they don't have to have any accountability, and they could assert executive privilege, Presidential Records Act immunity, and reject all FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests, and to also object to the extent Congress ever tries to subpoena Elon Musk, make it an executive power, executive branch versus Congress dispute, and say, we're not going to make him available. So it's all about the lack of transparency. But with that as background, here's what Donald Trump said at the joint session.
And the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
And is not modified. It is exactly how he said it during the speech. Word for word. No cuts, no edits.
Also so utterly tone deaf, right? I mean, again, that scene out of the joint session really looked like what you would have seen, Saddam Hussein's Iraq. You see now in kind of North Korea where they all clap for Kim Jong-un, really, like that. It's Donald Trump would also say things there like, and we're going to get rid of the CHIPS Act. You mean like the act that the bipartisan investment fund that invested billions of dollars in red states, and you're going to crush jobs in red states?
Yes.
Yes, dear leader. Yes, dear leader. But let's not, this isn't the political show. It's the intersection of law and politics. Popot, talk to us though about the significance of that admission right there.
Bad news for the Department of Justice under Donald Trump, because now they're no longer going to be able to look judges in the eye and say they don't know who runs Doge. Here's the organic grab that's been that you and I and our audience knows what it is. But they've been playing fast and loose in a shell game with judges, and judges have, as we've reported, are now fed up. And right after that statement was made that confession was made by Donald Trump, they took a clip of it, and at least one of the 12 or so cases that are where the Trump administration has been sued about things Elon Musk and Doge has done. They sent in the clip as under a title of a document called New Evidence to help solve this mystery. It's really no mystery to anybody except for the official filings and statements made by these Department of Justice lawyers for Donald Trump. Doge sits unconstitutionally outside government through a special advisor named Elon Musk that they're trying to hide behind executive privilege. At the same time, they set up a shadow entity in the executive branch, taking over the original Office of Digital Services, which was like the webmaster for the government before, and they made it the Doge Services. So they just sort of added the name. They put this phony figurehead, a person that you mentioned, this healthcare executive in Tennessee, who's a boss, works for Doge and Elon Musk. That's how she got there. She had been in the digital services before working on the COVID marketing response from Donald Trump. So that's that. And then through that, they control two things. The Office of Personnel Management, where Elon Musk has already co-opted for himself a email address, sending out emails through hr@opm.com. Judges have already said the Office of Personnel Management doesn't have the ability to hire and fire the federal workforce. That's at the cabinet level. And then you have Elon Musk's Doge Bros, his teenage 20-year-olds running around from his former tech companies, now with up to their elbows in our payment systems on the various servers and computers networks for all the major agencies that pay money to American citizens like Treasury, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, State Department, and they're pushing the reject button. Even when cabinet level secretaries like Marco Rubio for State say this $50 million payment needs to be made to the Secretary of State, to the State Department, they're going in and unchecking, I'm not making this up, unchecking the boxes and making sure the payments don't go out, which puts the Department of Justice in a weird place in front of judges. Because judges like, why did the payments go out?
Some people say Biden and Obama were working on making that happen with the rich families. I think their names were Rothschilds, and I can't remember, but they aren't BlackRock and others.
I remember about the Rothschilds bullshit.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. I mean, they own several of the big companies like BlackRock, for example.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure where that rumor started. But there was nothing to say that they started making moves that way whatsoever. But
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery, where they wanted to start with martial law and then they were going to do the smart cities.
yeah, I know which one you're talking about, but never saw any movement towards it. No building blocks, nothing.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. Nice Hebrew.
I'm eating over fast. Honestly, I wonder if that one was another one of Trump's doing. Like the birther conspiracy. Which a lot of people still think is real. I just sit here and go, okay, I get you didn't like Obama. I don't blame you.
I'm not going to be upset with you for it. But he was American, like it or not. And we have Trump to thank for that, Jim. Hell. Mom and Dad still think Obama was a illegal immigrant. For those who don't know, Mom and Dad are Trump supporters. I'm the only one in the family that isn't. I'm the only one in the family that can see through the bullshit. Partially probably because I'm not blood. And partially because I was abused by that kind of person. What? No, you're not going over there. You're not going over there. No. No. You got a half hour.
Oh, who's in charge? And they make these
30 minutes.
lawyers, and lawyers are willing to do it. I'm not letting them off the hook. They're willing. It's no longer plausible deniability, but they're willing to have less than perfect information about what's going on because they don't want to have to answer those hard questions, sort of like our press secretary in her control. So in about 12 different cases, they've taken various positions that Elon Musk has no power, no role. He's an advisor. It's just that he's influential. And now we know that's we've always known it's a lie, that Elon Musk is the one. Even though he's recently gone to Republican legislators who are getting a lot of grief back home and canceling town hall meetings and said, I'm not the one that's actually doing firing and defunding. I don't know why I'm getting all the blame for that. While Trump is apparently, according to reporting, trying to rein in Elon Musk and re-empower the cabinet secretaries who were properly vetted, properly confirmed at least by the Senate, and telling them, you decide who gets fired from your federal workforce, not Elon Musk, which led to the fight in the White House. I'm not making this up. It led to a fight in the White House, broke out on the front page of the New York Times, between Marco Rubio and Elon Musk about Elon Musk interfering in Marco Rubio's ability to be an independent Secretary of State, and then it broke out and spilled over to Sean Duffy, the head of the Transportation Department, about why is your Doge guys cutting my what do you call it? Not my flight attendants, sorry, my controllers, the people that handle the planes and
Air traffic
traffic. Why are you
controllers.
cutting them? While planes are falling out of the sky. So this is not, again, I keep saying this phrase, I don't want people to get fatigued by it. This is not normal in the first 50 days. Courts are now going to be handling this in these 12 or 14 different cases that are at bottom about Elon Musk. It's all going to come to a head soon because somebody is going to get the bright idea, a judge or a lawyer, that they're going to want to get Elon Musk under a deposition, under sworn testimony, and we're going to watch the Trump administration block it and say he's an executive privilege. He doesn't get to give that testimony, and then we're going to have yet another constitutional crisis that's going to wend its way up this way.
That's where we're heading. The next 9 months, I wish it was sooner, but I think we're going to be looking in June. I target June, July. I bet you we have that Supreme Court case trying to compel Elon Musk to testify. The Trump administration saying that he's executive office. The people seeking the deposition showing all of these things to show that that's pretextual. And then the question is where all of the data and evidence shows that this person is actually not a special advisor and the leader, can the executive branch make that type of claim? It's why when we talk in this episode about that 5-4 dynamic, I think it does seem that, on a lot of the horrific stuff, the right-wing Supreme Court 6-3 is going to hold. On some of the stuff that looks more like the dictator king stuff, I think you'll see slight, not the type of pushback that we need, but enough on some of these cases, the most egregious ones, Trump will lose because it seems that Amy Coney Barrett and Justice Barrett and Justice Roberts will be joining the liberals against Trump just on those specific types of cases. It's important that we track.
I think it's official. I think I'm going to do a game of Cult of the Lamb where the cult name's gonna be mine. And see how many magnets I can get. Because at this point, if they're willing to fall for all that bullshit, I think I might be able to use the suckers to grab numbers. And I feel bad about that. But at the same time, I'm about come to the extent of my ability to resist. I'm doing so. I'll keep resisting this shit to the day I die. This fucking Trump bullshit. This fucking dictator, Nazi-ass language bullshit. I know many people who, one, fought the Nazis themselves, and two, had family that did. I've heard all the stories. Well, not all. Let me rephrase that. I haven't heard close to all the stories. But I've heard the common ones. I've heard several retellings. Shit. I had a teacher from Cuba who was down there during the time of the dictator. Fidel Castro, if I'm not mistaken. And heard her accounts what happened there. I don't want that to happen here. I don't want that to happen anywhere. But especially not here. Especially not us being the ones to do it. The older generations made such a fuss about that shit. And warned us so thoroughly that they beat it into our fucking heads. But apparently for a lot of people that didn't work. I don't quite get it.
How can you sit there and listen to the stories of those who fought the Nazis and not see it? Oh, shit. Well, they don't tell you how it came about. The hell they don't.
As a matter of fact, they go into pretty good detail how it came about. And it said it looked a lot like this. Hell, Germany says it looks a lot like this. Austria is scared that their government's going to go this way. Still feel bad about that. I was being an idiot.
These types of admissions here on Legal AF early on to give you kind of the heads up of future developments before they actually take place. I'll give you another example that not a lot of people are talking about, especially in this context, and I'll give a heads up or a hat tip to Kyle Cheney for flagging this one. Let me give it a deeper context.
Oh,
so there was a hearing before a new D.C. judge named Judge Sparkle Sukhan, and she said that she was surprised at the breadth of the DOJ's argument and troubled by their inability to identify any agency that Donald Trump would not have total removal authority over. And said, can you give some Supreme Court precedent suggesting there are, that exists, or aren't there some modest limits? So then the DOJ lawyer, so the Trump administration's lawyer, then says that the Federal Reserve is one such agency that Donald Trump would not be able to touch. And then the judge pressed this lawyer to articulate why, under the administration's theory, Trump wouldn't be able to take over the Federal Reserve as well, to which this DOJ lawyer said, that question is above my pay grade to answer. Michael Popak, how long do you think that DOJ lawyer is going to have a job making arguments in front of a federal judge like that? Because we all know that one of the places Trump definitely wants to go is the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Take over the Federal Reserve.
He
As
made that
Trump
pretty
takes
clear.
the economy more and more and more, and as we enter into a period called stagflation, like it's the worst thing imaginable, GDP contraction and high inflation at the same exact time, what Trump's going to do, because he's the worst at everything, is make matters worse by he's going to want to seize control of the Fed, and he's going to want to artificially reduce the interest rates, which will just further tank things and make things worse if it's not handled. So now, though, you have, this is why I want to flag it now. It was a minor thing that was brought up, or it seemed minor, but that's going to be a major admission, I think, a year down the road when I think Trump tries to take over the Federal Reserve, and this will be cited. So I want to flag it for all of the legal community and for all of our legal AFers. Remember this moment this week. Minor moment, huge implications.
If Trump finally takes over the Federal Reserve, which he threatened to do in his first term, and get rid of Jay Powell, it will reflect. We're getting close to 25th Amendment time, because the reporting right now is that his inner circle, those with Wall Street experience, have convinced him that it would be suicide, political and economic suicide, for him to rattle the markets more by trying to co-opt the Federal Reserve. That's why we've seen in his last set of executive orders, he's carved out the Federal Reserve by name as an agency that's not under his thumb. that's because lots of people around him with Wall Street experience have convinced him that that would tank, if it hasn't already tanked the economy when it's done, that it would further tank the economy. That's why we're seeing sort of the rollback on tariff war. Betty has a phone call with Claudia Sheinbaum, and she wins the war, and he decides that she's a lovely person, and he's not going to do the tariff war anymore. In effect, with Mexico, while he continues to troll Canada. Right? If you're right, and I'm a little bit agnostic right now about it. I think there's people holding him back from doing that, and they've been successful to date. But if that happens, then he's lost the cabinet, because those that are in the cabinet, some of which I know, have been imploring him not to do that, and that will not help the Trump economy. Right now, I don't even recognize, for many reasons, this person they call the president, because he used to tout the stock market, and now he says, don't look at the stock market. Stock market's not going to reflect how I'm improving people's lives, and which is, as you said, a 10-year or tone-deaf set of observations that are just going to get him, the Republicans to get whipped at the midterms, because they are not recognizing the suffering that is going on in the first 50 days of their administration. With stock market's just one indicia of it. If we go into that stagflation, and now the Fed and Jay Powell gave their speech where they said, yeah, it's a tumultuous Trump administration that is trying. He's basically saying, in a nice diplomatic way, trying too many things at the exact same time: immigration, tariff war, federal cuts to funding, federal taking the U.S. out of the U.S. economy, and the rest. That has a destabilizing impact on the U.S. economy. I'll give you an example of taking the U.S. out of the U.S. economy. There's reports that the Commerce Secretary is considering breaking out of spending reports the amount that the U.S. government spends, so they can obviously blame the consumer for the problem with the economy. So they want to take the contraction number of them cutting the fuel supply of federal funding, which is one of the components that helps our economy on. By taking it out of the equation, it's not just a thought experiment, it's people's lives, it's the economy. And so they're going to try to cook the books on the commerce numbers that come out monthly in order so that the Trump administration and its cutting of funding doesn't get blamed. And so we're moving quickly into this Orwellian world. We won't touch on it here. All the executive orders this week attacking universities, attacking students, attacking law firms by name, on his retribution campaign. How does any of that make anyone 1 ounce better than they were before the election? I defy anyone to tell me that in their comments.
Michael Popak giving a lot of love to the Mexico president, Claudia Sheinbaum, and it's well-deserved. You also got to give some love, I think, or I will give it, to Prime Minister Trudeau and to mostly all of the premiers of the various provinces of Canada standing up to Donald Trump as well. They got him to back down. Donald Trump actually removed all of those tariffs through at least April 2nd. He said, even though it's a terrible deal, this USMCA, United States-Mexico-Canada agreement that Donald Trump negotiated, he said the new deadline is April 2nd. Canada gave nothing. They ceded nothing. They went elbows up over the boards, and they stuck it to Donald Trump, too, when they showed you ain't going to bully us. They took American booze off their shelves. They've been boycotting tourism. They've been boycotting all things American. And Howard Lutnick, Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary, who seems just like a overt snake oil salesman at this point. Hey, you want some gold cards? What if we got rid of the IRS and replaced it with the External Revenue Service? Imagine how rich we're all going to be. This is all so great for Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary. We're just going through a detox period. We're detoxing right now.
They did say that.
Is detoxing America. We want to detox. Canada stood up. They didn't back down. And Lutnick and Besson were saying, can you please make Trump look good? And Trudeau's like, nah, I'm not doing shit.
YouTube,
go away.
Jackson,
And Trump.
Well, at least if I had a country of Loki's, I'd know what to do with them.
War comes up, let them have it. Okay, sure you really want this work? Yes. Okay. Here's some guns. Go have fun. Fuck. Don't kill innocent people. Yeah, country of Loki's would be like Canada. They can listen, but if they don't want to, they can be spiteful.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. I heard that Biden became a 35th degree Freemason for what he did as a president. I wonder if most of the presidents have been Freemasons.
A good, what was it? Like 75% or some shit like that. They've been contacted by them. Told them no. Yeah, I know who you are. And what you've done. And that does not line up to what you say your mission statement is. So, have a nice day. I have also been contacted by the Illuminati. So, to be clear, both are still around and still trying to find members. Mind yourselves, because these people are going to have a lot more ability now.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. If Putin is stronger and owns Trump, why did Trump get Putin to come on live TV during his first time to explain to the American people that Russia had nothing to do with rigging the election?
Because Trump's getting something from Putin and Putin's getting something from Trump. To see America go weak means Russia is the strongest military force.
Steph Springs Nursery. Putin must have felt he was gonna benefit what Trump accepted by the American people.
Mm-hmm. Very much does. It is very much thought that Milena, his wife, is his handler. And I still kind of have a little trouble saying that that's too far from the truth. From everything I can see. Especially during that speech. There was a lot of shit given away at that speech. I don't know how much they realize it.
And I don't mean gift cards or fucking party bags. There was a lot of tells. Including the Democrats that were forced to sit on the Republican side of the aisle. So, yeah, like I said, I'm almost constantly fighting people who think, or should I say, don't think it through. That's why I appreciate people like you, Stuffs. Because you're asking the right questions, which means you're actually thinking it through. I don't give a shit if you voted for him or not. What you're doing now shows that you aren't exactly down for it. And that's what matters. Pretty much. Sucks is I'll be out of meds tomorrow.
Remove the tariffs till April 2nd. Again, it's like, do what you want to do, but we know how this game works at this point. Anyway, I just wanted to give a shout out. We've got a big Canadian audience as well. Let's take our first quick break of the show. When we go back, let's talk about Justice Amy Coney Barrett. You see this video up here right here, Popeye?
So, keep this in mind. The newscast I listen to, the one that I have you guys listening to with me, is the #1 newscast in Canada. For wanting to know what the fuck is going on. No one in the program is Canadian. Everyone's American. They're all here. In the system, part of what's going on, trying to fight. If the fact this isn't the #1 newscast in Canada doesn't tell you something, nothing will.
If everything that's been said so far does not give you an idea of what's going on, other than it slapping you in the face, you're just not going to. You're not going to get it. I mean, I'm going to continue to run these newscasts and whatnot, no matter what. Putin thinks he benefits from having Trump destabilize America because he thinks that it means his biggest adversary is weaker and won't be able to come and defend the rest of NATO. And doesn't think that NATO can handle themselves without America. He's destabilizing that area in the same way Trump's destabilizing America. Trump is somewhere between fanboying over Putin and going, yes, a master, to Putin. I don't know why, other than, again, the craving of the power and the idolization. But the yes, a master thing, I don't understand it. There's nothing to actually say that there is anything Putin has over Donald Trump. P-tape shit was a rumor. It's not real. As much as many of us would have liked to have been able to go, well, that's a good reason. It's not real. But, kind of be expected. No, if I was to suspect Trump would have anything of the sexual nature different, it would probably be the whole parental play thing, that fetish. Hold on! And stop yelling at me! Are you serious? I took you the hell out. Fucking dog. Stop yelling. Young lady. stop yelling at me. I told you to stop yelling at me. You decided to continue to do so. I am not done yet. Wait. Young lady, I mean it. Yeah, you can get it. I just fucking took him out. And he decided he was still going to piss on the bed back there. Needless to say, I'm not very happy.
As she was looking at Donald Trump, and you can see the face that she has of like utter, absolute disgust that she's looking at the guy. It looks like a version of the Melania face and some of the other faces that I look, she's gonna puke when she sees this guy. Let's take our first quick break of the show. We'll be right back.
4 companies control over 80% of the U.S. meat industry, and China now controls the largest portion of U.S. pork. And wait till you hear this. Over 80% of the antibiotics in the U.S. are fed to animals. So what can we do about this? Let me tell you about a company that's coming up swinging on behalf of American family farms and your family's food security. Moink. The business is simple. Moink's meat comes from animals raised outdoors, where a pig is free to be a pig. Their farmers are given an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. And they deliver meat straight to your doorstep at prices you can actually afford. Support American family farms and join the Moink movement today at moinkbox.com/legalaf. Right now, and get free wings for life. They're the best wings you'll ever taste for free, but for a limited time. Spelled moinkbox.com/legalaf. That's moinkbox.com/legalaf.
The free bacon for life is gone.
Did you know Fast Growing Trees is the biggest online nursery in the U.S. with thousands of different plants and over 2 million happy customers? They have all the plants your yard needs, like fruit trees, privacy trees, flowering trees, shrubs, and so much more. Fast Growing Trees makes it easy to get your dream garden. Order online and get your plants delivered directly to your door in just a few days without ever leaving home. Their Alive and Thrive guarantee ensures your plants arrive happy and healthy. Plus, get support from trained plant experts on call to help you plan your landscape, choose the right plants, and learn how to care for them. We recently moved into a new house, and it came with 2 big bald spots where grass used to be, but the prior owner's dog wore out. So we turned to Fast Growing Trees, and their plant experts' advice turned an eyesore into one of our favorite features of the yard, with a few key lime trees suited for our climate and location. Saved us all the aggravation of dealing with unknown landscapers and nurseries, too. Big yard, small yard, no yard. Fast Growing Trees has over 6,000 plants to fit any space, from indoor plants to fruit trees to full-size privacy trees and more. And their 14-point quality checklist ensures you're getting the best quality plant possible. Each plant is cared for individually based on their needs, from watering routines to the sunlight, giving your plants the care they deserve from the time they start growing to when they ship to your home.
With the YouTube Music app, you can start a radio station with up to 30 artists. Go ahead, DJ Tom. Try 1 month free.
Whether you're looking to add privacy, shade, or natural beauty to your yard, Fast Growing Trees has in-house experts ready to help you make the right selection. With plant experts on call to offer growing and care advice. You can talk to a plant expert about soil type, landscape design, how to take care of your plants, and everything else you need. No green thumb required. Every plant comes with instructions and tips to take care of your new plants so they can grow to their fullest potential. This spring, they have the best deals for your yard, up to half off on select plants and other deals. And listeners to our show get 15% off their first purchase when using the code LEGALAF at checkout. That's an additional 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com using the code LEGALAF at checkout. Fastgrowingtrees.com, code LEGALAF. Now's the perfect time to plant. Use LegalAF to save today. Offer is valid for a limited time. Terms and conditions may apply.
Welcome back to Legal AF. I'm Ben Mycelis, joined by Michael Popok. Over the right before the break, we talked about Amy Coney Barrett, Justice Barrett, Justice John Roberts, who joined Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and Justice Kagan, and she joined Justice Sotomayor, and there was a group of 5 justices in this 5-4 USAID decision that worked its way up from the Washington, D.C. federal court, where Judge Ali,
Just found
the
out
federal judge,
if you enter a
ordered the
dungeon
Trump
and leave and then return, it stacks the chests inside. I haven't found the limit yet to how many times you can stack it.
Aww. Like every spot or just the end spot? Is it literally stacking the chests, or just stacking the loot within?
Every chest in that dungeon can be stacked.
God damn! Too bad it didn't stack the lotus flowers. Well, alrighty then. I'm more than likely to be running a few dungeons.
Administration,
Say I do it
36
10
hours,
times, they'll have 10
you
chests
have
on top of
to
each other to open.
fund the thing.
So yeah, literal stack. Can you climb them to open them? Or have you tried yet?
Yeah, I think it's a bug in the code.
Probably.
Yeah, they're real loot.
Damn.
That Congress already passed laws that were signed into law that were supposed to be funded. There's about $2 billion, $3 billion or so dollars with contracts that were already done. We're not talking about future contracts. We understand that you're in charge now, unfortunately, but there are past contracts, and there's food that's rotting. And that food and these services and these products, by the way, these deals are with American contractors. You know, Donald Trump loves to screw the contractors. Donald, pay your contractors $2 billion.
I kind of
Let them
guess.
ship red states, blue states, purple states. Let them ship the stuff to where it needs to go right now in 36 hours. And the Trump administration's like, nah, we'd rather let them die abroad and not pay our contractors. Popon, surprise, surprise, the your fired guy, what does he do? Fires everybody. Fires the veterans, fires these people. The guy who's fired people for a living with the catch line. Is this a shock that he's firing everybody who he can actually fire? And the guy who screwed contractors his whole life and has bragged about screwing the contractors. And the screw contractors USAID case goes up to the Supreme Court, and the 5-4 decision says, no, you got to pay.
Mad lag.
Now you're having all these MAGA people saying, oh, Coney Barrett, she's a traitor. She's DEI. She's DEI. That's what you're hearing from MAGA. What do you make of all this?
Well, yeah. Let me break it down for you. The Amy Coney Barrett attack by MAGA is a symptom of a big problem for Donald Trump and the Republicans. It means that she has moved to the center right and scares the crap out of MAGA, calling her Amy Coney Barrett, and they figured out that she has Haitian adopted children, and this is MAGA. Okay, this is the depraved aspect of that party that got them elected. DEI judge, why? Because she's a woman. I mean, they loved her when she was slammed in with 38 days to go in the Trump administration to block Biden from having a pick and to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg and all people. They loved her then, but now that she's, as we had hoped, that she would become lifetime appointment as a special superpower for some judges, not all. Some get worse. Gorsuch has moved completely off the grid to the alt-right. Kavanaugh quickly, rapidly moving there as well into the orbit of Thomas and Alito, and to be their replacements. But
Fuck
Amy
Thomas.
Coney Barrett, as we remarked here on Legal AF, the Legal AF YouTube channel, and on a show I do with Tina Dobb called Unprecedented, we've been mapping and watching the growth of Amy Coney Barrett. The New York Times got around to it a lot of this week.
Use some of the special flowers stacked.
She is now, it's becoming the
good.
Amy Coney Barrett court, not the John
Those
Roberts.
are the flowers I was
When
referring to.
she joins in the majority, when you look at her, the votes, she's in the majority on opinions that matter more than the other justices, and it's only going to get better or worse. It helps us because even though she's right of center, she's at least got 1 foot in the center lane. Just as Sandra Day O'Connor was in the middle, Kennedy, for years it was the Kennedy court, because Kennedy was that swing vote. She's right of those people, and on issues that matter to you and me and our audience, like religious freedom, separation of church and state, things related to reproductive rights, she's sort of on the wrong side of that because of her other theology and her other thinking. But on things that come to presidential power, gun rights, even though she was in a concurrence, she gave Trump the win on immunity. See now, she's turned and fired on Alito and Thomas in a number of dissents last term, coming into this term. And now, not the first time, that she's joined with Roberts to form the 5-person bloc to rein in and hem in Donald Trump. In particular, this is why she's getting attacked by MAGA. That in her face. Although I didn't think, to be frank, I didn't think her face was any different than
A new sign in Canada, apparently.
They all look like they just ate a bad oyster at some point. But we did mention here, I know you mentioned in the Brothers podcast, the most troubling one was the Roberts face when Trump tried to fist bump him, pat him on the stomach, and say, "Never forget you," and he looked very, very uncomfortable, probably because he knew the order was coming out any minute now that was going to be against Donald Trump. Now, so here's the way the ruling works. Judge Ali ruled that on the $2 billion out of the $50 billion that of U.S.
And Canada says that they ain't playing.
The department, the bureau that was underneath the State Department until Elon Musk shuttered it. That was one of the fights. That was the instigating fight between Marco Rubio and Elon Musk. Was that he shuttered and closed USA before Marco Rubio knew it, and he didn't like that. That was that fight. But of the $2 billion of the $50 or $4 billion of aid related to, as you said, services rendered, goods already provided, not in the future. So how could they be fraudulent? I mean, they're already done. There was an inspector general that was responsible for things, so they have been ordered to be paid. You and I reported on Judge Ali being emphatic, seeing weeks go by with the Trump administration ignoring effectively his temporary restraining order, ordering that the $2 billion be paid. He finally gave them a week or so ago a midnight deadline to get it done. The Trump administration ran to the U.S. Supreme Court after a pit stop at the D.C. Court of Appeals and got Justice Roberts as the emergency judge on a shadow docket to grant an administrative stay, which is the lowest form of stay or injunction that's out there. It's temporary. It could last hours, days, just
hundreds of New Yorkers have sworn to shut down Tesla dealership in Manhattan. 6 have been arrested after occupying the showroom. Protests
I'm going to give U.S. aid, the AIDS Coalition, Aid Vaccine Coalition, and others who oppose this. I'm going to give it until Friday to write a brief, and then we'll look at it again. Friday to report on it, and after Friday, Cody Barrett and Roberts, with really joining the other 3 liberals or moderates, said to Judge Ali the following. All right, I'm going to paraphrase this. Okay, you're going to be able to order the payment. However, you need to hold a hearing. You need to get through your preliminary injunction process. The date and time has already passed for your deadline. So what? Set another deadline. Give the government a reasonable amount of time. And what they signaled was, if you do that, you'll have your 5 votes in the future. You don't do that, you see the wolves over here in the dissent. It was a scathing dissent by Alito. He literally started with, I'm stunned by the majority having decided that a judge without jurisdiction had the power to waste taxpayer dollars and order funding. I'm like, okay, well, you already set up a straw man because he has jurisdiction. I mean, so you start from the proposition that's wrong, and then, of course, you're off on the wrong foot, you never catch up. By the end, he said, I respectfully dissent, went through this. But what it shows, when you and I get to the Judge Beryl Howell segment about what she wrote, is what we're watching. And we will watch iterations of this for the next foreseeable future, the next 4 years, is a struggle for the soul of the Supreme Court, therefore the soul of our constitutional law, over one issue, existential. It's about the presidency. Are we going to adopt and apply the unitary president model? I'll talk about that in a minute. With its limitless, powerful, all-powerful president at the heart of it, or is that, as legal scholars like Cass Sunstein have said, is that a myth that never really existed in history? Andrew Jackson tried it, but he got rebuffed by the Supreme Court. And so that's the battle. And on the Supreme Court, you've got Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Alito, and Thomas, who believe in the unitary president theory. And all power, and it's almost limitless, is reposited in this thing called the president.
I sent you a Discord of my current situation, lol.
Whereas the others, and I think that's where Cody Barrett and probably other Roberts, and also Roberts, don't believe in all the aspects of the unitary president theory. It's Beryl Howell and the other judges, and believe that there needs to be, in the co-equal branches of government, in the checks and balance system, what Louis Brandeis famously said in 1925 or 1927, that the friction between these moving plates of the 3 branches is the checks and balance. We don't want frictionless, raw power exercise. Friction is our authority and our constitutional republic. And now there was a book like that. There was also
maybe so. It could just be my graphics card need to be updated.
That's why the first 3 pages of Beryl Howell's order about the NLRB had nothing to do with the NLRB. It didn't even mention the actual dispute.
Textures? What textures?
This is the world. We're either into the absolutism of unitary president theory or we're not. And if you're over here, you're going to side with Trump every time. And if you're not, you're going to side with our constitutional republic and the structure of checks and balance. And here's where I am. And then she went. And that is the fight. This is why you and I will find it easy sometimes to interpret how the Supreme Court is going to rule. And sometimes we're going to smack our foreheads and say that's a warped decision. I don't know where that came from. Because we're watching this fight. One of the leaders of the fight, I believe, is Amy Klobuchar.
CDKeys.com. Shop the latest games and upcoming releases at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off your releases. Don't miss out. CDKeys.com. Pay less, game more.
Oh. Well, that did stack.
You know, Michael Popak, the unitary executive theory may be the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. It's the stupidest theory I've ever heard of because, and I'm not trying to, just use abrasive language or whatever. I mean, it's just dumb. I mean, our government was created as a reaction to and as a rejection of the monarchy, right? I mean, the French philosophers who, in enlightened ways, talked about these ideas that made its way into our Declaration of Independence and then our Constitution. They were a reaction to people like, Louis XIV, right? Who would say, one king, one law, one faith.
Major game changer, honestly.
And monarchs,
being able to snap them.
Yeah.
Who were running, who used to rule America like dictators, kings. We were a rejection to kings. So this idea of a unitary president is a king repackaged in the word president, and it's ridiculous. So I say, if by conservative, the mask-off moment is that they really meant conserving a monarchy. I just wish these kind of pathetic people, these gaslighters, would just go on and say that's what they really mean.
Yeah.
That they look at Kim Jong-un, and they look at Xi Jinping, and they look at Vladimir Putin, and that their views actually are that in a complicated society, as we head into 2026 and beyond, 2025 as we're here now, it was just too complicated to have democracy. It's too messy. Co-equal branches of government, judicial review, Congress being a check on executive power, being co-equal. Well, this whole thing is just a mess. We need dictators. Right, Popak? I mean, that's fundamentally what they're saying.
Yes.
But the same way they got us here by using bullshit frameworks of, I'm an originalist, I'm a strict textualist, and I believe that each word has its important point. Okay, well, what about the Second Amendment that talks about regulation?
What about the textualism even doesn't work because the role of the Supreme Court in the three co-equal branches of government to declare what the law is and to rein in
that one
the
didn't
executive
stack.
branch or the congressional branch is nowhere in the Constitution. It's from a case. It's from Marbury versus Madison and Justice Marshall. If he hadn't interpreted not the language because it's absent, the role of the Supreme Court, other than the fact that there is a Supreme Court, there was no owner's manual in the Constitution. There isn't. I invite anybody to go look at it to tell you what it is supposed to do in the co-equal branches of government. It was up to an 1807 case. Before that, they were kind of scrambling like, the Supreme Court says something. Oh, that's interesting, but we're not going to abide by it. It was that case. So I never understand originalism. I never understand textualism because the very existence of the Supreme Court isn't based on text in the Constitution.
These are frameworks, heads I win, tails you lose, types of frameworks, right? I mean, it is a framework created where ultimately you have the outcome already decided, but then you give it a filter so that you don't act like you pre-decided what you want your answer to be, and then ultimately, if one interpretation doesn't work, you just move on to your other framework and your lens, and then you justify it through that, And now they brought us to this point where now they're unitary executive, which they've always been talking about and flirting with, and and it was discussed in law schools. Oh, the unitary executive this, the unitary executive that. Well, now you have somebody who looks up to Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. You have someone who hates our democracy, hates the American history, loves Kim Jong-un, thinks Xi Jinping
That seems like such a rookie mistake in the code no law.
And wants to rule as a dictator that America was a reaction against. That's what we have right now. And by the way, a bumbling, fumbling idiot too. A dumbo as well in the White House who's an idiot, who doesn't read his own deals. He gets scared and he goes, oh, the markets are crashing. I guess I'm going to pull the tariffs. I guess I'm going to put the tariffs. I guess I'm going to pull the tariffs. Oh, what a stupid deal. It's your deal, the USMCA. I mean, so now we have idiocracy, kleptocracy, dictatorship, authoritarianism. And they're like, well, to be or not to be, the unitary executive theory, just say what it is. Let's be honest about it, and then we can have a debate and a discussion about it. And I reject authoritarianism. I reject the oligarchs. I don't want to see that here in the United States of America. That's not what our Constitution is. It isn't even a close freaking call. We'll talk about that and more. We'll read Judge Beryl Howell's opinion. Let's take our last quick break of the show. But before doing that, I want to remind everybody that Michael Popok has started his new law firm, and I'm so proud of Popok for doing it. So Michael Popok's firm handles catastrophic injury cases, so bad car accidents and trucking accidents. Michael Popok's firm is representing the tragic
so
plane
far,
crash
is
that was over Washington, D.C. Victims in that horrible plane
and
crash.
I don't see any on top of this
families. If you have a case like that, sexual assault cases, sexual harassment cases at the workplace or otherwise. So if you have a case like that, or you know someone who has a case like that, that's the types of cases that Popok is handling.
Silver key.
Popok, where can people reach out to you if they have a case like that?
Thanks, Ben. It's easy. An easy website address and an easy phone number. It's the Popok Firm, just like my last name, .com. ThePopokFirm.com is the website. It's got all sorts of easy ways to start your free case analysis, and then an 800 number, 1-877-POPOK-AF. What else?
There you have it, everybody. We will be right back after our last quick break of the show.
Even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere. From self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency.
From what I can tell, everything in the dungeon has a chance to stack every time you enter.
AI needs a lot of speed and computing power.
That's what it's looking like so far.
Without cost,
Maybe it's not a bug
Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud.
because of it having a chance.
Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute and 80% less for networking. So you're saving a pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including Vodafone, Thomson Reuters, and Suno AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to OCI for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/legalaf. That's oracle.com/legalaf. Your nighttime bedroom temperature has a huge impact on your sleep quality. If you wake up too hot or
Like
too
I said,
cold, I highly recommend you check
one of
out
the chests so
Miracle
far only
Made
had
bed
one.
Sheets. Miracle Made sheets are inspired by
The other one so far had two.
silver-infused fabrics that are temperature regulating, so you can
Or
sleep
had,
at the
sorry,
perfect
the other one had
temperature all
four.
night long, no matter the weather.
That's what's the number of
So
times
you
we didn't
get
that.
better sleep every night. These sheets are infused with silver.
The
that
Lotuses, one had 3, the other one had 4.
bacterial growth, leaving them to stay cleaner and fresh 3 times longer than other sheets. No more gross odors. Miracle sheets are luxuriously comfortable without the high price tag of other luxury brands, and feel as nice, if not nicer, than sheets used by some 5-star hotels. Sleeping on bacteria can clog your pores, causing breakouts and acne. Sleep clean with Miracle. Upgrade your sleep this year. Go to trymiracle.com/legalaf to try Miracle Made sheets today. And whether you're buying them for yourself yourself or as a gift for a loved one. If you order today, you can save over 40%. And if you use our promo code LegalAF at checkout, you'll get a free 3-piece towel set and save an extra 20%. Miracle is so confident in their product, it's backed with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you aren't 100% satisfied, you'll get a full refund.
3 on that one.
Steph Springs Nursery. Do you usually stay up this late? He might be trying to tell you that he wants you to go to sleep.
Yes, I normally stay up this late. As a matter of fact, I normally stay up till about 1 o'clock. It's only 9:30 for me. And the last one I was getting after was Dublin. She came out in litter box and was throwing litter everywhere instead of brushing her feet off. She's got a actual grate right at the door for litter box to brush her feet off, not litter off. But she's being a booger and stepping over and shaking her paws on the outside, kicking them everywhere. I love her, but she's a booger. You're supposed to be asleep. Nothing like a nocturnal gale. Are you? Thank you.
.com/LegalAF and use the code LegalAF to claim your free 3-piece towel set and save over 40% off.
YouTube.
Again,
Steph
that's
Springs Nursery.
trymiracle.com.
If I don't go to sleep and I stay up too late, they'll keep eating and drinking. I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, Loki's not free fed. He does have free access to water all the time. That's not something that he has to wait for meals for. But no, Loki will be up even if I'm asleep. He's not my pup. He's Dad's pup. Uh-oh. There we go. Well, I still got my textures. How you doing over there, Science?
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. It's 12:30 here, so I guess I'm gonna try to go to sleep. Have a good night. I hope you get some rest.
Have a good night, Steph.
YouTube.
I should.
Steph Springs Nursery. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I left and rejoined, so it fixed it.
Okay. I was wondering if you did.
Legal AF to treat yourself. Thank you, Miracle Babe, for sponsoring this episode.
Thank you to our pro-democracy sponsors. The show ain't possible without them. And I can actually see in real time, Popak, when people are visiting your firm's website. It actually shows up on the back end database. So a lot of people are checking it out. Remind people also if they've been in a catastrophic injury or know someone who's been a victim of some sort of catastrophic injury, whether it's a car accident, trucking accident, employment, wrongful death, medical malpractice. Where do they reach out to again?
1-877 POPOC AF. We have people there to start that process, and then the website. There's a version of it. www.thepopocfirm.
A Chewy order is on the way for Radar, who hears everything.
www.thepopocfirm.com.
Let's take a look at Judge Beryl Howell's ruling, and you may remember the name Judge Beryl Howell, all of our legal efforts. She was once the presiding judge in Washington, D.C., so in all of those Trump cases, when there would be grand jury fights, it would go to Judge Beryl Howell, who would make a lot of these big impactful rulings under seal. After her term was done, it was another federal judge that becomes the presiding judge for limited terms, but she's still obviously on the bench. Here's a ruling that she made this past week where she ordered the reinstatement of National Labor Relations Board member Gwen Wilcox. Gwen Wilcox, the first African-American female board member of the National Labor Relations Board, when Donald Trump singled her out to be fired, what he did was he created a situation on the NLRB where they couldn't have a quorum. And if they can't have a quorum, they're not able to make decisions. If they can't make decisions, unions can't be formed, labor grievances can't be decided. And so it really guts all labor enforcement. It guts the abilities of unions to form. So it's a major thing that union-busting entities really wanted. And so for anybody who said, oh, well, Trump's going to be good for labor, if you still think he is, he gutted the NLRB board. There had to be litigation to get Gwen Wilcox to be ordered back. This, of course, is now going to go up, though, to the appeals and to the Supreme Court. We're going to be seeing so many Supreme Court cases in the late spring, early summer. We may have to have extra episodes of Legal AF. But in ordering that the termination unilateral of Gwen Wilcox without cause, just firing her by the Trump administration was unlawful. Judge Beryl Howell says that Donald Trump fundamentally misapprehends the role of Article 2. She goes on to say, a president who touts an image of himself as a king or a dictator, perhaps as his vision of effective leadership, fundamentally misapprehends the role under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. In our constitutional order, the president is tasked to be a conscientious custodian of the law, albeit an energetic one, to take care of effectuating the enumerated duties, including the laws enacted by the Congress and as interpreted by the judiciary. And she goes on to cite the Constitution, Article 2, Section 3, that he shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. At issue in this case is the president's insistence that he has authority to fire whomever he wants within the executive branch, overriding any congressional mandated law in his way. And then it goes on to say he can't do that. And so Congress passes laws, they're signed into law by the president, and the president has to take care that those laws go into effect. Now, if there's ambiguity in the laws, that's what executive orders are about, which set forth interpretation where there's ambiguity. But Michael Popak, where there's not ambiguity, a president can't rule by executive orders because in our country, we have a system where that's Congress's job. And then the president signs that law and effectuates it, signs the bill, makes it into a law, and that's what happens. But what Trump is trying to do is just make executive orders the law, and that's what dictators do. That's just not our system. And then, as you said before the break, you then have these right-wing people who go, well, that's the unitary executive, that's the unitary president. And I'm just saying, no, that's fundamentally another system called the dictatorship. And here you have Judge Beryl Howell I think, very neatly teeing up what the issue is going to be in the Supreme Court. She's framing this issue, I think, along the terms that I am and that you are. She's not using the language that I'm using. She's saying it more eloquently, of course. But I think she's saying, okay, Supreme Court, when this is handed to you, I'm putting you on the spot. You give your stamp of approval to King, if that's what you're going to do, or you reject King. That's why I think this order, in addition to saying that Gwen Wilcox goes back on the NLRB, which will be appealed by the Trump administration, why this order is actually so important that it sets forth that framework. Bobach.
Yeah, I think there's nobody better than Senior Judge Beryl Howell to take on Donald Trump and to frame the issues going forward. People will probably recall, as you said, Janelle presided over many aspects of the criminal prosecutions of Donald Trump. She's the one that ruled that lawyers for Donald Trump should be stripped along with Donald Trump of the attorney-client privilege because it was more likely than not they were participating in a crime or fraud. She's the one that started off the bar, presided over the Rudy Giuliani defamation case, resulting in a $158 million judgment against him. She presided over many Jan 6 trials and sentencings, and she's been very outspoken about Trump as king and reining him in. In fact, about 6 months ago or so, she gave a speech, I think, to an American Bar Association meeting, and said almost what we see here. So, she's consistent with her thinking about the absolutist king and the slippery slope that we're seeing with Donald Trump. It was so jarring to MAGA that Elise Stefanik, who's now the ambassador to the UN for Trump, but was then a congressperson from New York, we're going to talk a little bit later about bar complaints, made a bar complaint about her, judiciary complaint about her, that she had prejudged her cases and she was political and all of that. But what she did in the first 4 pages of this decision is really masterful. When you and I saw it, we both sort of wrote at the same time, powerful. And she doesn't even talk about the case. Like, if you just got the first 4 pages of her decision, you'd be like, oh, what is this case about? The first 4 pages, when she's done with the historical precedent, the analysis, the role of the various entities, the Article 3 judges, the Article 2 president, Article 1 Congress, and she stitches it all together and just totally craps all over the unitary president theory. But does remind everybody in a footnote that Donald Trump has called himself a king. We have the fake time cover that he used for that, and said that he'll be a dictator on day one. She quotes all of that to remind everybody what we're working on. She then sets up this academic debate that is the soul of what we're going to be fighting over for the next 4 years, which is, on one side, the legal academics like Steve Calabrese, who has said in just the titles of his articles, is it's been imperial from day one, which is completely antithetical to everything you and I ever learned about the foundation and formation of our government. It's always been imperial. No, it hasn't. That's why we left King George. I mean, I really don't understand that theory. And then you have people like Son Castine, who says, no, that's been a myth that's been used by out-of-control rogue presidents. And why MAGA and the GOP want this theory? Because what do they think? They're going to be holding the presidency for the next 100 years? More likely than not, they're going to lose the presidency in the next go-around based on the first 50 days of this administration. Why would they want to empower President Gavin Newsom, President Gretchen Whitmer, President Pete Buttigieg with these powers? I mean, I don't really understand it. There's a reason why history and tradition.
I'll tell you why, because they know they're not going to abuse it. The reason is
Democrats won't.
Correct. That's why the corporations feel fine to be like, oh, we know that if Kamala wins, then she's going to treat us fairly.
I think that's a dangerous proposition to hope that the Democrats are winning.
That certainly is the world.
All right.
They don't for a second believe that the Party for Democracy, the Democrats, will do these things, and they know that the Republicans will, so they treat them differently. That's part of the problem.
But I wouldn't bank on that. There's a reason why, for instance, in this case, 95 years since the founding of the National Labor Relations Board, no president has ever removed a member of it. They serve 5-year terms. Wynne was on her, she's a great labor lawyer, and she was the chairperson. The president is allowed to remove the chair, and he did that. He's just not allowed to remove the person federal officer confirmed by the Senate without cause and without due process. You can't just send her a thank you for your service email, which is what he's been doing to get rid of these people. And the unifying common denominator, the three cases, and I'll go back to quote Beryl Howell in a minute, the three cases that all came at the same time, all are the assault, the full frontal assault on federal workers by Donald Trump. One case removing the head of the Merit Protection Service Board, one removing the head of his Office of Special Counsel, and the other one the head of the National Labor Relations Board. The two were created in 1978 to protect civil servants from partisan attacks and retaliation and whistleblowing retaliation, and the other one was formed in 1935 because of the violence in the streets against workers and unions, needed a independent, quasi-independent judicial body that was created by Congress in 1935. The interesting thing about so all those three cases, they all fundamentally turn on one particular case, really, also from 1935, called Humphrey's Executor, which stood for the proposition that a president, in this case Hoover, couldn't fire.
Don't know if you need Robitussin for your cough, Advil for your aches, or Theraflu for, well, all the things. Good news. You can choose when they get here. Get relief delivered right to your door with DoorDash.
A person like Gwen Wilcox, who was then on the board of the Federal Trade Commission, couldn't fire a Federal Trade Commissioner, and there was rationales related to that: the independence, the bipartisan, the very small amount of executive powers that exercise, and the will of Congress and President. And that's the case that gets cited over and over and over. It's been reaffirmed by the Supreme Court 4 different times, including a version of it in 2020. That's the case. And so we've got this week alone, in the last 7 days, 3 different judges, this being the last one, taking on that issue. Amy Berman Jackson, Rudy Contreras, and now Beryl Howell. All uniformly saying Humphrey's executor stops Donald Trump from firing that person this way. The most compelling case is the one that Beryl Howell was talking about, because the NLRB, which Gwen Wilcox, the plaintiff, is part of, was formed 2 months after the Humphrey's executor case was issued by the Supreme Court. So, of course, Congress knew about the Humphrey's executor case and created a board in its shadow. So that, I think this is an easy one. The weird thing that's happened, the weirdest thing that's happened is that a 3-judge panel that you and I touched on, I did a hot take on, of Obama, a Biden, and a Trumper got together on the D.C. Court of Appeals, and they actually overturned Amy Berman Jackson, and they found that Hampton Dellinger needed to fight back for his job. They took him out of his chair as the head of the Special Counsel's Office, which protects federal workers, and said, no, you do your appeal, we'll do it over the summer, you're out of a job until then. And he threw in the towel and said, you know what, 4 months or more of me being out of a job is with a Trump person in there destroying everything. It's not. I'm not going to do this for what reason? Understanding there were other 2 cases, but we have a bad decision by the D.C. Court of Appeals on one. The other 2 cases, including Beryl Howell's, will go up to their own 3-judge panels and then over to the U.S. Supreme Court. She's speaking to the U.S. Supreme Court here, beyond the D.C. Court of Appeals. And when she said, I just want to read this one part about the king versus the dictator. You did that part, but here's the part that I liked, among many. When she quotes Louis Brandeis, she says, as Justice Louis Brandeis, the first Jewish justice who eloquently opined, checks and balances were established in order that this should be a government of laws and not of men. Observing further that the separation of powers was not adopted to promote efficiency, but to preclude the exercise of arbitrary power. The purpose was not to avoid friction, but by means of the inevitable friction, incident to the distribution of the governmental powers among 3 departments to save the people from autocracy. She goes on to say on page 5, luckily, framers anticipating such a power grab, the one that she's observing with Donald Trump, vested in Article 3, not Article 2, the judges, the power to interpret the law, including resolving conflicts about congressional checks on presidential authority. The president, Trump's interpretation of the scope of his constitutional power, or more aptly, his aspirations, is flat wrong. And she has now set this up. And who in this tug of war on the Supreme Court between the Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, Alito, and Thomas, who are firmly in the unitary presidential model camp, what is Roberts going? This is the time now for Chief Justice Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett to step up at a moment of history. Certainly Roberts has shrunk under the weight of history as he's going down the history as one of the worst Chief Justices we've ever had. But what's he going to do now? He created this Leviathan, this out-of-control Frankenstein, in his immunity decision from last summer. And now he's got an opportunity on the civil side. And they know, and if they want to poke the bear, I said with Dina Dahl the other day, they poked the bear twice. They literally poked John Roberts at the joint session, which I think annoyed him. And they poked him in their filing, which Farrell Howell pointed out, because they said the basis for their unlimited, limitless, absolute presidential power grab is the immunity decision giving him criminal insulation, but doesn't talk about civil limitations on congressional checks. So, but you see, that's when we see John Sauer one day, former criminal appellate lawyer for Donald Trump, now our Solicitor General, arguing this, you know they're going there on immunity, and that's going to trigger hopefully John Roberts to do right.
You mean Chief Justice John Roberts didn't like at the joint session where Donald Trump, like a mobster, said, "I won't forget what you did for me," when everybody knew that it was about giving him absolute immunity, and Chief Justice John Roberts looked there like, an idiot, and Amy Coney Barrett looked literally repulsed. Popok, we are in the lightning round right now. I'm going to give you 2 topics, and we're going to try to nail it in about 6 minutes total. This is the Legal AF Lightning.
Okay, so here's a newer piece of news. I actually had to double check this shit. At least 100 Russian special forces confirmed dead in 1.4 millimeter diameter gas pipeline on the outskirts of Sachura? I probably horribly mispronouncing that. Kursk Oblast. They attempted to flank Ukraine defenders. Biggest special forces failure since 2011. And Grunk confirms that yes, that's real. Somebody asked Grunk if it was true. Grunk's like, yeah, I can confirm that. And now the freaking Trumpers are pissed off at Grunk.
Just snagged a 150 electric skill fruit. Jackpot lol.
Nice. No joke.
150 damage.
I figured. Oh, no joke. Pity the guy's got to clean that pipeline. Trapped in a pipeline like they were tunneling out the gulag. similar responses to that. Smells really good. And then, of course, you got all these people. That didn't happen. That's a lie. Russia, Ukraine's been on the losing for fucking minute. It's like, please tell me you don't have a clue what's going on.
Also, I got Jetragons spawning in a box to make it easier to capture and kill.
Wow. They actually spawn trap Jet Dragon?
I can spawn trap whoever I want. Im Science LMAO.
Can't argue that. I was merely saying surprised at it. Yeah, it's looking pretty laggy on my side. How's it doing on yours?
What was that?
Said it's looking pretty laggy on my side. How's it doing on yours? I don't have a frames counter on, but I can see everything.
It says 5, but I feel fine, lol.
Alright. Yeah, that's about what I'm looking at. Meteorite descent. Just a little bit more of the slideshow. Kind of like the old flipbook cartoons if you didn't keep proper bend on it as you were doing it.
Round. The first one I want to talk about is what happened in New York with Eric Adams, who predicted it for Fox.
Yep, easy. It all ended the day that the judge decided to bring in a former right-wing Republican, former Solicitor General Paul Clement, to help him out to decide whether there was a corrupt bargain between the Trump Department of Justice and Eric Adams, who had been indicted for fraud and campaign violations involving the Turkish government, whether there was a corrupt bargain or not, that they would only dismiss the indictment without prejudice. in return for him playing ball on public policy. And we had 6 different prosecutors resign over it, including a very noisy resignation by Danielle Sassoon, who was the U.S. attorney, who said it's unethical, it's wrong, he should be indicted, he should never be dismissed. And Paul Clement wrote his brief. This is again back to your point of Democrats having to bend over backwards to seem impartial. There's plenty of Democrat solicitor generals. There's plenty of people like Michael Luding that could have served this role. Why Paul Clement, who was in charge of defending waterboarding and against reproductive rights for women and other gay marriage, why he was chosen by this democratically appointed the Judge Ho, I have no idea, but I said it was going to happen. So I read the 30 pages. The Clement recommends that the indictment not continue, but it be dismissed with prejudice, completely ignoring and just gliding over all of the prosecutors who have yelled out corrupt, no, unethical. So you shouldn't get involved yourself. You should use jurisprudential parsimony, and you shouldn't even listen. There's good people on both sides. Are there good people on both sides about the corrupt deal? So now you have this friend of the court that the judge has appointed telling him, go one better, dismiss the indictment with prejudice and get rid of it. But that's not good enough for the Trump administration, because Todd Blanche, the lawyer number 1 for Donald Trump, criminal defense lawyer number 1, and now the number 2 in the Department of Justice, often referred to as the bad cop in the Department of Justice, has now stepped forward and got confirmed. And he's written to the judge and said, no, with no prejudice. And we have the right, we're the prosecutors, because they want to keep what they call the sword of Damocles over Eric Adams' head for as long as they can. By the way, side note, Eric Adams is never going to win the primary. They stuck current polling, so this might be all forgotten as we watch whether the governor is going to take him out of that role.
I think the governor realized that I could be wrong. To your point, he's going to lose in the primaries. The people of New York hate him, and it's just a matter of time. Why create, a harder issue, a MAGA martyr, and to the extent you want to find any silver lining in what Paul Clement did, I think it's hard to find one, but we recognize that the Trump administration was trying to do this kind of quid pro quo, hang it over, allow this to basically be used against Mayor Eric Adams, in the future, and say, if you don't do what I want.
Visit G2A.com and browse now the keys for games and DLC. Discover brand new titles.
This to basically be used against Mayor Eric Adams, in the future, and say, if you don't do what I want. And this would actually just say, all right, you want to dismiss this case, Trump administration, then it's gone. I mean, you're the executive branch. You want to dismiss cases against criminals, but you can't now use it to enter into the deal. And then maybe Eric Adams feels, well, now I'm not beholden on the criminal side of things. And so if you want to find any silver lining, that's probably what Paul Clement would say to you in private, that it actually is a little bit of an FU to the Trump administration by saying, you shouldn't do this without cause, let me call you. You shouldn't do this without prejudice. It should be with prejudice. And I called their bluff. And look, Todd Blanche and the DOJ immediately was like, no, we want to still keep it, which kind of shows the corrupt quid pro quo deal. That's how Clement will say it behind the scenes. But I think it goes to prove my other point, though, Michael Popok, is like, okay, you've got this judge who's appointed by a Democrat.
Trying to pick you up.
He picked the George W. Bush Solicitor General to do the job. And, as I've always said before, it's like Democrats beat Democrats. You think MAGA's
you
going
bend your
to
back like that, and it's going to hurt, really.
AOC, to do things. Do you think MAGA's going to appoint Adam Schiff? Schiff used to be a great federal prosecutor. Of course not.
I think Ho was worried about getting impeached, to be honest with you.
Well, everyone's worried. Everyone's worried. I'm worried. And the bottom line is, who behind the scenes panics more than anybody when you call the guy's bluff? The idiot in the White House, as we see with other countries, Canada, Mexico, stand up. The guy backs down. It is a baffling concept that someone could blow you, blah, 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 blah. And it shocks me that works. I don't understand it.
How about Hamas? You're dead. Hamas, he just posted Hamas. You're dead if you don't release the last 35.
Shalom. 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 Here's it goes. Shalom Hamas. You know, and he. But by the way, Popot, I won't divert the episode. We'll finally talk about the DC bar stuff. But the Hamas stuff. Look, Donald Trump made that threat January 7th. Release the hostages before I take office, or I will unleash hell. Nothing happens. He does it on February 10th. Release the hostages, or I will unleash hell. Then Saturday comes, February 15th. He goes, I'm going to let Netanyahu do what he wants. Then does nothing. Then he does it again. Then he does the same stuff with Greenland. I'm conquering you. Wait, I'm conquering you. Wait, I'm conquering you. Then he does the tariff thing. Governor Trudeau, you're the governor. 51st state. Fentanyl. All right, I'm imposing tariffs. Doesn't impose tariffs. Doing it again. It's the same shtick. It's just the reality. He is a weak, pathetic reality TV person, and we are now all non-consensual participants in a dystopian reality TV show. And the guy's an idiot. He knows how to do the theater. I just want to live my life with my family and not wake up to the markets crashing and then, maybe we'll be out of it. What's going to happen on the next season? Just leave me the F alone. Popot, State Bar, DC Bar, what's going on? I know that the Democrats in the judiciary reported Ed Martin, the DC interim U.S. attorney who's pretending he's actually the attorney. They're saying, look, all the stuff you're doing by threatening members of Congress and also, by the way, representing your former January 6th client while you're still at the DOJ and then dismissing your own case while you're the lawyer for the person. Yeah. So you were representing the person while you were at the DOJ, then dismissed your own case to help your own client. You know, recuse yourself. That kind of seems like something to be disbarred for. Those are the allegations. Lightning round, Popeye.
No, I think you it's easy. I think you covered it. Ed Martin is wholly unqualified. He's unethical, and I kudos to the Senate Democrats to try to hold these out of control U.S. attorneys that Donald Trump has placed in there to be his pitfalls accountable. I did a report 3 weeks ago about he signed the dismissal for his own client on a Jan 6 matter. He didn't think that maybe somebody else in the office should do that. It just shows you the cracked lack of character, lack of ethics. Bar should open up an investigation, will open up an investigation. I mean, they all automatically will based on this filing. I mean, it's a page out of the Republicans' book. They were constantly filing, as I mentioned before, Elise Stefanik filing one against Beryl Howell. You got Donald Trump going after, right now, Donald Trump going after all big law firms because they have DEI programs. Well, I just did a hot take on, you should go look up Sullivan and Cromwell, who represents them in this criminal case, because they have a huge DEI commitment on their own website. But, you had to do an executive order to get back at Perkins Coie, who he lost a major case against down in Florida, but he doesn't like the fact they were involved with the Steele dossier. And, it's like, there used to be these cases where, 30 years after the war ended, somebody came out of the woods and thought the Civil War was still going on. Donald Trump's still running these old, historical, vindictive, and wasting our money, our time, our energy. Not one of the things that he signed this week on executive orders, not one of these things that Ed Martin is talking about, I'll help you, not one will help anyone in our audience or even outside our audience with their kitchen table issues, with their economics, with how they're going to worry about a parent or grandparent, their health care, their children, schooling, how to pay bills, because this administration is the most removed from the constituency and people that I've ever seen. It has to do with who's in the cabinet, the fact that they've never struggled. They've, I would say they've always been millionaires, but they are so apart.
Want to hand off your taxes? Get more from your tax expert and spend less. You paid your tax pro last year. Would you switch to a TurboTax full-service expert? Start now.
and they covered it with a sheen of populism that got them elected. But the reality is they have nothing in common with the average American, and it shows every day. I've never seen, maybe the Hoover administration, I've never seen a worse start in the first 50 days of administration than what we are watching now. He loves to attack the now departed Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter inherited stagflation from Ford and the gas lines and all of that. You know, you can debate whether he and the Fed at the time could have done more to get the country out of the problem, but this is Donald Trump taking an amazing, robust economy and strangling and killing it in 50 days for him to implement his vendetta war. That's all we're watching. He doesn't care about us. And that's obvious. And now my only question is, how irretrievably broken is the economy, our foreign policy at this moment? And what are the American people finally going to do in terms? If I've said, I'll say one last time. Give me the House and the Senate. I will give you an impeachment and a conviction.
You know, one of the things I've been covering here, and I think I will continue to cover these Senator Bernie Sanders rallies. He's going into working class cities and towns. He's holding town halls in purple areas. He gave an incredible speech on Friday night in Kenosha in front of 4,000 people and 1,000 people in the overflow crowd. The tour that he's giving, he's calling it Fight the Oligarchs, Stop the Oligarchs. And I think you should see more Democrats follow that. If Republicans are canceling their town halls, just go speak to people. Like, go speak to people. Republicans thrive on manufactured rage. And to get people to vote against their interests based on manufactured rage. People are really enraged, though, about a lot of things right now. That prices are surging right now, and Trump said he was going to lower them on day one. The economy, every single day, it gets wrecked with some more bad news. This idea that we're going to be in a situation of stagflation, low GDP, and GDP contracting and high inflation, that's going to be devastating. And Donald Trump going around with Elon Musk and not just destroying the government, but doing it so utterly cruelly.
Working on a kill chamber for him now. H is the drop source of the legendary Lord
movement. Is so anti-American, so un-American. It's something that we need to, stand up to and just go out there. Don't try to be something that you're not. Be a fighter. Stand up for people and be loud and proud about what your values are. Senator Bernie Sanders is being authentically Senator Sanders. He's out there fighting for working class people. That's what's needed now. And Democrats just go out and fight, whether you agree with Bernie on everything or not. People want fighters right now. You have platforms as politicians. Go out there and talk to people. Look people in the face. Be there with the people. Explain to them what you're going to do. Let them know that you're there with them. Just being there, too, is helpful so that you can have those connections with people. Anyway, we're going to keep on Legal AF on the Midas Touch Network. And I said it before, let me say it again. Michael Popak, I'm so proud of you starting your own law firm. I can see the data of people checking out the law firm, and I can see inquiries coming in right now during the show itself. And so I just, if someone that has had a catastrophic injury, car accident, drug accident, sexual harassment victim, employment-related, wrongful termination, wrongful death, go to the Michael Popak Law Firm. Popak, what's the address? How do they get there?
Yeah, www.popakfirm.com, 1-800-1877, Popak AF. I'm also, we're going to turn the odometer on 500,000 subscribers on Legal AF this weekend. We're at 495,000 before our 6-month anniversary. I'm doing the curating. I'm doing a lot of the content, but the audience reception to Legal AF is just off the charts and humbling. Help us roll that odometer over 500,000 this week.
Thanks, everybody, for watching this episode of Legal AF. Michael Popak, thank you for everything that you do. I'm super proud of you about your law firm. Legal AF first, thank you so much. We'll be here with you every step of the way. Hit subscribe here as well. Let's get to 5 million subscribers. Thanks for watching, everybody.
I didn't expect it to take them both out. I was hoping for one at best.
Under a new executive order from Donald Trump, transgender women in the US prison system have been transferred to men's facilities despite multiple court rulings blocking the policy, according to civil rights attorneys and testimonies from those affected. The executive order, issued on Trump's first day back in office as part of a broader effort to roll back transgender rights, directs the Attorney General to ensure that males are not detained in women's prisons or housed in women's detention centres. It also prohibits the use of federal funds for gender-affirming medical care for incarcerated individuals. Although the order has faced swift legal challenges, federal judges in 3 separate cases have ruled that the U.S. Bureau of Prisons cannot deny medical care to transgender women or transfer them to men's facilities. In one ruling, a judge stated that the plaintiffs had straightforwardly demonstrated that irreparable harm would follow if the policy were enforced. According to lawyers representing incarcerated transgender women, these legal decisions have prevented the relocation of 17 women involved in the lawsuits. However, transgender women who are not part of the legal actions remain at risk of being transferred. One of those affected is a 31-year-old transgender woman who was recently moved from a women's prison to a men's facility. The records show that her official gender marker was changed from female to male. In messages prior to her transfer, she expressed feelings of being like a pawn in others' political games, and described the experience as ongoing punishment for her identity due to concerns about retaliation. Her name is not being fully disclosed. Kari Hansen, an attorney representing transgender women in the lawsuits, reported that another transgender woman not involved in the legal cases was also transferred to a men's facility and had her gender marker changed. Additionally, a transgender woman who underwent gender-affirming surgeries before incarceration was recently placed in a men's prison. Federal law under the Prison Rape Elimination Act mandates that correctional institutions evaluate the risk of sexual violence when making housing decisions, taking individuals' LGBTQ+ identity into account. Legal experts argue that Trump's broad policy of placing transgender women in men's facilities directly violates these protections. Hansen criticised the implementation of the policy, describing it as incredibly unnecessary and cruel, and emphasised that her clients are feeling desperate and scared. Advocates warn that transgender people already face of sexual violence and discrimination while incarcerated. The enforcement of Trump's directive, they say, has intensified fear and resulted in widespread violations of their rights beyond the risk of transfer. Internal BOP documents reveal additional policy changes affecting transgender inmates. Staff are now required to address transgender individuals by their legal names and incorrect pronouns, and requests for gender-appropriate clothing are being denied. The memo also indicates that the BOP has rescinded previous policies allowing transgender women to request
because I'm overweight, that's why.
by female guards. In other news, the Trump administration has announced the cancellation of $400 million in federal grants and contracts to Columbia University, citing the university's alleged failure to protect students from anti-Semitic harassment. The decision follows Columbia's establishment of a new disciplinary committee for the initiation of investigations into students critical of Israel and its actions in Gaza following Hamas's attack on Israel. The move has raised concerns among free speech advocates. The announcement also reflects a broader effort by the Trump regime and other conservative figures to challenge what they perceive as liberal dominance in American higher education. Clogged gutters are easy to forget, annoying to clean, and grow into a big problem. There's an easier way to ensure your gutters stay clean and avoid costly damage. Upgrade to a permanent solution you can count on with Leaf Filter, so you never have to clean out the gutters again.
A Chewy order is on the way for... who can speak for himself, but can't shop for himself. So when he gave his reel of approval on the food Dad bought on Chewy, Dad put it on auto ship so it always gets delivered right on Rue's schedule. The flavor Rue loves, the savings they love. For automatic delivery and 5% savings, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
You don't have to be an expert to create something you are happy with. My animation is inspired by the energy, colors, and light of Kuala Lumpur.
Feel sorry for whoever just did that.
Right now, you can get a free inspection, free estimate, and save up to 30% of your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/5minutes. An investment in Leaf Filter is an investment engineered to protect your whole home. Clogged gutters aren't just a nuisance, they can cause extensive water damage. So protect your home from flooding, roof damage, rotting siding, foundation issues, and more. Every installation comes with a lifetime no clogs guarantee. Leaf Filter uses award-winning patented technology to keep out everything but water. Holes, gaps, or large openings for debris to get through. Call today to schedule your free gutter inspection and get a no-obligation free estimate. Protect your home and never clean out gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection and take advantage of the spring spectacular sale with up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/5minutes. That's free estimate, free inspection, and 30% off at leaffilter.com/5minutes. See representative for warranty details. Linda McMahon, the Secretary of Education appointed by Trump, warned earlier in the week that Columbia would face funding cuts unless it took further steps to address anti-Semitism on campus. A joint statement from the Department of Justice, Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Education, and the U.S. General Services Administration described the move as the first round of action, with additional funding cancellations expected. For too long, Columbia has abandoned that obligation to Jewish students studying on its campus, McMahon said in a statement. The statement also mentioned illegal protests on college campuses, a term that Trump has used to describe certain student-led demonstrations, but did not specify the legal basis for this characterization. Columbia University was at the center of nationwide campus protests regarding Gaza in the spring. In April, pro-Palestinian demonstrators established an encampment on campus, which sparked similar protests at other universities. The First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution protects the right to peaceful assembly and to petition the government for redress of grievances. The characterization of pro-Palestinian demonstrators as anti-Semitic remains a point of contention, with MAGA Republican lawmakers labeling the protests anti-Semitic, despite denials from many participants, including some who are Jewish. On Tuesday, Trump posted on his Truth Social platform that student protesters could face imprisonment, deportation, or permanent expulsion, depending on the severity of their actions. In response, a Columbia University spokesperson told the Columbia Spectator that the university is reviewing the announcement from the federal agencies and intends to work with the government to restore funding. The spokesperson emphasized the university's commitment to combating anti-Semitism and ensuring the safety of its community. It remains unclear which specific grants and contracts are affected. According to the General Services Administration, Columbia currently holds more than $5 billion in federal grant commitments. Columbia is one of 5 colleges currently under the new federal investigation and is one of 10 being visited by a task force in response to allegations of anti-Semitism. Others under investigation include the University of California, Berkeley, University of Minnesota, Northwestern University, and Portland State University. I'm Anthony Davis. You can find me on the 5-Minute News YouTube.
So no, it's not that there's anything going on. It's the fact that they are universities that are considered to be highly left-leaning. Let's go. So, once again, just trying to hold some motion.
The situation is, as the blame is full and extended, you see the circumstance. So the situation is,
Okay, what's this one?
'Representing Donald Trump and his criminal matters must be moved because we've got some new
Yeah, that's the one. That is all of them. What's the time again? No, they're not even getting it through yet. So, Connor. Give it to me. $19. Don't. Clean phone. 5 of them. Because George. I have the box system. Yeah, I bet the assholes have it over there. Yep. Sure the hell do. Just faucet it. I just deposited over 1,000.
the fuck happened? Somehow I lost more than half that stack of high quality palo oil by putting it in my gill box. That's some bullshit.
Now I'm lagging pretty good.
Yeah, I was just thinking I'm gonna have to shut down and do a set of updates. Pretty sure. Oh yeah. Woo! One? No. You're faster than that. What's going on up here?
What the? Really, guys? Carrying plate steel outside the base? Hey, buddy. Hey, Shivers. Smile. I'm gonna take out your 3 front teeth.
I hopped off so you can do your updates and stuff.
Roger. Yay! Damn! He's floating!
Yeah, streams, even lagging.
Yeah! How far down did he make it? All the way in the water? I should see a floating corpsey. Holy shit. Alright. Back up we go. I'll be back in a few minutes.